Well, hello and good morning once again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CBSA 2026 Canadian Open Snooker Championships. We are live at the corner bank, and once again joining me is David Burney this morning. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Rob. How are you doing this evening? Or this morning, I should say. It's not
Well,
evening yet.
feels like one day is running into the next, but I am doing well.
Great to hear. Yeah. Sylvain Etier and Neil Thornton getting us started here in their group match. Day two of the championship. We're on the OBSA YouTube page. Feel free to chime in with any comments or question. Always good banter in the chat room. Let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you got support for Neil or Sylvain, I'm pretty sure the Belle Provence is all behind the great Etier.
Well, it should be a good match. We've seen Sylvain play in the seniors, did fairly well. Uh, Neil Thornton, I know him from we know him from the OBSA Snooker Tour, and he does generally well. So it should be a fair match, Dave, to start things off here on day two.
Yeah, Sylvain was telling me when he was playing in the seniors, he actually played Frank Amaretti in
Yes.
his group, and they battled hard, and they were getting down to the very end, and Sylvain needed a snooker, and oh, he got one. Or did he need one? Trying to remember the story correctly. It's early in the morning for
Yes.
me as well, so I'm like a player getting those cobwebs out. But I think he just needed to get his brown in, or and unfortunately, he snookered himself all on the blue.
Oh
Uh,
boy.
yeah, it was a messy bit of business. We'll get back to that this early on. Let's concentrate on this match, not a match in the
Yes.
past.
Well, today is a new day for all players, so whatever happened yesterday, good or bad, get to do it again. Because you know, Dave, and sometimes in these group stage matches, especially when there's quite a few matches to play in your group, 50, 55% chance to get out the group with four players advancing. You might have a bad first day, but if you can forget about that, today's a brand new day. You can turn it around, and you may just advance. Maybe not top spot, but as long as you advance, that's what's important. And good morning to our viewers, Michael6952, Debbie By, and Jay Warren. Good morning. And Jay Warren's tuning in from Calgary. So, you know, Dave, it's quite typical in these early morning matches. We may see a little bit of tactical play.
Yeah, early morning, just kind of feeling at your opponents, and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bit more safety, as you allude to, Rob.
Yeah, very interested in this one. Neil Thornton. Horton. I was thinking coffee there for a moment. It is early morning, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? My word. We've had a long few days, but Neil Thornton, like I said previously, he does play in the OBSA, and he does quite well. Um, I've played him once or twice, had some great matches, and looking forward to this one. But like we said, it's early morning, so it's going to be a bit of a feeling out stage as the players get their cue arm going and get their eyes focused on the tables, of course.
Yeah, nice to hear our good friend Warren Saffel timing in. Warren, I guess tax season is done, so you got some time to sit back and enjoy the snooker.
we will be here all day, ladies and gentlemen. Like I always say, Dave, from the first ball to the last ball, if there's some snooker going and we can get it on camera, I usually do.
And in the group stages of this tournament, they just have relaxed the dress code. It's pretty warm here in Toronto.
Yes, it's actually warmer this morning than yesterday to start the day, so I don't mind it, but I'm not under the lights and no pressure being on the tables in competition, so it's a little cooler for us. So man, just running the weight back up into the bulkhead. Uh, Neil Thornton, Dave, he does have a good long ball game most of the time, but with the black not being on the spot, he's got a slight angle on this one, the second one off the cushion. I don't know, I don't think he, yeah, Sylvan's got the left side escape route covered. So I don't think Sylvan has an easy out, so it might be one of those cases, Dave, where you simply got to play the pot so then you can play safe. But he's playing wise. Well, tried to get the white to the bottom cushion, however, he's left the red on to left middle. So chance now for Sylvan. Yeah, he's a little bit low on the blue. A little slight draw. You'd still have a red to left corner. His best bet. He doesn't want to go too far. He wants to keep his next pot as easy as possible. Wow.
Yeah, I think he ran not enough there for that red that he's eyeing below and to the right of the pink. But maybe he might at least draw back a little bit to hold for that red and open of the three reds on the right side, one in
Yeah,
the middle.
he did have an option. Instead of running through, he could have drew back, just a couple inches. He'd still have a red to left corner. The red he's playing now, actually, but sometimes a good safety, Dave, is to put your opponent in trouble or possible trouble is sometimes just as good. Keep the pressure on.
Yeah, and Sylvan been around the game for a lot of years. They may not be one table visit winners, but they know and disciplined enough that get a few points and then take the money and run and hide.
He's gonna watch the black here. Yeah, a little light, but he's okay.
Yeah, only the one red out there in the open just left of the black spot that Neil could clip off and come back to be safe as it's getting quite congested on the right side.
So Neil's going to have a good think about this one. He wants to play this with a touch aside so he can get that cue ball towards the green side of the table. If it keeps going, he's just about there.
Nice weight there. Agreed by his opponent with the tap on the table from Sylvain. And he hasn't given Sylvain this open red right near the top right corner, using those two reds as a blocker.
Is there a gap? Oh, there was a gap.
There was, and well, he's given Neil an opportunity. What does Mr. Thornton do? It's relatively easy red. Don't want to take it for granted, obviously. We've seen it so many times. A lot of players just missed elementary shots, just thought it was so easy that there's no chance that they could miss, but they end up do.
Yeah. Neil should be able to put a decent score here. It's the early going first frame. So when you get a chance like this early in a frame, you absolutely want to take advantage of it. Oh, he's not too bad in this brown. A little slight draw in the red waiting for him to left middle. But it looks like he might be going through the way he's cueing the weight here, Dave. Yeah, see, that was always the risk.
And our good one, Warren Saffel chiming in, when did they come out with the relaxed dress code? Which I think it was maybe a couple days before. I'm not sure exactly, but we'll find out about that. I know most players were expecting full dresses. You see Sylvain in full dress, just doesn't have the bow tie or tie. Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion of possibly pulling this tournament a little earlier, maybe the beginning of April when it's still cool out. And we're into early June right now, and temperatures can get up. I think it's going to get into the low 30s here in southern Ontario. So luckily the air conditioning is working, and everyone can keep cool in their attire. It looks like Neil's just waiting for a player at the adjacent table.
Well, while we're waiting, Dave, some of the other matches that people can follow along with on cloudsnooker.com all just begun. First frame, Brendan McEachern takes on Jason Williams. His father, Hugh McEachern, is taking on Jim Gorley. Tom Finstad, when Chris Wood, Michelle Vazina, and Indy Lote, Alain Lavoie, and the gentleman Joe Attia. That should be a great match. Andre Waugh and Scott Zhu, Bernard Smith against Canadian Q Sports Academy, John Wallace. So a lot of good matches to start the day, Dave.
Yeah, and down here at the corner bank, 925 Warden Ave. Admission is free to get in. They've got cool drinks. Breakfast is being served. So not a bad place to be. We had some snooker royalty in the room with Bob Hargrove yesterday. He should be back in the room. Him and Dee Dee doing great work with the Canadian Snooker Hall of Fame. And I am hearing some rumblings that Winnipeg's own Blake Martel in a friendly last night had a maximum.
Oh, wow.
I just see Blake in the room right now, but you do hear a lot of things in the snooker room.
Yes.
You know, hopefully that's not a fib there. Hopefully there's some truth to it.
Well, I mean, it's the corner bang. It could be a maximum size pitcher. It could be 147 shots. We don't know. But yeah, Blake certainly has the tools in the bag to make a perfect game, or a maximum as we call it. But these tables can be tough, so if that's true, Dave, then it's very well done. You know, he was actually in my group when I played in the Canadians for their 50th anniversary at Markham, so great player. See Neil back in here. Pink, not straightforward, but reds are available. Concentrate on the pot. He should be okay.
Oh, did he
No,
get
got
enough?
the. Oh, he did.
Yeah, he's got a red to left middle. I wonder if he came out enough for that red to the top left. Looks like he's eyeing it up. If he could just stun into it, he could maybe hold for the pink at the left middle.
Yeah, the pink appears to go in left corner. If he's on that red to left middle, I kind of like that one, Dave, as you described, a little bit better than this one. Not to say that he should have made the pot, because he absolutely should have, but the one to the left middle, he didn't have to really work the white as much, but perhaps he didn't have quite enough of it as he would have liked. So
Yeah. And pink will pass this red below it into the top right corner. I think he does have the path if he wants to take that red or the red into left middle. So at least Sylvain has a bit options to start this. And Debbie Bye, we appreciate your opinion, talking about the dress code. Things can get hot, so they relax it a little bit, but loves the tradition. And that's what the chat is for. People can voice their opinion, voice any questions, comments. That's what we have it there for.
Savannah's been one of the better referees. Knows he's got to watch his arm, bridging over those reds.
And kept very still down on the shot. Pretty much didn't move until that pink found the bottom of the pocket. A great asset to have if you want to be a proficient snooker player. And our good friend Warren using effective of that chat. Just curious where you can find the schedule and the draw. Cloudsnooker.com. Cloudsnooker.com is your resource. Find that there's got many tournaments up there. Find the one for the Canadian National Snooker Championship. You'll be able to see all the groups there and where everybody is standing after day one. And as well, the live scoring tab plugs into the tablets that all these tables are outfitted with. So if your favorite player isn't on the TV table, you can still follow their match, kind of with some snooker radio as they build up the results there. I wonder if he just overran that a bit. Not too far, yeah. Body language tells me he's not happy with it. We'll slam on the table. Just wanted to play for that open red on the left side. Bob Hemeni, quarterfinalist in the recent Colorado Snooker Open, chiming in. How you doing, Bob?
Yeah,
Hopefully
good morning.
you and the missus got back to New Jersey okay. And great seeing you too. In the Rocky Mountain State.
And Roland Coburn. Yes, another great day for snooker. And welcome. And Bentley George, yes, dressed as a snooker player, it helps focus. I absolutely agree with that. Because when you're dressed well, you tend to want to play your best.
Yeah, it's the old saying, dress smart, play smart.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know I feel good when I put on the attire and step on the table and chalk my cue for that first time. There's, well, as for a snooker player, there's no better feeling. Well, I guess there is if you're able to lift the championship trophy, that would be a better feeling. But
Yeah, you kind of want to treat it sometime as a job, as Stephen Hendry, the man that really didn't show a lot of emotion after his many title victories. Oh, that black goes in there for Neil. Didn't want that. It's big, 7 big penalty points. But just going, yeah, back to the dress code. You're going to a job. You've got a job to do. Win the championship. You get into your nice clothes here. It makes you feel like you're into it. Whereas if they had a casual dress code, it just feels like you're a regular Wednesday night that you're playing your buddy.
that's right. I mean, what's the saying, Dave? Dress for the job you want, not the job you got. So if you want to play and be a champion, dress like one.
Yeah, you see, golfers have a uniform that they wear when they go to tournaments. Hey, the lovely staff here at the corner bank, they've got a job to do, and they're dressed in their corner bank attire. It's just trying to show the level of professionalism. That's what we're trying to do. Because with more professionalism to the sport that we try, as much as these are amateurs, I think company XYZ might have more willing to invest some money into this great game. And as Rob and I have alluded to as well, I think yesterday we had a good chats about getting juniors involved. A lot of
Yes.
potential sponsorship money. Really like to see if a sport is doing well to foster the youth, give them an option that they don't go down the wrong side of the tracks, rather get on the right side of the tracks, and no better place than playing a match of snooker.
Well, not much in this frame, Dave. Savan leading Neil 29-18. So 11 points in front.
Yeah,
Neil,
a little slow
yeah.
moving affair to get us started. It wasn't like yesterday where we kicked things off on the Open Championship with Levi Myler and Nitin Sharma. That was a fun match to get things going. Yes, Debbie, you are correct about the men wearing tuxedos. I'm not sure about the women wearing ball gowns. I would have to take some diving into the internet to find out about that. I think in the olden days when people didn't really know much about snooker and they tuned it on and they were wondering, why are all these waiters playing this game?
Yes. You know, Dave, I love watching. Sometimes you catch a video on YouTube and you get the old black and white snooker videos.
It certainly is a beautiful game in black and white, but it's a color game. Actually, very instrumental is David Attenborough. He really propelled it back over in England. The BBC, I think, two. Uh, they were bringing out color televisions at the time, and he felt what better to test out these color televisions, the game of snooker, because it's got a wide range of colors. So as we know David Attenborough from his nature documentaries and his silky smooth voice. And we'd be nowhere without Neville Chamberlain, not the Prime Minister, but the naval officer all the way over in India in 1875 when snooker was finally formed.
Oh, Savann's not in the best of spots here, Dave. But you know, he's got the lead. Certainly giving Neil something to think about. Still best of three, folks. Still group stage, day 2. So we got a full day of action plus 3 more incredible days ahead of us, Dave.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting tomorrow for moving day. The round robin will come to a close and we'll start off the 32-player knockout side. So unfortunately, 24 players will be going home tomorrow.
Yeah, I know they're going to have, you know, 4 people get out, but I think if they work the number of entrants next year and do something similar to what they did in Colorado, have a couple of wild card spots. You know, because it, like I said then, David, it would force people to, if they have one match left and they don't think they can get out of the group, sometimes they don't show up. And even with the CBSA, that's a no-no. But if they know they still might have a chance to grab one of those wild card spots, then absolutely keep playing. So I kind of like that idea.
What we've done out in British Columbia for the BC Open is we've targeted double entry. So say, for instance, for lack of a better word, an entry was $100 to a tournament. We charge $200, and then the players, upon completion of their round robin matches, they get $100 back.
Oh, that's interesting.
It really curbs that because, yeah, I see what you're saying. The round robin, you know, sometimes you're like,
right.
You know, 7 players in a group, you go 0-3. You might as well just be like, well, there's no chance I can move on. Sometimes you got to flip the switch and be like, well, I could spoil someone's tournament. I could play spoiler, but sometimes that's not in the mindset of a snooker player.
Yeah, because sometimes, Dave, if a player can't get out the group, but if they somehow can beat their next opponent or one of their matches that they have left, it might mean somebody else who wasn't going to get through now might be able to get through. So it does have an impact on the overall complexity of the draw and the event. So, I mean, when I played, I had no shot getting out the group, but I played every match. I won one match, but that match really didn't mean anything either way. Neither one of us could make the group, so you know we had a bit of fun, but still highly competitive. But yeah, I kind of like your idea too. Charge a double entry, and if they don't finish their matches, then it goes in the pot. They don't get it back. But most of these players, because they've traveled, will play their final match. But the ones that are, I'm talking about the ones that are local, they may just say, nah, I'm going to stay home.
Yeah, you might get that with the newer player, not knowing a little bit. That's kind of falls into that etiquette that we talk about. It's like
Absolutely.
you're in a tournament, round robin, you should be playing all your matches. Sylvan, bit of trouble here. Just a 16-point advantage this first frame. Now, he can put his finger down there. The one thing he cannot do is put in a chalk mark down there.
Yeah, that's right.
It's overhearing. I think there was a match with a couple players where one player was complaining that a player was putting chalk down on the table with their cue, and that's definitely a no-no. You can't mark up that table.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I like to think, I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. Sometimes they hold their cue out onto the cushion or just on underneath the cushion, and there's you could mark the table that way with the tip of your cue. And the other thing that we've seen people do, if they're lining up a tough shot, is don't lay their cue down on the table in front of the white, and then that's the angle they know that they got to hit it at. Again, you're not allowed to mark the table for a shot or to get out of a snooker. It comes on the category of sometimes rolling up your sleeves, creating a bit of an unfair advantage. But Neil has gifted Sylvan this red. I kind of like. Sylvan's got that 16-point lead here, David. This red bottom left corner. He's got to use the rest, unfortunately, but he might be able to swing the white into the pink, black, and red. Doesn't have to, but it's certainly, if it works out for him, be a great opportunity to put this frame to bed. And it has worked out quite well. So this black bottom right corner, nothing to do. Red waiting.
Yeah, he'll have the option of the pink or black. Obviously on that red that's right of the pink. But those are a few shots time. He's got to just focus on the black in front of him.
Yeah, so Van doing well. And I'm pretty sure if given the opportunity, he might be stepping in as referee again. Oh, the white just going a little bit wrong for him there.
Yeah. Hampered on the black for the pink, and that's a blind cut, so just take the points, run away, focus on the pink, at least get the additional 6 points. Don't worry about it. You probably won't have a pot on a red, but you'll still be at the table. Going with the black made that difficult.
Well, he now leads 45-20, 25 points in front. So it's a decent lead for Sylvan over Neil in this first frame with 2 reds remaining. Oh, he's got to clip this one real thin. Oh, you know what? He's got a good line. And I think he's got him, Dave. Neil has a good safety game. He can think the game very well. Sometimes it comes down to, with a lot of players, same thing, is the execution. But, being able to think the game properly is half the battle.
Yeah, it's not really that far of a distance, really, from brain to cue arm. You would think nothing could be disturbed.
Well,
But
yeah, once you commit to something, you gotta fully commit to it, whether it's a safety or a pot. If you don't, and indecisiveness really hurts a lot of players. But so Van line it up for red on left cushion here. Just missed the green. Ooh, keep that
Oh,
white. Oh, that's unfortunate.
it's a great hit on the red. Unfortunately, going in off. I think both just players confirming. Did you mark the foul for yourself there, Neil? Sylvan asks.
Hmm.
And they're sharing a good chuckle.
Yeah, we love seeing that in our matches, Dave. Players are very competitive, but they can have a smile as well. So when a match is played in good spirits, it comes across as a good match on the stream as well.
Yeah, it can look very intimidating. These players, dress smart, fierce determination. But, there's many different things that can happen on a snooker table, and some of them lend themselves to the humorous side.
Yeah. And Bentley George, Dave has a question for you. Can the players clean the white during play?
They certainly can. Obviously, they would confer with their opponent, or they can even ask their opponent to clean the white ball, as usually in these unrefed matches here in the round robins, we just don't have the bodies to have referees at each table. They could either ask their opponent, can you please clean the white ball, or do you mind if I mark the cue ball so I can have a proper respot and then clean it?
Yeah, and most players will just look at their opponent, wave their hands, say, yeah, go ahead, no problem. Nobody's really going to get an advantage from it. Oh boy, Neil.
And there might be a slight advantage, obviously, you give a player an inch, they'll take a yard. But usually on a clean, they should. It's a gentleman's sport, so there is some respect, but you never know.
And
And the
good morning, Jesse Fox, tuning back in. Well, Jesse, I don't know what color shoes you got going forward, my friend, but they were some fancy duds.
yeah, shoes of the tournament right now go towards Jesse Fox from Ottawa.
Absolutely.
Wow, Bentley George chiming in, and there's a new Chinese snooker that has 1,000 tables in it. Wow, that is
My word.
sounds like a town of snooker tables. Now they're definitely having a boom in China. Two back-to-back world champions coming from China, Zhao Xingtong and Wu Yize.
Oh, so Van only 18 in front. Still one red remaining, 35 on. This frame far from over.
Yeah, I think some of the players back in the 80s, Barry Hearn would take them over to Asia, Thailand, China, just trying to develop the game over there. And that action has paid dividends. I think some of those 1980s players like Cliff Thorburn, the late great Terry Griffiths, Steve Davis, they probably thought that there might be something going on here in China. We better look out in the future. And the future is now. And the sport is played in over 100 countries. but it is predominantly UK based. It's just where a lot of tournaments go on, and they really back the sport. Pretty much, you could just in the olden days you couldn't miss it. It was on every BBC channel.
Oh, I think he's got the brown, yes. And free ball. And the green waiting for him over the top right corner, Dave.
Yeah, it's just the moment in the frame that's going to turn it Neil's way.
He has a way about taking advantage of these moments. Ooh, but not this time. Wow. He might be in a bit of trouble now. Needed to make that green. That's very unfortunate. And it's very unlike him, actually. You know, I'm not sure why he decided to roll it. Could have played it with a little bit more pace as a stun. Stayed on the blue to get back on the last red. But,
Ooh,
oh
that was
wow.
a nice red by Sylvain.
Well, I tell you, I don't like the pink for Savannah in this situation, but rolling up behind the black here, just tucking up to it. You know, Neil needs the 6 remaining colors as we sit. As Sylvain leads 47-32, 15 points in front. I think he might be going for this. Oh, no. See, he had that feathering, Dave, that it looked like he was going to try and play the pot. And then normally when people are just delicately rolling up to a ball, they don't feather that heavy. So Neil's got his work cut out for him here.
Yeah, it's tough to see from our vantage point. Sometimes when you're really close to that color ball that you want to snooker your opponent on, sometimes almost a miscue helps. They just hit off the side
Yes.
with their cue, so it just doesn't have the full pace. It just gently rolls into the planned ball to snooker behind.
Second chance doesn't get it either. Yeah, definitely going back. He may have taken it on if white wasn't so close to the cushion, but
Yeah, always good to survey. You're getting 4 points if your opponent misses this object ball, but sometimes as a result of a miss, you could score a little higher than those 4 points. And still not looking profitable for Sylvain. So happy to just enjoy the comforts of his own seat right now and watch the points rack up in his favor.
it should be a 23-point difference now, Dave. So Neil's going to have this and possibly one more attempt. Oh, and he does it well. You know, from where he was, he has left a possible chance here for Sylvain. Difference being 23, Sylvain still needs the green, so it might be worth taking on. It's not easy, though.
Just a gentleman, another player in Sylvain's eye line, going down to take a shot, but Sylvain done well to get up, just kind of recompose himself.
Yeah. But sometimes in these close quarters, uh, you're so concentrated on what you have to do, you don't notice what's going on your table next to you. So Van absolutely did the right thing.
Yeah, you're the boss at the table. You can get up, whether it's a player moving the background or Maybe you're thinking about the laundry you have to do. You got to get those thoughts out of your head, stand up, recompose, know that you got business, like putting this yellow into the left middle for Neil.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, they look straightforward, but he didn't try to do too much with the white, and I think that served him well there.
Thanks, James D. Steele. He's encouraging everyone to hit that like button. We are hoping you're enjoying it and subscribe. If you subscribe, you'll probably get alerts when we go live. He's not going to be happy putting that blue safe. It's a ball he needs. And Sylvan just needs the green. That's his frame ball. Obviously, leading by 23 points with 22 on if the green does go down. And if Neil gets an opportunity to come back to the table, he will.
It's not bad for Neil. Not ideal, but
It's a long chance, or as Sylvan would say back home, the long chance.
yeah, I mean, I think he's got to take it on. It's a bit of a risk, Dave, but the blue is not easy. Brown is potable, but to get to the blue from the brown is going to be difficult. Green being his frame ball, you know, just pot it, worry about position later. Oh, second chance.
Oh,
Oh, my word.
Neil just had to do a little moonwalk back to his chair as he was
Yep.
walking
He
to
was
the
just
table.
just stretching his legs. Just stretching his legs.
But yeah, as you mentioned, just with that blue safe, I don't mind the aggressive play by Sylvan. Grab the frame by the jaws and just take it. We always know in snooker, it's a defensive term. Nice effort for Sylvan trying to use that blue that time for the snooker, but he's got the cover.
Yeah. I think you can see a piece of the brown. Probably not the best piece of it that he would like, but perhaps a little bit of side here might serve Neil well here at this moment. As he trails by 24, 22 on. So one snooker required. He's quite capable of getting it though. Yeah, that's about all of the brown he could see. He didn't have quite the right angle to swing the white a little bit to the left.
And Sylvan possibly just going to roll the brown to the yellow pocket. If it drops, great, but if it sits in the jaws, it's going to be tough for Neil to get that out. Great brown, that should take frame one for
Yes.
Sylvan Etier. And Neil's taking a look at the score. He's coming back to the table.
Two
It's tough
snookers
in
and
these.
tie.
Yeah, these best of three, they're short sprints, so you do see them fight a little bit more. See if this was a best of seven. I think Neil conceded and moved on.
Look at
First
this
frame.
effort. Look at this effort. My word. First frame of the day, and what a great great play there from Neil. Told you, Dave, he's quite capable of it. Sometimes may struggle like the rest of us because we're all amateurs with execution at times, but yeah.
Nice escape there by Sylvain. By Sylvain kind of sometimes with those shots with it close to the cushion, his object ball, the two cushion escape is kind of nice because it could be just one. You could have a little bit of error on the side of caution. And the key is obviously that blue there, whereas white wall is you kind of want to find the middle and point your cue towards the yellow pocket. And then on that same trajectory, come back to your white. And that's where you're going to hit it off two cushions to be successful for an escape. So Van just got to not gift him the points. It's tough when you see that, you pot that blue and probably the frame's over. Sometimes if you hit it at pace, that cue ball's rolling around, and there are 6 pockets on the table.
Well, Neil's got another good line, but how's his weight? Wow, he's got him again. You know, I'm not sure. He might be using a little swerve off that bulk cushion, unless he can get enough on it to get right to the blue.
Ooh.
No. Yeah, that pink is in a good spot, Dave.
It is. It certainly is. Not tight to the cushion, just off a little bit.
So 23 the difference now. So now, here's a question for Neil. Does he pot the blue and go for one snooker to win with the pink?
Ooh.
Oh, he's pushed his. Yeah. It's more like a curling shot. He's looking for a little bit of curl on the white. But great effort. Yeah, I think he's got to keep that blue on the table for the time being. Unless, Savannah leaves it right over the jaws of a pocket. Yeah, just cut the knuckle of the left middle there.
Well, Neil's in it. He's trailing by 18, and there's 18 on this table.
Yeah, very interesting finish.
Thought Sylvain was off and running. Got that first frame. Always important in these short frame matches. Get that first frame on the board.
Oh, he's played that well. He's playing well defensively right now, but he really doesn't have a lot of choice but to play well. Oh, has he hit it hard enough? I think he has, but it's going to bounce a little. Well, I think Neil's just got to concentrate on the pot. Forget about position here, Dave. Maintain the cue ball so it doesn't go in one of the 6 pockets. But give himself a fighting chance at least. Oh, now he's pushed that black in a very difficult position, and he's left Sylvain a pot on this pink for the first frame.
Well, now Sylvain's left his pink on, so it looks like it's going to come down to a battle of the black. First frame of day 2, and drama is at a high level. And possibly could get behind the black here. Clip off the pink, the half ball, possibly shoot pink up to the bulk area, come off one, maybe just a second cushion, get near that black. Sometimes we get so wrapped up in wanting to pot, we forget there's also that other side of the game where we could be tactical and lay a snooker.
Yeah, well, Neil's worked his way back in the frame. So I think Sylvain will be glad to get out of this one if he can nick the pink sooner rather than later.
Yeah, the longer and longer a frame goes, one that you should have had, as long as it continues, it really plays tricks with your mind. And coming to look at the potting angle for this pink. Well, he gets out of jail there, and that cue ball's not going to find home. So Sylvain Nettier takes this first frame by a scoreline of 68-49. They get a 1-0 lead in this best of 3. Can Neil Thornton come back to force us into decider by winning frame 2? We'll find out in a few short moments.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good frame for Neil. He didn't win it, of course, but, you know, defensive play near the end might give him a little bit of spark going forward in this next frame. Give him a sense that he can win. Well, Dave, I don't want to ruin the surprise for you, but Jesse Fox has another surprise for us today. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but you being on site will definitely be aware of it. All right, folks, while we're in a bit of a standstill for the moment, let's switch our camera view to some live play. We'll come right back to this match. This is Hugh McEachern and Jim Gurley. Jim Gurley at the table leads only by one in this third and deciding frame. And we'll see how this turns out for the time being. Hugh, oh, snugger behind the yellow, hits the blue, my goodness. And there's former Canadian champion Chris Wood at it once and again. As you see, the players are happy with the respots of the balls currently in play at the table. But we'll check back in there as our next frame 2 has begun. Neil just starting the frame here. A little firm on that opening break. All right, sorry folks, I have to take care of something here. I'll be right back.
Unfortunate for Sylvan, he's not on a color ball here. Just has to flick off a red. Let me put that cue ball tight to the top cushion. He's got a good angle there. Might be, well, is he tempted for this red to right middle? He's got it. But yet, his colored is desirable. I just kind of roll up behind the yellow here. Come. Cushion first. Going for the pot. That's a nice pot there. He's still on a long red. It's not easy, but Neil's at the table, and that's what you need to be to win a frame of snooker. Yeah, long reds are tough, and he's gifted a great chance here for Sylvan. Red into right middle. Does have this one on the left as he's taken on. So it might be a thinner one, so he's going to have to go in and out of bulk potentially. Yeah, he wanted to get by that green. A little too close for comfort for that green to left. Middle. Yeah, it was a gutsy blue. A tough blue. Maybe just popped up a little too early. Sylvan very disciplined to keep down on the shot, but maybe just a little movement. So that pink was traveling. Yeah, usually the shot will allow, it's always good to stay down and just listen for your object ball to go into the pocket. Looks close for the pink. Looks like he's got enough room, and there's a gap between red and blue to right middle. Well, that's an okay miss. He hasn't gifted Sylvan a chance. So I'm probably going to run back in bulk and just the referee and him shining through. Good to get his opponent's attention. There's no referee. Sylvan Let him know that he is a touching ball situation. Neil just came over to double check. Both players agree, and it's game on. Good weighted shot there by Neil, getting close to the bulk cushion. And Sylvan, not much of the cue ball to work with, but Sylvan should be able to clip off that red near the pink spot. Come two cushions kind of back into the same area. Gotta flick off another red. That really deadened the pace of the cue ball. It's giving Neil a shot here. Mid-range red, top right corner. But Neil not tempted to take it on. It does have a bit of risk, and if he is to falter, there's some open reds. Both players just struggling a little bit to find form. Looks like Neil might roll up to this yellow. I think he had a bit of an angle maybe on the green. It is an aggressive shot, taking the red green on to slide down for another red. Obviously, both these players in different provinces, although neighboring. Quebec with Sylvan and Neil with Ontario. Not sure how much they play each other, if they know of each other's abilities. Nice long red by Sylvan. It's brought out the black. And he's just pushed that red enough away that he's got the angle on this red near the top right corner. Push those two reds block the path for the black to the opposite corner pocket. ran on a bit too much with the blue as well. That red blocking the pink, so a little unlucky here for Sylvan. Bentley George chiming in about the roll-ups. That is a tough shot. I wholeheartedly agree. It's not a fancy shot, but definitely it's an effective shot to have in the toolbox as a snooker player. Always a good exercise. A player once told me is just put a dime on an object ball just when you're practicing and just roll up to it. Slowly roll up to, not pushing that dime off that object ball. Well, he's got blue or pink into either middle pocket. Takes pink, he can hold for that red just left of it. No real advantage with the blue. Ran a bit too far too, and unfortunately the pink didn't drop either. So I was thinking about, do I use the rest for this red above the yellow? Should I come down and take the long red? Kind of have to negotiate through some balls, make sure he doesn't touch any of them. So that will be a foul. And when you're playing a referee, you know they're going to be honest. If he was to graze one of those balls he's queuing over with just a fiber of his shirt, he would call the foul, but clear, good shot. And he's giving Neil an opportunity with red into the green pocket. Come off cushion beyond that green ball. If it's with pace, he could find the brown as well. A little no man's land right there. Does have brown to left middle, but he'd like to be a bit straighter on it or even higher. That natural angle will take him down to the reds. Good opportunity here for Sylvan. Should be able to run through on this red. It's just above the black. He's got the red, he's got the black. He's just kind of taking a look to see where he's going to be after that. Kind of wants to be probably a bit low on the black. Natural angle could go through that opening between yellow and red to be on that red. Got to make sure the pot first. So I don't have a good look. I think it might have drifted off a little bit. I don't know. These tables are playing pretty true, it looks like. As much as it can get quite rowdy here. A lot of noise early morning, obviously. Not so much, but in the nighttime, there's a lot of noise. They do great work here at the corner bank to keep the condition of these tables at a good level. They actually just got reclothed before the championship began. Just struggling a little bit with these shorter shots. Sylvain is. That was a tougher red than his first red they took. So, but we'll see if Neil can keep him in his chair to think about that. Apparently, George, you're absolutely correct. Making a comment about the great Ted Lowe, Western Ted Lowe. Back in the early days, he actually was sitting in the room, definitely far back in the crowd. So silent in those rooms over in Britain that Ted just had to put his commentary in a very hushed tone. And hence a nickname was born, Whispering Ted Lowe. I think most Canadians will remember Jack Carman the most, as he had that famous quote of "Good luck, mate," when Cliff Thorburn was down on his maximum in 1983.
All right, my apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Had a knock on the door. Had to take care of it. I do apologize, but we are back. How we doing, Dave?
We're moseying along, or it looks like a rugby score right now. That's a slow burn. Both players kind of struggled a little bit.
Well, yeah, I mean, first match of the day, they're both trying to get off to a good start. Um, even though Savan won the first frame, he's. I don't think he's pulled. I don't think either player's pulled out their best just yet.
No, I think Sylvain does have 2 matches to the good. So if he's able to win this one, having 3 matches won, that definitely should assure him to move on to the knockout phase.
Yes.
Obviously, the higher in your group, higher seed you'll be in the knockout phase, and the lower seeded player you'll play.
But with the, sometimes with the field that is in this year's competition, whether you're first or fourth, it may not make that much of a difference because the competition is going to be tough either way. But still, it's still going to be very interesting to see how it all plays out over these next couple of days, Dave.
Yeah. There are a few groups that you look at the onset, like, there's always that group of death just with a lot of strong players in there. Well, that's definitely the case here at the Canadian National Tournament. Like Nitin Sharma and Levi Myler both in the same group. Just
Yes.
going to send chills to all their other opponents. But know that there's 2 other spots as the top 4 from each of the 7 groups, or 8 groups of 7 players, shall I say, move on. It's nice to see our friend Michael Vesna in the room. Some hockey players might know that name, as the Vesna Trophy goes to the top goalie. And Michael's informed me yet that is in his family, like a great grandfather. Is a professional goalie, named after that astute award.
Wow, that's very interesting.
Now Bentley George chiming in. What's the prize amounts? Well, here we go. You're walking away with $2,800 for first, 2,000 for second, third and fourth both get $1,100. Fifth to eighth place take home $600, and if you get that Sweet 16, 9 to 16th, $300, and the high run is going to be $250.
Well, another tight frame. Savannah looking for that 2-0 victory. No, it's not necessarily all the time match wins. Certainly match wins is the first thing that they look at in group stage, but sometimes it may come down to frames won and lost might decide your placing in first, second, third, or fourth.
Yeah, so he'll would love to win the match, obviously, but at least get a frame on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you might lose the match 2 frames to 1, but you know that 1 frame might put you in that fourth spot.
Oh, just pushed the pink a bit too far after knocking in that red.
Yeah. Well, he's got options. Blue to right center, not as straightforward as it looks on camera. Uh, black is a blind cut to the bottom left corner. He's got to watch his white though.
Or as well, just nudging into that pink.
Wow, good.
Sticker was there, but
He managed it.
yeah, well-paced shot. Sylvan should be able to make contact here. Nice to see New Brunswick's only competitor in the tournament, Jeff Kennedy, in the room. See, Jeff is getting a lot of support from his hometown boy, Bob Hargrove.
Yeah, we have players from all over, Dave. So it's really good to see.
Because it is quite a large country we live in. And it's nice to see people coming in from the Maritimes and all the way out on the West Coast. Pretty much, if there's a snooker tournament, Whistler's own Charlie Brown will be there. Pretty much has queue and will travel.
Yeah, he's a great competitor. Good for the game, right? Really. But not everybody can do that. So there are a select few that are able to travel to different events. We see a lot of players here that they play events in their own local area, of course, I'm sure. But once the Canadian rolls around, it's their vacation time each year. So wherever the Canadians are, that's where they spend their vacation. They enter the tournament and they make a good trip out of it.
Yeah, I think that the growth in popularity of snooker, as we've seen in the past few years, more and more jurisdictions, associations in provinces. Oh, was some fluke there by Neil. But more and
Wow.
more of the associations might start to build up qualifiers or maybe add some money into their provincial events, because that would definitely talk to the national events.
You know, it's interesting here. He's got the pink for sure, but he had a great opportunity. He didn't have to pot the pink. Right, it still gives him a 12-point lead. However, he depends on what he does with the yellow. He could have placed the white behind the brown, played defensive. He wants to be attacking though. So all depends on where this yellow lands. Well, it's certainly potable. So 12 points down. Savannah needs yellow to pink. Only the black is safe. Oh boy.
Yeah, we're getting that time where there's turnovers in the matches, so get a little bit busy here. This one's just over the 90-minute mark, so we start at 9:30. Just creeping over 11 a.m. here in Toronto, or just outside of Toronto and Scarborough. Hopefully Neil has a little time off between his next match. He's going to go to the hardware store and buy a jackhammer, open up that pocket a little more. How did that yellow just not drop? How many times did that rattle in the jaw? It seems eternity.
Well, Dave, in regards to your comment earlier about Blake Martell and a 147, I believe they are having a picture of that with the balls on the table in a 147. James Power putting that up. But Blake really should be standing on the other side so people can see the 147. Now it looks like L's upside down A and an I.
I
So,
guess it's a Roman numeral 147.
right. Well, that's good for Blake. However, it is not the high run of the tournament, folks.
Yeah, just did it in a friendly last night. Quite a feat to do.
Oh,
Uh,
on these, absolutely. I'm not sure if that's his first or not, but in any case, amazing.
uh, I could see Blake possibly have run one maybe in practice. Don't know much about tournaments, but Cloud Snooker actually is a good form. As you can see, all the players that sign up, they have their high breaks in competition and in practice. Oh yes, Blake Martell in competition, as it states on Cloud Snooker, has had a 147. I don't know if he couldn't have updated that because these numbers were put in before the tournament, and his
Right.
high competition break is a 126. But that's definitely going to make Manitoba Snooker feel good, as one of their own puts in a maxi. Yes, Bentley George chiming in, just saying, a lot of snooker halls have obviously had to close because of financial difficulties. Yeah, real estate has just been a hot commodity in the world. And these tables, 6 feet by 12 feet, they do take up a lot of space just for the table. And then you have to have the space around the tables. Because you're going to get a lot of players in the densely populated cities. We do have a lot of space in Canada. Yeah, he's fortunately hasn't given him a angle to get up to the green easily off the shell. It's thin cutty. Could be 3 cushions and could be all right. Just a bit too much pace for Sylvan. Give him a shot at though. Just trailing by 10 points. The second frame. He's got a great cue ball, and his green ball equally as good as the snooker is there. It's interesting. He's putting his marker there. This is. Oh, maybe from my angle. Ooh. Sylvan quick to point out where the black will go back to. But just from my vantage point, it looks like Neil's running over that marker. Does
Yeah,
look like a
that's
nice
right.
piece of paper, but usually thought, it's nice to see that you're using coins or that circular piece of paper, but it's just used to mark and is not supposed to be hit when you're marking the ball. Maybe it's different in Ontario, but I know in British Columbia, when we have tournaments, we do allow players that you can use a coin or the circular piece of paper that Neil is using there, but the striker is responsible to remove that to make sure it doesn't get hit by the cue ball. So decent out there. Third time's a charm.
All right, cost him a little. Neil now trails by 1, 35-34. 25 on here late in the second. Neil looking to extend this match to the decider.
And sell it out, but potential to just come off the cushion and use the blue as a blocker. Just short of pace. Is there a path past that brown or this green into the yellow pocket? I think there's a gap for connection on the green. He might even be able to see the pawning angle, but probably doesn't want to put it in. Probably put Sylvain in a tough snooker. So it's a tricky pot. Still anybody's second frame here. Just 1 point separates them. 25 points on. Best of 3. It's day 2 of the Canadian National Championship here at the Corner Bank in Scarborough, Ontario. Feel free to come on down and pay us a visit. Cool drinks, hot eats, and great snooker action. A triple threat that can't be beat.
Yeah, and if you're there in the early morning, Dave, or if you can't get there in the morning, their breakfasts are second to none. Oh, Neil's got a little thinker on his hands here. It's a good putt to go for him. Great chance he can putt it and end the frame here.
Yeah.
He's waiting to travel a little bit, but not too much. Yeah, he's going to need a good one with the rest. But he's got an angle. He's going to need to force this brown in with enough pace to come off that bulk cushion and back down the table. And he doesn't want to snooker himself, so he's going to... Wow. I think he tried to... Oh, is he going to get lucky? Second chance? No, he won't. I think he tried to maneuver the white a little bit too much. He simply needed to play that with plain ball. A little bit of tops, perhaps, and just nicely pot the brown and come right back down. Tried to play it off, stun it off a couple of cushions, and, well, we see the result.
Yep. Here it is for Sylvain.
Yep, door is open. Can he walk through, Dave?
Yeah, I didn't want to be that high on the blue and needing to use the rest. Sylvain, not the tallest player on the circuit, so needed to use that rest a bit more often than some of our other players, but it is a tool you need to be proficient with. Excellent recovery shot, and he's plumb on the pink.
Oh, he's got the door. He's walking. He's not just walking through it. He's jumping right through, breaking it down. That was an excellent pot.
Just rolled on just a bit much. We'd love to be just straight on it. It's kind of a blind cut, but those middle pockets are quite open at certain angles, and this is one of them.
Yeah, he's definitely got to take his time here, Dave. Doesn't want to take it for granted that it's in before it's actually in.
This is his frame and match ball. Doesn't even need to worry about any position on the black. Just wants to put the pink to the bottom of the pocket and keep that white out.
Yep.
Yeah, the pressure of a match-winning pot. I think he's taken away the potting angle, at least on this pink. Neil could hit the pink, but he can't pot into that green pocket.
And I think he's got partial snooker. Neils needs a little bit of left-hand side here just to miss the black.
Oh. That's going to make the comeback even tougher. So what are you feeling here? It's a thin cut into that yellow pocket.
Yeah, I think he's got to go put the... Yeah. If he puts the white on the yellow spot, it's not that bad, Dave, but he's not even entertaining the idea.
Sure, it might be a bit far. You might need to use the rest. Is this triple going in? Wow.
Oh, he's 13 points in front.
And I kind of like that aggressive play. As you mentioned, putting it on the yellow spot. It's a thin cut into that yellow pocket, but it's definitely there. And if you miss, well, there's 13 points on the table. You force a black ball respot, possibly.
Yeah, exactly.
Neil comes up with a tremendous pink.
See, at least that way, Dave, he'd if he didn't get it, he'd go out on your sword type of thing, aggressively playing, giving yourself a chance to win. Instead, he just played, well, he played a poor safety. He didn't play the direct pot. He played the double. Let's be honest. He played the double. I mean, sometimes if you're comfortable, yes.
So often we see a great pot by a player and then they falter on their necks, just maybe taking another lap around the table. That was a great pink. But this is a thin snick into the middle pocket for frame and match for Sylvain Etier. Oh, it doesn't drop.
Oh, he's hung it.
Andre Roy watching his fellow Quebecois. Yeah. Can't believe it. His head was in his hands there watching that black mist.
Yeah. Well, I think we're getting a black ball respot. Don't know about the deciding frame just yet, but here we go.
Yeah. So, both fellas having a chuckle just before it gets going.
Yeah.
Toss has been made.
So what do you think, Dave? If you win the toss, do you put your opponent in or do you take it on?
I guess that all judges on the opponent. Because obviously the usual shot that we see is just clipping off one of the sides of the black and putting your cue ball and black ball to opposite side cushions. That's okay. That works. Wow. I think it's,
This is close to 3 in the corner. So he's got to be careful with his white. Did he cross that? My screen just glitched a little bit on that one.
I think I like if you win the toss to break off on the black ball respot. Put the frame in your hands. It's your opportunity to type your opponent. We have seen sometimes people spot the or pot the black off its spot.
Yes.
Usually, more often than not, it is a defensive shot, just like the opening shot of a frame. No one's really smashing into those reds. They just want to lightly clip off them and just disturb them ever so briefly.
Oh, so that double is there, but not this time.
Well, well played. Safe there.
Yeah, he had a good shot at the double. He got the white where he wanted it in case it didn't go in. Didn't play it too firm. Ooh, that was a big one that Neil went for. My goodness.
Yeah, I'm surprised maybe just the cross double because at least your cue ball's going, hitting the top cushion and running back into bulk. This is on, but it looks like it's straight. So Sylvain just got to be a little beneath the equator on his cue ball. Doesn't want to follow the black end. It's distance, pressure.
Yeah, just not a lot of pace. Well, oh, is he hung it up or is it in? Oh boy.
He got lucky there.
Well, it's off the knuckle there, Dave. So Neil can clip it in, but if he doesn't, he might just leave it.
Oh, he got it. There was room. Well done by Neil Thornton, pushing us into a deciding frame. Both gentlemen are just going to step away from the table for a quick little comfort break. And we'll be back momentarily with frame 3, deciding frame. First match, day 2 here at the 2026 Canadian National Snooker Championships.
Possibly incredible finish to that frame, ladies and gentlemen. So they've just stepped away. We're going to leave it here. I'm going to step outside just for a brief moment. Thank you for having the time to spend with us today, for being here. I'm your host, Rob Richards, with David Burney. You're watching the Cbsa 2026 Canadian National Snooker Championships live on the OBSA YouTube channel from the Corner Bank in Scarborough, Ontario, Canada. Stay with us.
Still pretty cagey affair here in the decider. Good friend, Jocelyn Bernier. Thanks for tuning in. Good to hear from you, Jocelyn. Jocelyn did great work at the Pan Am Championships a few years ago at La Bande de Coin. He was in there every morning, vacuuming, brushing, blocking, iron each table to get it to the great conditions for the players. So hope you're doing well. Hope you're getting ready for the summer, Jocelyn, out there in La Belle Provence of Quebec.
Well, here we are, Dave. Another third frame decider. This table is famous for them. And once again, will the player who wins the second frame keep that tradition going by winning the match?
Yeah, more often than not in the early stages of this tournament, that has been the case.
Well, that block over the corner, Dave, is going to change, the landscape here of this frame.
Yeah, especially with that red close to it.
Oh, he's going to need a bit of luck. Yeah, he's all right. He could have very easily pushed one on here for Neil to get on the black, but he's knocked it safe.
Don't know if there's much reward if that is a little plant left of the bunch in the middle. Those two going to left middle.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of a gap, so I think it could be made into one if it's not in direct line. Oh, it's close.
Stayed down quite a long time, giving it every chance to drop. Unfortunately, it doesn't for Sylvain. Yeah, that plant we alluded to in the previous shot would have been a nice pot, but sometimes when it's a different terminology in snooker, some people can say nice pot, and it will be, but when you say nice shot, usually you get the pot and you get good position on your color ball.
Correct. Well, I don't think that's the case anymore. So this frame slowly but surely, Dave, is opening up. Whoever gets the next red cannot be absolutely obsessed with getting on that black just because it's over the hole.
Yeah, it's 7 big points just sitting right in front of you. There's no harm in taking a red and taking another color and then finding a red and then maybe find the black.
Absolutely. Because where that black is, if they can get on it, if that red hasn't moved that's right next to it, they're going to be running into it. Oh, opportunity here. Thin one, but it's there, Dave. For Neil, red the right corner. Once again, he's got to forget about the black off this red. He can go back up table. Blue or bulk color is available, and there's several reds up there he can get on. Sometimes players see a ball sitting over the hole thinking it's easy position. Absolutely. Other players are going to look at it as if, okay, they're going to leave that there, so if they run out of position on a color, they may still have the one that's over the nearest pocket to keep the break going. this right here is one of those moments. Neil might take the black on here. He's on the green, but
Yeah,
quite possibly can't get on a red.
that red passes the yellow. So taking the 7 points and now a breathe a sigh of relief in this frame as 6 pockets are now open as opposed to 5 a few moments ago.
Yeah, but you see there what happened. As I had mentioned, you're going to be running into the red that was just to the right of the black. Um, you may have a pot on. It's not an easy pot. Red just below the blue to right center. It's risky.
Red was there, just a little
No,
pace.
he's got coverage on the brown. So no harm done. So Savant 13-9 in front, 4 points to the good. This is our third frame decider here.
Yeah, we like to see a lot of this time tactical affairs in a decider. No one wants to give that inch. Match wins are very crucial in the round robin stage. Decent chance there Sylvain took for that double.
Yeah, he didn't. He went for the double, but he didn't really play too much position. A lot of times players will play the double only because that's just the angle and the white going back to the bulk cushion. But Neil likes these long reds to the corner. Doesn't always pot them, but he does like them.
And he's given Sylvain a red to the left middle, and he can hold for the black. So needs a good pot here, and he can get things going.
Again, he's got to watch his white. Players, doesn't want to overhit it. Oh, and he's played it well. Very well.
Yeah, at that pace, that red easily could have spat out, but himself good angle. Looks like he's just a little low. If he is, he could pop up for that red below the cluster.
Yeah, he's certainly got options. Has he overdone it?
Yeah, he's still on that red. It's just a little bit more difficult. He might need to get the extended spider out.
Well, as you mentioned earlier, he's not the tallest of players, but he will need some assistance here. This is not as easy as he would have liked it to be. But he's going to give it his best.
Just got to be mindful of that pink Sylvain.
And the reds as well.
You know, that spider's just coming very close to the pink.
Well, he's hung it up. But Neo's got to be careful with his white here. Players will. He doesn't want to hit it too soft, thinking he's going to get out. I like playing this sometimes with a little bit more pace, not always focused on staying on the black.
Oh,
Yeah, just like that.
Neil. So a reprieve for Sylvan, faulting on his previous red. Both players struggling to put the red into that top right corner.
But again, Sylvan, I mean, it's close to the hole, but it's thin along the cushion. And these are sometimes players will tend to hit them a little bit thick. But he's done well there. Little bounce. So Sylvan with this black to the bottom right corner. It could go into the cluster. He's got the angle for it. And that would certainly open it up for him.
He's playing for that loose red to the left of the
Yep.
pink. It's there. And good morning, Michael Chenchinski. Thank you for your nice comments. Really appreciate the good feedback. He's enjoying the stream.
Yes. Thank you, Roland, James, and Michael for your support. Truly appreciated. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. We had a record number of views yesterday, Dave. Absolutely incredible. But we'll have to wait till later to find out what the analytics and YouTube comes out with.
Sylvan
Not
showing
happy.
some frustration.
Yeah, you know, that's what we were talking about yesterday, trying to keep your emotions. Everybody has them, but trying to keep them hidden from your opponent. Just a little frustrated there. And, you know, not able to capitalize fully here. Savannah only up by 20, Dave. 29-9 here.
This one's kind of got bogged down, a little sloppy, a little cagey. Maybe from a tournament director's side, sometimes he's allow for those best of 3 matches. Sometimes 2 hours is the most. Best of 5, 3 hours. Best of 7, 4s. And best of the 9s, 5. It's usual guesstimations. Some are shorter, some are longer. So I'm pretty sure our tournament directors have taken that into account.
And Debbie Bai is watching in the barbershop today. Debbie, don't cut nobody's ears. Cut the hair, not the ears.
Oh, very nice plant by Sylvan.
Yeah, great chance now, Dave. If he has a slight angle, he can just run into the reds. Well played.
Felt that nicely.
That's got to give him a little boost to his step. If he can keep his focus and concentration, he's going to be in good stead to win this frame.
Yep, good little angle on this red to the top right. Just stunned down for the black to the similar pocket. 3 other open reds with high value colors available.
And we see Mr. Charlie Brown in the house getting set for his match.
So Sylvan just a little too low for this black.
Oh, he's still going to take it on. If he hits the yellow, Oh, if he had hit the yellow there, that red was on. But as it turns out, he is not too bad. So I believe we've already started the 11 o'clock matches, Dave. So this match here just running on a little bit longer than some of the others. But all in all, we are on track again today. Here on day 2 of the group stage of the Open Snooker Championship.
Ooh, the
Oh boy.
triple. But he apologized, not intended. More playing for safe, but
Well, I think in Canada I call it the double-double. Or the Tim Hortons. But yeah, that was a timely double there from Sylvain. Oh wow, what's he done?
I'd love to have cannoned more into that green. Just had a better angle on that red below the brown into the left middle.
Yeah. I mean, he hit it good just with an incredible amount of pace that wasn't needed. Now he's out of position looking for a difficult red to left center. Wow, he's done well. I think he's turning it on here. I think that spark that he got from the last frame, missing that black, Dave, may have urged him on a little bit.
Yeah. Got the angle on the yellow to come back down to the business end of the table. Open reds around the pink and black.
Looks good. If it slows down, if it doesn't, he's still on the red to left center too. I think he's just off straight towards the high side. If he runs through it, it looks to me like he's going to run into the pink, so he may put it into putting position, but I think if he draws back though, Dave, he'll miss the red to the right and be on the black. 39 points in front.
Playing with pace to hold for that pink to the same pocket. He's come up for, is there a little pathway past this red? The red left of the black. It looks like it is on for Neil. He's taking it on.
Yeah, I think Neil's got to go here.
A good opportunity to rebound.
Oh, he's just not
Feeling
the
it
Neil
as
that we
a
know.
decider.
But he'll take it in stride. He's a very good sport, win or lose.
Roland, I totally agree. He's just chiming in that the directors are doing a great job. Venue coordinators keeping the tournament running smooth. As soon as they see an open table, they get players onto it. Keep it going. Sometimes, as we did this morning, a little late on our broadcast getting going, had to tweak a few things to make it nice and smooth for all you at home. But we caught this match not at the very beginning, just a little into frame one.
Yeah, I think just after the break we were in.
So there's a lot of matches to get through, and there's only so many hours in the day. A lot of people putting up their time, volunteering, come in and make sure the tournament's a success.
Yeah, Neil just hasn't got going in this match. Sure, he was able to win that last frame, but even there, he's not playing his best. Yeah, that's not bad for Savant. Not too bad on the brown. Forget about the position, just take the point. He has a red just on that top cushion he can get on here.
Ahead by 39. There's 51 on the table. So Neil definitely can still snatch this frame.
And good morning, Nabil Asmat. Welcome back, sir. Glad you could make it. This is the point, Dave, where Neil's potted a red. He's almost out of time pretty much. He definitely needs a color here. He needs a color more than he needs position.
It's a blind cut there for Sylvain, going down into the green pocket. Little tricky for a right-hander.
Chippelkins 4632. So glad you're enjoying yourself. We have a lot of action. This is only our first match of the day, folks. We have a full day schedule ahead of us. Nabil Asma, as much as I would like that, it's a roll-on, roll-off system. So we have no control of who goes where. If that match comes up and one of the stream tables is available, then that's where they'll play. But more than that, unfortunately, not much else we can do. But we will see. Neil missed the red, fouled the pink, and he's left a free ball. And snookers are required now. So Van leads by 44, 55 to 11. 43 on.
Yeah, a little drawback on this blue. Have a mid-range shot onto the red, into the yellow pocket. So this frame and match is definitely in Sylvain's hands. Yeah, and the bill, we do appreciate the feedback and wanting a certain match to come on, but as Rob has said, it's roll on, roll off. I think actually Jeff Kennedy has got into his match, so unfortunately he won't be on the stream.
Well, I'm pretty sure that would have kept Neil in his chair.
Yeah, as we always know, when that final red is on the table, always chance of a free ball. 50 points in it, 43 on. Neil does need 2 snookers. With a free ball, you can get an 8 bonus points.
Oh boy. Where's that pink going? You know, that red just above the green is not bad to get a good snooker behind the green. Yeah, Neil doesn't have it. Doesn't have it at the moment, Dave. That's unfortunate because he's a much better player than what he's showing here this morning.
Sylvain just line Fern Loyer. On the other table, he's in tough against Blake Martel, who had a maxi last night in a friendly, a 147. Too bad the cameras weren't rolling on that one.
Do we know who he was playing, Dave?
I'm not sure exactly. I do know he was in a match with someone. It wasn't a practice
Right.
session for him. It wasn't like he was taking the lineup and nailed a 147 or something like that.
Yeah, it was an actual frame. Well, this frame continues. Neil gonna have to dig deep. He's 61, 11, 50 points down with 43 on. 2 snookers required.
That's going to be a smile to Sylvain's face. He doesn't want this match to continue going because, as we've seen, Neil can be very crafty. He's laid some nice snookers in this match.
Yeah, I think we just saw Mr. Hargrove pass by right of view. Up towards your area, Dave, I believe.
Is correct. Yeah, there's quite a cluster of fans up here in the upper deck, as if people have not been to the corner bank. There's kind of an island in the middle of the back room. The snooker tables align themselves with one side. And
Now, is there a mercy rule in the Open? I don't think so.
I don't believe so. Obviously, we've seen in the past
Well,
more than 3 snookers, but
concession been made, and Sylvain Etzia is your winner. 2 frames to 1 over Neil Thornton. But we're going to keep this train rolling, Dave. We're going to switch our camera view over to Blake Martel, leading Fernand Loyer 1 frame to nothing. As we mentioned to our viewers, Blake Martel knocking in that maximum in our match last night. Oh, gets a lucky red there. So we'll stay here for a few moments. Paulo, M2349. Yes, there is a bracket link if you go to cloudsnooker.com and follow the Cbsa Canadian Open Snooker Championship. You can find the player schedule, some of the results for the groups, everything that you need is all there at cloudsnooker.com.
well, we might have a battle on our future TV table. When we get back to it, looks like Jason Williams and Alan Whitfield are set to do battle. They're just going to do their warm-ups over there, but we'll stay here on our other TV table. Fern and Blake. Catholics just trying to tie up Fern tight to that top cushion. And thus have a red to the left middle. Roland, I think Fern looks always ready to go. Comes down from Sudbury, land of the big nickel. Actually, Fern was the first century I ever commentated on my commentary career. So there's one for the history books and the trivia fanatics. It's a path for this red to go by the yellow. It's just underneath the red. So as the recent retired Ken Doherty would say, it wiped its feet before it entered. But kudos to Ken. Hopefully you have a happy retirement. Great ambassador of the game. Just a lovely spirit. Always a happy Irishman. I think as his friend Charlie Brown, they played both in the under 21s way back in 1989 in Reykjavik, Iceland. Charlie played with Ken, Jason Ferguson, and Peter Empton, to name a few. As Charlie saw Ken's announcement of his retirement on social media, he said, all right, now it's time to get Ken's golf handicap to go down. It's not the prettiest of tables for Fern here, but it's doing well. Slowly clear them up. It's a low unfortunate Roland. He's mentioning that Fern has told you last year that the last snooker room had closed down in Sudbury. I don't like to talk too much about it on the broadcast. As we don't talk about it, then maybe it never happened, but sometimes these billiard rooms in the past got a bad rep, and maybe some people still have that fresh in their mind, not realizing the new wave that's coming in. These rooms are very family friendly. You see there is also a bar in this establishment, so potentially for juniors to come in. Might not be all the time, but a lot of billiard rooms aren't equipped with the bar service. So they want to create a nice family atmosphere where mom and dad can bring their kids and everybody can enjoy a good time. But it's all of us in the community. We need to change the culture. It's maybe the not most athletic sport out there, but definitely mentally exhausting. does have a path for this red closest to the green pocket. Want that to run a bit more. So he's got two open reds just above the yellow. What's he got here? Should be able to get to one of them. It looks like probably both will go. It's good stuff by Fern, keeping Blake in his chair. Now the work begins. Got a good angle on the green. Got the sun up for that red along the vault cushion. So I apologize for a little bit of the glitching going on the broadcast. Sometimes the internet can be a little finicky here. We are kind of in an industrial part of Scarborough. The Bell asking about the Fayad match. Unfortunately, we do not have a camera stationed on that table. The Bell, I'm pretty sure Fayad would love you to come to the room if you're close by. Cheer him on in person, as there is a lot of people cheering on their favorite player. From my vantage point, I can just see the Charlie Brown James Power match, and great Bob Hargrove and Didi, both great ambassadors for the Canadian Snooker Hall of Fame, are sitting beside me watching that. Yeah, that red in a color was Fern's frame ball, so it's at the table for quite a while. A nice break of 41 together there to have a pretty commanding lead, but not a frame clinching one. He's ahead by 33 with 43 on. So Blake does have the advantage in the match, 1 frame to 0. Well, for coming over to take a look, he's got options. He can put Blake back to the original spot, or he can get his opponent to shoot from there, or if Fern wants to, he can shoot from there. So it looks like he's taken the former and putting Blake back to the original position for attempt number 2 to get out of the snooker. We're just taking a look at the Charlie Brown James Power match, and he was able to shoot, not offending either of those players. Subtle nod to those gentlemen, thanking them for him to take on that shot as Blake waits for Charlie to take his shot. As you can see him in the foreground there. And he just motions to Blake. I got a lot of thinking to do, so feel free to go at it, Blake. Blake just wanted to slide past that green, not contact it. Long red, don't think Fern is going to refuse it. Oh, very nice effort. Blake was just going to be plumb on that black, high enough that he could come back for that final red, but unfortunately that red that he tried had distance. Confirm, convert the long red. Oh, and he does. Feeling like we're going into a decider. I'd like to get this red another color at least. Really stop Blake from coming back. Oh. Unfortunately, that red goes in, so that's a concession from Blake Martell. But a decider is upon us. So we will stick with this match to see how it pans out. Two great competitors. And then when it comes to a conclusion, we'll chime back over to our featured table of Jason Williams and Alan Whitfield. Just taking a glance over there in their first frame. Looks like it's tied 17 apiece. If you want any updates on any scores, head to cloudsnooker.com, cloudsnooker.com. Click on the Canadian Open Snooker Tournament, as there's many tournaments on Cloud Snooker. You can see a list of players. You can see the groups wherever player stands. The knockout isn't set yet, so that's not up. Obviously, we need to find out who the players are. And that live scoring tab, a great feature there, as all our tables are equipped with tablets and the players are instructed to put their scores in there. So all of you that can't make it to Corner Bank to enjoy the tournament in person can follow their favorite player as they progress in their match. And Amar Sadiq's break of 66, still the high run of the tournament so far. But both these players could take that down. Yeah, this Fern gonna play aggressive. Take this blind black into the top left corner and open up those reds. Well, he has very gently, and he is on a red. Just to the left of the bunch. I think those two reds above and the right to the black do go into the same corner pocket. Just have enough angle to squeeze by. Sure, and just letting Allen take his shot on the black. Roland is asking if Blake is from the Montreal area. And as they say in Quebec, no. He comes to us from, he's just outside of Winnipeg. I don't know if he's Winnipeg proper, but he's a Manitoba boy. Just didn't get into enough for Fern, so this might be breakdown on 24. Decent opening contribution by Fern of 24. Definitely would have liked a lot more. That red just low and to the left of the pink. There's a path that Blake can nip off the left side of that red. Probably come off top and left cushion and avoid that red out in the open. Get safely back to bulk. And in the foreground there is our good friend James Power. He's one of the brains behind the National Snooker League. A great event. It's going to be coming to its conclusion next weekend here in Toronto. They have clubs throughout North America participating in a league event. And the top two players would move on to the knockout side. They did have an option that you could buy back in for anyone that was knocked out in the league standings to get back into the tournament. So they've done great stuff to create some excitement for snooker. Gotta hand it to anybody that wants to do something. It's all positive. Yeah, just using the red was there, Fern. A little bit more weight on his cue. So that more weight Just more inertia into the cue ball so it would run a bit more. Almost got out of it with a pink, but not to be. Well, let's see how Blake can capitalize.
Yeah, Blake certainly playing well. As we know, Dave, he has good opportunity here. Fern only up 25, well, 25 to 4 now. Which will, I can only imagine, evaporate sooner rather than later.
Yeah, he's on the right side of the blue here, but needs a good shot. Keep the break going. It's come down nicely. This red will go in top life, and there's a little gap that he can stun down beyond the black. But after that, he's got some work to do to fill up another red after that black. Maybe didn't have an opening. He's opened up a few reds. Unfortunately, his cue ball's kind of up close to the bulk line. Flipped green, so gifted Fern a chance. Long red, but it's relatively an easy one for Fern's capability. He's opened up some reds. He's on the green. Black definitely goes to top left. Just not sure if it goes as well to this top right corner. Got into it too much. But he's ran past the black, and it's taken away the angle on the red close to that top right cushion. So Blake left off a little bit there. Still trailing by 18 in this deciding frame.
In in our other match, Dave Allen and Jason are getting close down to the end of the first frame, just on the colors. Allen leading 41-38, so good frame there, but Allen's pretty plumb on the yellow here. But we got a heck of a match between Fern Loye and Blake Martell. Fern leading this third frame decider by 18, 29-11. Yeah, Fern looking for a path back to the bulk end.
Yeah, it didn't like a red to the middle. And deciders, you don't want to gift your chance to an opponent. Give them a brick, they'll make a house.
Yeah, Fern just trying to be patient. He wanted to take that red on. You could see it, but you know it wasn't straightforward. It wasn't easy, and had some degree of difficulty to it. And as soon as that little bit of doubt starts keeping in your mind that you can leave something if you miss, you're not going to be fully committed to it. So rightfully so, just playing defensive, holding on to that 18-point lead, waiting for Blake to make the next error, and hopefully Fern can capitalize a little bit more. And there's Mr. James Power once again, folks. Just popping in. He is doing battle with Charlie Brown.
Well, Blake might be just all right. It's a long red. Right on the blue spot to the top left corner.
Oh, it's going to be close. He's okay. Just. Oh, Blake just waiting for players on opposing tables. Charlie Brown being one of them. Yeah, Blake's got to be sure of his weight here. A little heavy. He's gonna. Fern's gonna have a good hard look at this red to right middle. Again, you would feel at this stage of the game, Dave, it's a must get. Just a little bit short of pace, so it's gonna be a blind cut back to that left corner. Where's the red? Oh, he's okay. Just about kicked that red into left center, but he's doing well here. On another red to right middle. Or bottom left corner with the rest. A little surprised, perhaps just doesn't like the angle to go into the pink. Yeah, a bit too much of a stretch for him. So Fern looking strong here against Blake Martell. Now in front 42-11, 31 points to the good. Still a couple open reds besides the two on the left side cushion. Oh boy. That was a big miss from Fern. Hasn't given anything up for Blake, so Blake is going to have to turn from putter to tactician here. Blake looking for the deep screw. Got the white in the bulk. Red has followed suit. Can Fern see it? I don't think so. Yeah, Fern wants to leave those three reds tied up on the left side cushion as long as possible. Wisely playing the white into the black, trying to knock it safe to the bottom cushion. So look for Blake to open things up here a little bit.
So this frame's kind of come to a little bit of a standstill here. Fern out quite commandingly with 31 points, but still 67 on the table.
Yeah, Fern's doing quite well in this decider. Just got to keep up the pressure because Blake being the player he is, if he gets in, well, an opportune chance. Three open reds bring him right back in the frame. But on the same token, Blake's also got to be careful, or Fern can take those three open reds and will be at snookers required. So challenge here for both.
Fern just doing a little housekeeping. I don't blame him for taking on this long red. Well, he's brought it out.
He's left it.
Yeah, it's a thin cut for Blake. He's got that to the left middle. Got another red out in the open to right middle. Brown's not in a bad position. Obviously just to float up for.
Not too clear on the play on that one, Dave. Perhaps he thought he played it with pace because he thought he was going to run into something that he didn't.
Yeah, potential. He just cut it a little extra thin than he thought, and that will accelerate the pace. I think he's trying to maybe play down for the black. Brown is open.
Oh boy.
Going from one side of the table to the other, it's always difficult. And is there a little small path here with this red below the yellow to pass by the blue into left middle? Shorter distance if it does go, rather than this other red that's out in the open on the top end of the table. It's getting real scrappy here. Everything pretty safe, so good tactical exchange that we're in store for here. Come down to the first player that blunders. Yeah, Fern trying to thread the envelope there. It's a tough red. Struck it in a way that isn't going to leave anything easy. Oh, Fern just allowing Charlie Brown to take his shot. It's a big room here at the corner bank, but when you put in a few 6x12 tables, there are those incidents where players are going to be at the opposing end of the table on opposite tables. But great sportsmanship by all players. Sometimes you get stuck in the crossroads as one's trying to be a little too polite. But red right middle for Blake. It's open for an angle on that blue. I think he's got it. They can just kind of stun off of it and take that red above the blue into the opposing middle bag. I thought he had a bit more of an angle, but didn't, but still held nicely for this red is the green pocket. Oh, but he can't convert. Red might haunt him a little bit. Alfred's really got just this blue in front of him. I don't think he has any real color ball to help him develop those reds. Just looking at the score, this red will put him up by 30 with 43 on the table.
Well, nicely done. I think he set himself for a double here. If he takes it or not is another question, because he's still going to require a color.
Can play that double with an element of safe as his cue ball will kick down to the top cushion.
That's right.
And getting reds off the table will help Fern.
And the pink is there.
But he didn't sell it out after that double. Blake with his traditional gum in the mouth, chewing away. It's actually the only player that I see that does that. It is permitted. It's not in the rules that you can't chew gum. Can't have earbuds in. It's got to be cleared. You can't be listening to any music or anything like that. Fern's got a path for this cut back of the red into the green pocket. It's long. It's dangerous. If you miss, you might come off the vault cushion and kick out that red on the left side. Oh, but the blue is dropped. Did well to get the red safe, but unfortunately he's going to sacrifice 5 points. And this deciding frame, still no clear winner.
Fern only in front, 25. 2 reds remain. Still looking to close out this match. So Blake in a bit of a fight, not out of it yet. Only 25 points down, 43 on. He's going to want to capture these 2 reds and colors, of course. Oh, has he left it? Well, not easy. But, Fern's holding strong to that 25 points. Blake, well, I mean, brown and black are tied up on the top cushion. Yellow's on that top cushion. Chance of a clearance is low here. Well, Vern's just got to be patient now. Trying to not make any unforced errors and well, come away with a win here today against Blake. That's not bad. His main objective now is to keep the object balls safe or unpottable. Oh, where's this red going? I can't exactly tell. I think it's gone past the pocket, and it's very tricky with the white being on left side cushion. Don't think he can putt it, but I don't see it staying there. He has to look at the putting angle. I don't think it's there, though. He would certainly love it to be. Blake's got to use all his knowledge here against the veteran of the game, Fern Loyer. Needs these 2 reds and colors. Oh, welcome back, Dave.
Thank you. So a little hiccup in our technology over there.
Well, that's one thing sometimes we just can't control.
Yeah, technology had a little hiccup, but it doesn't seem like there's any different result in this frame. Not sure when we lost audio on my mic. Still 25 in it and 43 on. Tight decider here.
Fern's trying to concentrate on keeping the object balls safe. He had them on the cushions moments ago. A little bit more open, but Blake's not in a favorable position because he knows one more mistake could be his last.
Seems like Fern definitely with that 25 points is a lot in a hockey match if you're ahead by that much, but in a snooker frame, it can be erased pretty quickly. But Fern is going a bit more for his pots. It's like Blake is relying a little bit on safe. This red does go, and he could just stun and hold for the blue in such a fashion he's low he could develop that red.
Wow, this is certainly getting a little bit messy now.
Yeah, no colors on its spot. Reds on left and right cushion. Double is there for Fern.
Yeah, it's going to have the element of safety too. Possibly get on a color. Doesn't need to. Just looking to keep the pressure on here. Now, not a whole lot of value in potting the yellow, but there's a lot of value in sneaking up behind it. Yeah, Blake may have an angle off the bottom cushion. Might need to touch aside here, Dave, just to ensure the hit. But he needs to get it safe. Oh no. 32 with one red.
It did look like he had the path that he could have come off two cushions there. Take the top and the right side, because Fern being a right-hander, this red is a little easier going down the right side of the table.
Well, this for frame and match.
Oh
Oh, he
my.
just left it with a good chance to get on the, well, blue or pink will do as well.
Oh, Fern. He's going to be kicking himself. He's got to forget about that shot. Had a
Well,
great conversation with Jeff Kennedy last night, great player from New Brunswick. And I was like, Jeff, and can I give you a little bit? It's just one man's opinion, obviously. He's like, yeah, sure. Because we were watching his match on our main table. I'm like, Jeff, just have a mind of a goldfish. Forget those shots. It looked like you were getting too much into the moment and getting frustrated. I remember that's one shot. It's in the past. Can't go back to it. It's like that old high school girlfriend. You'll never see her again.
You hope not. But it's Blake Marteau. My goodness, we're at Snooker's required.
Blake falters on that pink. Both players just feeling it in this decider.
He's pretty much gifted the frame and the match to Fern here.
It feels like a decider of a final with just the pressure mounting on these players, with forcing them to miss some shots.
Oh, it's looking more and more now that Fern's going to be your winner here, folks. 2-1 over Blake Martel. Blake's still in it, though. He's got a lot of work to do.
There's the handshakes right there. So
There it
Fern
is. Well done.
takes that deciding frame with a scoreline of 59-24. But I'm pretty sure both these players will be moving on. They're both strong players, but
That's
seeding is important. And we'll just switch on sides. We did have our main TV table with Alan Whitfield and Jason Williams. Thought we might get to it a bit sooner, but alas, here we are.
Yeah. Alan winning that first frame leads Jason 41-38 here late in the second. Jason needs blue and pink. Wow, that's well short of pace. Or too hard. If he was playing it in the middle, then it's obviously too hard. But I believe he's trying to come to the top side. However, we have a chance here. Squeeze that white off the pink behind the black here. Slight draw. Yeah, main concern getting that pink to the top cushion. Allen trailing by 2, requires pink and black. Otherwise, we'll be going to another third frame decider on this table.
Our friend John Windsor, who is a quarterfinalist in the senior side, chiming in, giving us some pats on the back. Appreciate John. And right now, the high break of the tournament so far is 66 by Amar Sadiq. That's the last time I checked. I haven't checked the high break function on the cloudsnooker.com site. Cloudsnooker.com, that's your resource for all stats with this tournament, where your players stand in the group stages, and you'll be able to see the high break. I don't think that 66 is going to last too long. It's just so many great players in this tournament that once they get in, they can really score highly. And that long pink makes a concession by Whitfield.
Wow.
And yes, we are headed to a decider with Jason Williams taking on Alan Whitfield, 2 past champions of this Canadian event.
Very well done. But as expected, ladies and gentlemen, just a note, if you do go to Cloud Snooker and look up the players' schedule, make sure you have the correct date selected above the list. Otherwise, you'll be looking at a day that is not existent yet or is already passed. Well, here we go. Jason Allen, third frame. Jason to start us off.
And he's okay. Jason, always a great character. Always likes a little fun at the table. I remember when we were down in Brazil in 2023, he was playing at Tiro Santos, in the quarterfinals of the Open Championship. It's very tense. A lot of pressure on the deciding frame. And then all of a sudden, Jason just quipped to the crowd, "We having fun yet?" Definitely broke the tension.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, he wasn't successful at that safety. He's left a long red on for Allen. Stun into it. He's got the black to the opposite corner pocket. A big red. Lots of pressure. Oh. Sometimes that's what you got to do. You got to bait the ego of your opponent. See if they'll take on a tricky pot, because sometimes the result is when they falter, you're in. So here's a chance for Jason. He's got the brown. He can hold for this red that's closest to his cue ball. Yeah, unfortunately, those reds have blocked the pink into the top left corner. So he just might have to draw back for the blue. A good angle to stun. That angle just to stun off the pink, float down ever so gently, and have the path and be high on that red that's right of the black. Just trying to see if he's got a. Does that red, the two that are below the pink, most bottom one, does that slide through that opening between those two reds? Lots of pathways, just tough from my angle. Now pink coming back on its spot, unfortunately, between two reds. Spud chiming in, as usually the etiquette is to spot the opponent's ball. In this tournament, we have tablets to keep updated live scoring for all the matches, so The opposing player is to sit and keep a running score for the opponent, so everyone at home can see how the break progresses. So that's why you don't see a lot of the opponents coming to the table and respotting the balls. Any other time, I'm pretty sure all these players would be doing that, because that is the proper etiquette. Well, we can run through this blue. Just draw back a little bit. So it looks like he's doing for that open red on the right side. Ran through, might be needing to use the rest. It's going very well. It's actually a pretty safe bet for Jason to make that pot, but that just might be tournament pressure. So a little bit of a difficult starter for Allen. He's got to use the rest. On a 6 by 12-foot table, if you want to be an excellent snooker player, you need to be proficient with this tool. So Allen not tempted just to flick that blue, give it a shot into the middle pocket. Oh, was he giving him a chance for that red open on the left side? Is there enough? Definitely looks like for Allen's sake. Yeah. We'll have to come down a little bit more on that open red of the 3 that's left of the pink. As you can see, he's got quite a severe angle. I'm going to have to come up 2 cushions for the blue. And it's chasing out that red above the black into that same pocket Allen was trying to put his red in. And is there a path to squeak through those two reds? Guess he's got to deal with that red there, so that option I don't think is there now that I see it. The Spudsman Spud 7350. It's always good to ask questions here. That's why we've got the chat. You know, we like to keep it clean and keep it on the focus of snooker. You don't need to get into debates of what else is going on in the world. You know, sometimes we have different, you know, nuances in tournaments, as we saw in the seniors, as up until the semifinals and finals, they were only playing 4 attempts, 3 putbacks on a snooker, and when they got to the colored balls, it was more than 3 snookers to win. It would be a concession of frame. As well as it's quite warm here in early June, Southern Ontario, just outside of Toronto and Scarborough, so that's why they've relaxed the dress code in the early stages. But I think when we get to the knockout stage, it's going to be full dress pants, dress shirt, vests. Don't think ties or bow ties are mandatory until we reach the final 4 stage, the semifinals and finals on Championship Sunday.
Well, Allen's in a bit of a predicament here. Possible 2 cushion escape. No, just looking to touch up. That's not bad. That's pretty good. Jason doing well. 24-7 in front.
Just flick off that red that he's close to. Get back into the bulk area. Even have a touch angle to get close to that yellow.
Yeah, he's just got to mind his white here. Cover the red closest to that left corner. If he doesn't, he's going to let Allen right back in the frame. He's only 17 points in front. Oh, can he get through to this red? Possible pot if he can.
Yeah, because it will go by that red that's close to the top left corner pocket. So big red here.
Wow.
It's really close to the black, but he's done well to pot it, or he'd be selling out the world to Allen.
Well, it's thin. He's close to the black, but he might be able to hit it thin enough. Yeah, so Jason, rightfully so, asking Allen if he wants a ref for this to make sure it's not a foul. So in comes our head referee, Mr. Kevin Patrick. Busy man, Dave, during these events.
Yeah, we're always strong on players, but usually pretty short on people behind the scenes. It takes a team, a great team behind the scenes to make sure these tournaments are successes. So kudos to Kevin and Jim and Presley for all their hard work.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it might be in a bit of trouble here now,
That was
opening up these reds.
that was rather ambitious. You know, I thought, if anything, if he wasn't playing the safety there, I really didn't think he was going to try and putt the black from that position. He had the yellow through the 2 reds. But now he's giving Allen opportunity to score here.
Oh, this is a tough red. He's quite high on it, really thin. Kicks his
boy.
leg in the air, willing it in. Did have that red to the left middle, and I don't know if it's that same red. I think the yellow's blocking the potting path into that pocket. But when you're down on the shot, you got to be convinced. Can't have thoughts of a different shot that you thought about. That was a gutsy shot as well.
Surely now, Dave. Allen's got to score now, except the white. Best pot for him is the same red Jason was playing to the left middle.
Yeah, Jason was very fortunate he didn't cannon into a red. And lucky that he's on the cushion. Oh, Allen's got a nice kick on that pink. Held for the black. It's game on here.
Troubled times for Mr. Williams. Not Allen's best, but still there. Trying to get to the opposite side of that red that he's now pushed to the bottom cushion. Still pot on. Still can stay on the black as well. So he's just going to be a little bit more mindful.
Yeah, all Jason could do is just hope for an opportunity to get back to the table.
Yeah, he's just going to be sitting in his chair and preparing himself for that opportunity. Can't be worried too much about what his opponent's doing, because he's not, well, that's not under his control.
Yeah, it's fortunate there's one red on the right cushion. Allen might not need it, just looking at my calculations.
Well, he's giving himself an option here. I'd like to see him play for the open red just above the pink spot. He's got a chance to get on the red on the bottom cushion as well. And these can be tricky. One little misstep here, Dave. Especially late in a deciding frame. Oh, he's played that well. Full concentration in effect now for Mr. Whitfield here in the third. Now leading 40 to 25, 15 points in front. Oh boy.
What a chance now for Jason.
Yeah, lost
Allen.
focus a little bit.
Yeah, that's a surprising miss there by Allen. Good break there to put him ahead by 22.
Yeah, and had he bought that red, he would have been better on the blue than where the white is now, of course. For another red, and would have had the frame pretty much in his hands as it stands. Only the difference of 22. Still 51 on.
off there. Jason isn't able to connect on that mid-range.
Well, I think Allen's got to take this on. Doesn't have to, of course, but ultimately, it depends on how he feels. You know, taking a red off the cushion is an option, but I, th I think I'd like to keep those reds where they are presently. So if you do come across a bad safety, then your opponent doesn't have too many reds to play on. He has to develop them and work for them himself. I think this point of the match in this frame, Dave, Jason, or Alan rather, could be looking at putting something safe. Take a page out of Mr. Floyd Ziegler's book. Alan can get a color safe. Jason's job will be that much tougher going forward.
I might just cross double this red. See, the element of safe is there, getting his cue ball to the bulk end.
But has he left it? He's got a pretty decent white close to the cushion, not on the cushion, but it's fairly close. So left side of the red, white come right back into the bulk end. Green and brown. Ooh, a little pacey. So slim chance here for Jason.
Yeah, blind cut just got to be a little mindful of that top left corner if he does try and blind cut that red left of the pink.
Yeah, just having a look here if he can get on the brown or green, or where he needs to be. If the green doesn't pass, he'll need to be on the brown. So he just off right camera, just Jason's eye line.
Well, he's got it. And he looks like he's going to be nicely on the blue.
Perfect angle, but he's got to control the pace of the white though. You can get right down left of the black. Almost playing it like a slow drag. You know, just a touch below center.
He's got the blue. He just flicked into the black too much to cover the pot angle on that red.
Yeah, just got into the white a little bit. First and foremost, Dave, he had to ensure that he made the color. Unfortunately, because he's nicked the black a little, he's not in a great spot for even a good safety, but still get it done. But this is going to give Allen a chance to play the red on the right side cushion. Coverage behind the bulk line, green-brown area as it stands. And doesn't have to worry about the red behind the pink. He may very well get the snooker here. Oh, I think there's a gap. Could be a gap. It's a close one. If you can't pot it, Dave, you can come off the bottom cushion and play that open red. Oh, wow. I expected it to be a lot closer than that. You know, Alan may have a go at this. I mean, the players have the better views than us, of course, but and the fact he's got to use the rest, so I do believe it's going back. Now, did he hit the brown?
Yeah, I'm not sure what Jason was doing there. I didn't think he had.
Yeah, I think he just made it more difficult for himself. I mean, yeah, looking at the video, still I don't see the brown being moved. But it is up to the players, as we both know. As long as they're both happy with the spot of the balls, the frame will continue. Al's a good sportsman. As we hear, I think Jason says he did hit the brown. I know what you did, but I didn't see it. Maybe I blinked.
Yeah, sometimes that can happen in snooker. You blink and you miss
Yeah.
something. Because I'm perplexed as well, but we are a bit far away from the table.
Oh, I'm a little further than you, but yeah. But yeah, that must have been like taking the paint off. Or was it in? And he wasn't playing it, but he's in. He's on the black as well. Could just nudge up behind the pink, doesn't like the black. Surprising, but understandable. That puts him in front, Mr. Whitfield, over Jason, 52-31, so 21 in front. One red remaining. And nothing safe but the red, Dave. So Jason can get out of this. Not an easy hit from where he is. And to add on the fact that he needs to get the object ball safe, never mind the cue ball, but keep the object ball safe. That's a tall task for any player.
Yeah, so they're getting head referee Kevin Patrick to take a look at this, just in case there needs to be a respot. Players are allowed to put a coin down to mark the spot of the cue ball, or even put a little bit of chalk down. Kevin actually uses the Paragon cue ball marker and a tailor's pencil as he rolls up that ball marker, skews away the cue ball, and with that white tailor pencil, it just makes a notch in that little notch in the middle of that ball marker, then brings back the cue ball, puts it in place, and lets the player have an attempt. And if they miss, he's got a perfect reference to bring it back to the exact position.
Yeah, so we're still looking for that first century, Dave. I'm going to stick. My prediction was Edward Ling. However, people in the chat have mentioned Levi or Vito also. And Debbie Bai, I believe, has also chosen Levi. Wow, okay, a lot of support for Levi. Look at this effort. Oh my goodness, you couldn't come closer.
Jason just putting in his body language in it, trying to will it to hit.
You know, I'm not sure if he can get more pace in the white, but if he can, that second cushion will absorb it. Not the first one, the second one. By the time you get to the third, it may squeeze it back off to the red. Nicely done. But he knows what's coming again. So Allen now in front 25. He can get a real nice snooker here behind green or brown. Even using the long extensions. So Allen, great putter, also a great defensive player. Is he? Yeah, he's going a different route. Left side of the red. Cue ball towards the yellow here.
Very nicely done. Yeah, couldn't find one of those other ball colors. Might just been a little bit more difficult. Just that little cut to push that red ball up and down. He might have had the double kiss if he just tried to flick and get behind the brown. So Rob, you aptly called that there was going to be a time for the snooker. Just was a different ball color than we first thought about.
But I think Jason can actually see this red. Wow. You know, Allen's still 20, as we said, 25 in front. Needs a color off the red.
He's got a result here.
He absolutely does. Nicely done, Mr. Whitfield. This is
With
a match
that red.
between, pardon me, sorry, Dave, this is a match between two former Canadian champions.
Al Edwards 6119. You make a great point. He's just there just chiming in. With all the cell phones that we have today, why not take a picture, see where the table is, and that will help out with a great respot. I wholeheartedly agree, Al Edwards.
You know,
It looks like Warren did notice that brown move, so
yeah.
always the intent eye of Mr. Saffel, the
Well,
third commentator in the booth.
the other thing they can do, Dave, is bring up the live feed, our live stream, if they realize that their match is on the live stream, and then rewind it for precise alignment as well. But photos do work.
The photo would make it just a bit more quicker. Obviously, you get
Yeah,
a
of
roll
course.
bar. You're trying to find the exact position, so.
But in the event, sometimes it's not thought of in the moment. And we are always running each and every day from start to finish.
So Alan just needing the red and one odd colored ball to put us to the snooker's required stage, but so put Jason a bit of bother here with the snooker. What's going through his mind is, yeah, he probably can hit the red. Just where he's going to leave that last red ball in relation to his cue ball. Doesn't want to give Warren an easy starter to get going. Then it could be frame and match. He's
wow.
going to be mindful of a free ball, too. Lose 7 big points. That looks like it's a free ball, too. Just got to see. Yeah. Yeah, Allen can put him back in where the cue ball originally was, or take on a free ball, or put his opponent back in. Fortunately, the opponent doesn't get the free ball. They'll have to play on the red. I think Allen would have liked to put that black ball tight to the cushion, make it a bit safe, as that
Yeah.
is a ball that Jason is going to need to get back and have a chance to win.
Yeah, but there's still a lot to go in this frame. Of course, Allen in front, 63-31, 32 points. So unless Jason hits it, White's not. Well, I mean, the White's not going back. No miss will be called.
Oh. I think he's going to be in another snooker soon.
Yeah, in about 30 seconds time, actually. Looks like Tom Finstad and Andre Wauer watching this match. 36 to lead. Unfortunately, Jason now needs a snooker. But don't count him out, Dave. He's won matches, tough matches from here before. Well, it depends on where the White ends up. Well, I think there's another snooker in his future, unfortunately. Jason can't seem to keep that red out of that general area. Actually, I think Alan's going to play the pot. And he's got it, Dave. And there's your winner, Alan Whitfield over Jason Williams. 2 frames to 1, folks. So we're going to keep this train rolling down the tracks here today on day 2. We're going to switch over to our second camera where Vito Puopolo leads Indy Lodi 1 frame to nothing. And he's up by 2, 7 points to 5. And we'll stay here and see who comes on our feature table. So we'll call that match as best we can, and sometimes players on the table just underneath our camera view, bottom of the screen, do pop up. But it's a good match between these two. Indy, a good player. Vito, former Canadian champion. As we see, John Wallace is in battle with Mr. Nitin Sharma. Looking for his first title here this week. All right, so our feature table is back, folks. We're gonna get you there. We'll come keep you apprised of the results here. Just it's a better view. And it's going to be Eddie Galletti and Hugh McEachern. We'll have that score for you momentarily. So it's Hugh McEachern, first opportunity. He's going to do well. He's going to have to do well against Eddie. Hughes doing well here in this first frame. 21-0 in front. And continuing. 22 now and a break of 21 rather. I don't know. Eddie might have his hands full in this match. Hugh is definitely going to be putting up a challenge. Hugh is controlling his weight rather nicely here. Back on the block to right middle. This is where it gets a little more tricky for him. Now does he get the nudge? He will. Oh, perfect. Well played. Now from here, straightforward pot. Concentrate on the red. Get that white not above the block, in line with the block. And from here, open the group of 5 reds. I mean, yeah, he's got 2 reds to the left middle, but I would think he's got to go into the bunch here. 37-0. Oh boy, what's he done? Certainly went for it all there. Oh, and he's fouled with a pink. But Hugh, having a look at the score, he's only up by 31 now. That was a big foul for him to take. Not much I can do but get that white back into the bulkhead. Try and get an error out of Hugh. Apart from the pink going in off, that was unfortunate. But Hugh's been doing well. Hugh attempting, well, he's actually attempting this long red. Nope, just a dump shot containing safety. But Mr. Galletti, former Canadian champion, former 2-time Ontario champion, the one man holding the record of a 147 in the Canadian Championships. However, we got a lot of snooker to go this year, and Blake had a 147 in a friendly match last night. Not in a tournament match, but in a friendly. Suppose there may have been something on the line between the two folks. Maybe a beer or two, something like that. We never know. But he's going to be tough to beat. Eddie looking at this long red left corner. Pink and black waiting. Blue also available, of course. Wow, his long ball's not quite there. This red is going to want to keep going, but it won't stop short. Very potable here for Hugh McEachern in the first frame to add to his lead of 31. Well, actually made it through that gap ever so slightly. Oh boy. Well, if Eddie's going to make a few points, now's going to be it. Two reds potable to the right middle. And I think the pink might go. If the pink goes, it's going to be on the lower red of the two. And I think it does. If not, still got options. But pink, yeah, not quite settled. So resetting. Oh my goodness. You know, he looked a little awkward on that shot. On that putt attempt, it didn't. You know, he stopped, readjusted, and still missed what should have been a straightforward red. But if there's still points available, he's still in it. Oh, I gotta think Hugh didn't intentionally overhit that. I think he was trying to play off the top knuckle. He almost went in off, so very dangerous. That foul there would absolutely have kept Eddie right in the frame. So we'll see if Hugh McEachern can hold on to that 38-point lead here. Still 75 on, 6 reds available. And besides the block, the colors aren't bad. And he's going to chip off these 2 reds. Target area green, brown. Oh, he cut it thick. Got a little thick. And he's got to get his long ball going. He's got to get his arm flowing. He's going to play this with some drag to kick the white to the left of our view. For the pink into the same pocket. Has he gone too far? Oh my, that's a... Well, long blue, top right corner, green pocket. Hugh will have a good view of this one. Eddie, you would think at this point, has got to go. He's got to putt it. Oh boy. Well, definitely left one on. That's a... Missed that one by a fair amount. My goodness. Wow, I'm not sure what we're seeing from the former champion. But this is the first frame. He's not out of it yet. Just needs to dial it in and prepare himself for what's to come. Hugh is not missing much. He's been let in quite a bit from Eddie. And that's nicely played. That pink will give Hugh a 50-point lead. 51 on. Only requires one red here. And he's got several options, so he does have a pot on to get us the snookers required in this first important frame between these two. Oh boy, but he misses the red. Look at this. I wonder if Eddie requires 3 reds, 3 blocks to win. Wow. Yeah, he's going to be on the block. Great pot. Not easy. It's a little bit thin. All he can do is really drop it into the middle. Long bridge, so he's got to be cautious. And I think this top red of the two will go to that bottom right corner. But once again, he won't be on the block. So if he can't get on the block, there's no point really in potting, in potting the red. So decision time. Oh, he's got a good white. Not a snooker, but it's a good white nonetheless. Of course, Hugh still leads by 42, 43 on. Just requires one pot. And he wants to keep these 2 reds near the bottom end of the table here. Oh, what's he done? Well, that dreaded double kiss didn't do him a lot of harm. I would agree, KP. Oh, look at this. Oh, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, this frame is still on. What a chance now for the former champion, Mr. Eddie Galletti. A chance that he didn't think he was going to have when Hugh was on the red into the middle for frame ball. He just didn't capitalize it. Yeah, I was trying to nudge the red into a better position. That's okay. He's made the block he needs. Still 34 behind. Well, it's short of pace, but Hugh's got a decent safety here. Cross it double. White going off the left side of the red cue out back up the table. No siding needed. It should be close to the green area, I would expect from here. Well, add a little bit of siding on it. Well short of pace though. Just about putted the red off the pink. Eddie's hanging on by a thread in this first frame. Still the group stage. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, I am your host, Rob Richards, saying thank you so much for being here. Well, glad you're having a good time, Debbie. Well, first frame goes to Hugh McEachern over Eddie Galletti, folks. We do have a goal started in our chat here on the OBSA YouTube channel where you can show your support and appreciation for everything you're seeing by purchasing a super chat or a super sticker, folks. Any dollar amount is greatly appreciated and they're all available. Thank you so much for being here. I truly do appreciate each and every one of you for taking the time out to spend your day with us. We'll be going right until the late hours of the evening, folks. But do consider that super chat or super sticker now. Thank you very much. And Vito Puopolo has defeated Indy Loti, folks, 2-0. So we are going to stick here with Hugh McEachern and Eddie Galletti for the duration. And coming up soon on our other table, just to the left of view here, is Alain Lavoie versus Simone Lloyd. So that one could be entertaining. But like I said, right now it's Hugh McEachern leading Eddie Galletti 1-0, folks. So right now, in the meantime, just the start of this second frame, let's get you caught up in all the matches currently in progress, which is available to everyone on cloudsnooker.com. We have Brendan McEachern 1 frame down to Joe Pullitz. Sylvain Etche first frame with Elias Hamidi. Michelle Vizina and Kevin Lee just starting there in the first frame. Amar Sadiq leads Joe Atia 1-0. Alain Lavoie, as I just mentioned, Simone are just getting underway. Scott Zhu leads Demos, the Demon Hunter Zachariah. Pardon me, folks. Demos Zachariah trails Scott Zhu 1-0. And it's Nitin the Powerhouse Sharma up one frame over Jonathan Wallace. Great matches all round, all day long. Stay with us, like, subscribe, purchase that super chat or super sticker now. Show your help and support. What a day ahead of us, folks. So we are on schedule with this match here was set for 2 o'clock. Started a little bit early. So we're doing well here today. So again, our last match is slated for 8 p.m., but it could be earlier, folks. And he's got Hugh backed up into the jaws, that yellow pocket, top left corner. He's going to do well to get back to bulk from here. Yeah, it won't do it. Left one on. Eddie Orr in the lead by 8. Of course, needs to add to it here. Hugh didn't give Eddie too many chances in the first. It was Hugh that gobbled up Eddie's leftovers, as it were. And he's not too bad on this red to center. Oh my goodness, what are we seeing? That is rather unfortunate. Eddie hasn't quite dialed it in yet. And if he doesn't do soon, he's going to be running out of time and quite possibly lose this match. I mean, even if he does, I think he's still got a great chance to get out of the group. 8 groups of 7. As long as you're in the top 4, you will advance to the round of 32. Eddie looking to just, well, contain the issue at the moment. With that red just below the green, above the blue is, well, kept Eddie with the white down here. But however, Hugh McEachern looking to take care of that. Then hand the opportunity right back to Mr. Galati. Yeah, he's in a tricky spot with the rest. He's got to hold it tight to that cushion. The cushion wants to push it back out. Also doesn't want to drop it in the pocket. Wow, great pot. Wants the white to bounce. He's going to look to come off the top cushion for red just past the yellow to the top left corner. Just needs to be sure of each and every pot going forward. Well, he's come down. Didn't have to. He's going to keep that red there. On a red to left corner to get back on the black straight off. Yeah, getting up halfway and didn't serve him well in the first frame. See if he's made an adjustment. Yeah, he's not bad. Chance now to go in the bunch. I doubt he'll take it, of course. Gonna have to do anything with the white here to get on the next red. Of course, now does he have an angle? The pot that's red, open a few others. I don't think so. Oh boy. Well, folks, I'm not sure what we're seeing. Very surprised. It's hard to tell sometimes. But Eddie jumping out to a 30-1 lead, 29 in front. Could have been a lot more. Hugh going for a very risky one. Not much Eddie can do off this red closest to the pocket, just under his chin, so chip off the bunch. Try and get that white closest to the bottom cushion as possible. Make it difficult for Hugh to control the white. Hugh's close to the double, doesn't go. And watch that green, sitting precariously close to the edge of that pocket. Yeah, Warren Seifel, Eddie's not playing up to his ability, or he's not even playing up to his current ability, which is a little bit less from many years ago when he won this fine event. But his current ability is quite strong. It's a lot stronger than what we're seeing. And I think right now, Hugh McEachern, good pot in the red, great angle on the black to go into the bunch. Well, not great, but he's still got a shot. Anytime you go into the bunch, trust into a bit of luck, and that was so easy to go off the left side, which he did. Ladies and gentlemen, don't also forget to hit that like button. Would help us out greatly. Thank you so much. Um, if you're listening to our feed and you're not in our chat, hit that subscribe button also. You don't have to come into the chat. We'd love to have you join us in our chat. So wherever you're watching from, thank you so much. Hit that like and subscribe button. Share it across the link to the feed across your social media to anybody and everybody. I'm your host, Rob Richards. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. This is the 2026 Canadian National Snooker Championship Open. We are live on the OBSA YouTube channel where the world is watching, folks. We got people tuning in from around the globe. This event taking place at this fine venue, the Corner Bank in Scarborough, Ontario, Canada. This is day 2 of the group stage, which will finish tomorrow morning, I believe, and then we'll move on to the knockout rounds. And the final 16 will come back on Saturday, and the final 4 will come back on Sunday. So we've still got several action-packed days ahead of us. McEachern has a good opportunity here, trailing only by 17. Oh boy, what's he done? He looks so good in that first frame. He's just gone by the wayside. So Eddie's got to see that as a weakness and simply attack these reds now. Eddie did well there. This match now all tied up, folks. 1 frame apiece now. Third frame decider coming your way just a few moments. So we're just taking a break here. Hugh McEachern has just stepped away briefly, folks. Good opportunity to get a stretch in if you so choose. Refresh your beverages, grab a quick snack. Don't take too long because this match will be underway very, very shortly. Well, in the meantime, folks, until this match resumes, let's switch over to a match currently in play. It's Simone Lloyd leading Alain Lavoie 35-28 in the first. Now up 41-28, so 13 in front. Not really on a red here. So she's got the red by the brown. She can play the white off the side cushion just above the right middle. And don't worry, folks, we will get back to Eddie Galletti and Hugh McEachern momentarily. Oh, not ideal, but she's got a good white. All right, so Hugh McEachern has returned, so we'll get back to there. It's going to be Mr. Galletti to break here in frame 3, the third and deciding frame. Eddie needs a good start. Needs to keep the momentum. He's got a great break right behind that yellow. Putting the pressure on his opponent. No, he should be able to come off the side cushion, possibly the bottom cushion. Nestle up to this red. He's got a good line, has the pace. Nicely done. You may as well stay right there behind the green. That's right where that white's going. Eddie's going to be grinding this one hard. Hugh can't hit the right side of the bunch, but he's going to be hitting it thick. So look for the Reds to open here. Oh, now they're open. So one mistake. Eddie's got to be cautious. Doesn't want to leave anything easy on for Hugh to get his Q arm going. He lost it a little bit in that last frame. Eddie would like to see that continue. Hugh, of course, would not. Hugh with a chance now in first. Well, it's not all bad. It's going to do well for position, however. Wow, he really got into it, but the cue ball went pretty much nowhere. Not really on a decent pot. Would have been better if that white had stopped a little bit shorter. Easier pass back to the bulkhead. He does have a way back. The two reds grouped together to the left of the block. Plays the top red. He can get through. Might be able to get through the gap to the bottom cushion, possibly using a little bit of side to throw the white. Wow, he can get through to that red, works too. Now the black is open. Wow. It was open momentarily, but not no more. Eddie cutting the end off. Won't be bothered. He had a tough out. So sacrificing the 4 points to get the white out. However, Hugh will have ball in hand and pot is on. He's got to be, even with this, the Reds are, position from here is not going to be easy, not straightforward. But he's played it well. Hugh, a fair potter. Hugh traveling down to this event here in the GTA at the Corner Bank in Scarborough, Ontario with his son Brendan McEachern, who's also in today's event. For any results, scores, stats, folks, do visit cloudsnooker.com. I'm your host, Rob Richards, saying thank you so much for tuning in. Wow, Hugh knows he's gone well too far. Unfortunate. Had great opportunity there with a good red. So it's Hugh McEachern up 14-0 in this third deciding frame. Be a good win for him, giving Eddie a bit of a test here. Well, he avoided the knuckle. He's got a good white and coverage down the left side. Hugh has a path back to the bulkhead of his red nearest the black spot. Played it well. It's a little firm though. It's going to pass the green. Now, if Eddie can, well, if he can get a putt, I'm not sure he can get through that bit of traffic down the left side. Question is, can he get to the left side, the yellow side of the table with the white? Or at least the bulkhead is going to be a challenge. Well, he's done well. Well, what's he done? Well, he's made an absolute mess of that. Chance for Eddie to get on the score here in the third frame. Wants the white to stop, playing for the pink. Still on it, bit of a back cut. Gotta be conscious of where his white will go here. Pink's just there, ran into the other red. No pace on the white. Break will end at 7. My goodness. Yeah, you see he actually overcut that pink. You know, you could play the red right in front of him. Keep the white solid behind the pink. Not sure why he's lifting the butt of his cue. Oh, is he? Wow, that would have been a brilliant shot if he pulled that one off. My goodness. However, Hughes got a chance to dump the white in the bulkhead. He's gonna watch the double kiss. He's okay. He's gonna leave this red on for Eddie now. Another scoring opportunity. Eddie didn't do so good last term, only 7 points. Here we go once again. And he's got to take advantage of it here, folks. Got to put in a sizable contribution. He's been gifted quite a few opportunities thus far and hasn't made the most of it, so this, I would believe, would be it. And on the other side of the table, Hugh has also had his chances, but that's what I'm saying. If Eddie looks to win this frame and match, he's got to do it now. He's not in good position on this red, though. I mean, he is and he isn't. He's just got to avoid the reds on the left. Black does not pot to right corner. He's got to go up the table for the blue. Or it comes straight across. Oh, he avoided the, well, almost avoided the red. Well, it's a little high on the green. Can still take it on. A little bit of pressure on this straightforward green. They look simple, but under these conditions, not always the easiest. Feels he should have done better, and he's probably right. Just tuck up behind the green now. And I believe he's left the red on that right side cushion, so. Again, Eddie faltering on a break of 9. Trails Hugh McEachern 17-16, 1 point down. Hugh 1 point up, of course. Wow, this red coming all the way back up. And Hugh raised the hand. He knows he got fortunate there. Big shot here for Mr. Galletti. Well, he's quite content in leaving this red for Hugh on the top cushion. Doesn't get it, but he played at a pace that didn't stick around the hole. My goodness. You're playing the red off from behind off this left cushion. Not bad. Oh, Eddie, I think Eddie thinks he's got a putt on here. The reds are sitting, could be good. Wow, he's gonna leave one on here for Hugh. Red the bottom left corner if he plays this right. It's then, is the red on to left center? But positionally, where's he gonna be after this one? Oh boy, what's he done? Tense moments, my word. Just a technical glitch on our camera feed, but we're okay. Our feed is holding strong. hasn't left one on, so he's just going to dump the weight behind the pink and black. Oh, and he hasn't got by the pink. That's a little careless from former champion. All right, folks, bear with me. I'm going to step away for a few moments, and I will be right back. Thank you very much. Folks, my apologies. I have returned. Hugh Meckern, as you see on your screens, jumped out to a 47-25 point lead. 22 in front here in the third. So Eddie's got a bit of work to do here. Trailing by 22, 1 red remaining, 35 on. Well, Eddie in with a chance here. Oh, he's well overshot the mark there on that one. My word. Trailing by 15, down 47-32, requires a 6 remaining colors. He's well out of position. However, he might be able to play off the yellow, get that cue ball behind the brown, or back down the table towards the pink and black. Behind the brown's a lot easier, of course. Of course, Eddie's concern at the moment is to keep the object ball absolutely safe. Hugh requires the brown, of course. Still on the yellows. He got cover behind the pink. Not completely. But Eddie's going to do well to get out of this frame with a win. Absolutely won't be easy. Hugh getting a good bounce there. Could have been bad, but it's worked out for him. And he does have a yellow bottom right corner, but boy, it's a big shot to take on. Hugh in front, 51-32 now. 19 points. Hugh requires just the green now. Well, absolutely incredible finish, ladies and gentlemen. Eddie Galati coming to the table for the handshake, but it's Hugh McEachern that comes away with the 2-1 frame win. My goodness. So let's keep this rolling for the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, let's tune back in to Elaine Lavoie leading Simone Lloyd 1-0 here. Bit of a connection issue. We just have to kind of ride it out for the moment. However, we'll get back to our featured table momentarily, folks. As soon as a new match arrives, we will be all on it. Alright, folks, so we are going back to our main table. Alain Lavoie, as you just saw, defeats Simone 2-0. So it looks like we got Levi Myler here. So we'll have that score up for you in a moment. So this is Levi Myler and Bernard Smith, folks. All right, there we go. I just need a moment to fix a few things here, and I'll be right with you. Thank you for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies, friends. A few things just need to be taken care of at home when they need to be taken care of. So we're doing our best here. We got a lot of snooker coming. Levi Myler and Bernard Smith. Levi in front in this first frame, folks. 60 to 32, so 28 points to the good with 51 on. So this is going to get interesting. Levi, of course, is the current and reigning Ontario Snooker Champion 2026. Looking to become dual champion by winning this year's Canadian Open Snooker Championship. Not many have done it. It has been done. Not many have done it. Sahil Nayar was the last one. He did it last year. Won the Ontarios, went on to win the Canadians. Levi now may have a, well, not a great opportunity, but a great snooker opportunity. See if he can make it work for him to his advantage. 28, well, 24 points now. He likes the thin ones. And we all know from his experience and his last appearance in the 900, he can play fast. Doesn't like to wait around. Likes to go for his shots. And there goes our friend Matt Toshieri, preparing for his upcoming match. I'm not sure who with who, but regardless, we wish him all the best. Bit of a tough day yesterday on stream for him, but today's a new day, new attitude. So we will see what he can do here. So 25 in front, one red remaining, folks. Well, Bernard Smith digging deep here. Got Levi in a snooker, one possible two cushion escape. Or a foul and a miss, but you know what? He's got a shot here. And rightfully so. Gonna have a look. Oh, he's not taking it on. Well, hoping for some more foul points. And he's missed it again. Oh, this time he's got the block. Just waiting for our score to update. There we go. Well, he's motioning to Levi to put it back yet again. Well, Bernard's adding the points to Levi and not to himself. Well, Levi made good that time. I believe Bernard's got the score sorted out. So 20 points of difference. Levi in front now, 67-47. Chance here for Bernard to pot this red left corner. Play it. Difficult to hold for the block. It can be done. But when you're using the rest, you want to strike it a little bit more confidently. And the blue is on the spot. So I'd like to see him get to the blue here. Oh, he's overhit it by a mile. He's on absolutely nothing, and he's going to be tucked to that boat cushion. If he wasn't on the cushion, he could stop the white dead, but and send the yellow traveling. Digging down. No option. Gotta get the snooker here. Yeah, that was tough. He sent the yellow right over the hole. So, only 19 the difference. Oh boy, Levi. Thought he had more angle. Didn't hit the yellow to the center of the pocket. Caused the white to rattle in the jaws. Came very close to potting the white. But oh my goodness, what's he done? Not so sure he even knows at this point. Levi in front, 72-48. Well, one snooker required here for Bernard, because there's only 22 on. So 24 the difference, one snooker required. So Levi's going to take this first frame, folks. Levi now leads Bernard Smith, one frame to nothing. Stay tuned. Frame two coming right up. Well, Bernard had a few chances in this frame, but Levi proving to be very tough here this weekend. Oh, here we go. Frame two underway. Levi leading. Bernard Smith 1-0. Going to be an interesting match. It's not over yet. Still best of three. This is a group stage match. Day two. I'm your host, Rob Richards, welcoming you back to the OBSA YouTube channel here on YouTube, of course. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Yes, JD Windsor. Levi's cue action is fairly good. And he's got a great opportunity here in the third. Referee Kevin Patrick just making sure Levi doesn't commit a foul. So well done. See, is he on? You know, he might be on one just above the pink to left center. He's going to do well to get on a color, though. You know what? The pink may go. Well, instead the white goes. Would you believe it? My goodness. And in action right now on our table to our left of you, our secondary stream table is Jim Gurley and Presley Ball Run Backus, folks. Levi looking for a way out. Doesn't want to hit the blue. He's managed it. Great cue ball. Tucked to that top cushion. Well, Levi giving that a go. Doesn't he's going to give, well, possibly another 4 points. No, he's okay. May have given a pot out if this red passes the other edge of the bottom right corner. It's not easy, but if Bernard can get this, my goodness, what a scoring opportunity he'll have in front of him. Yeah, nicely done. Levi Myler's in the lead in this second frame, not by much, however. 45-37, only 8. Only 4 reds remain here. Levi will be doing the best to win this frame. Doesn't want to lose the frame and give a possibility of losing the match to his opponent. Wow, look at this. Bernard Smith now with a 53-45. Now he's in the lead by 8 in this second frame. That last break is 16. Oh, Levi might have made another error here. Oh, and he has. And red in the bulk end. So, great chance now. Bernard missed the middle. Oh my goodness. Wow. Very surprising. Understandably so. So as it sits, Bernard in the lead by 8. Well, Bernard had a great pot in the red to get on the pink or black, but he's putting them back. Wow. This is looking more and more like a third frame decider again for Levi. Yeah, I think Bernard may have missed a trick there. Didn't take the first time, should have taken it the second time. Now he's got a horrible shot here. He's going to be forced to play the safety, of course. But he leads by 16, 65-49.
hoping this clips on pants somewhere. Yeah, okay. Is it on? Okay.
All right, folks, I do apologize for that. This is Don Comiskey and Chucky and Quan. All right, folks, I'm just trying to get the correct score. It's not working at the moment. Bear with me. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. I'm your host, Rob Richards. This is Chucky Kwan and Don Comiskey. However, stepping in the booth, or back in the booth, is David Burney, and from the Canadian Q Sports Academy, taking over with David and David, David Putty, David Burney. Gentlemen,
Thanks, Rob.
The floor is yours.
Nice to be back in the booth again for a match or so.
Yes, definitely. Everyone's getting the treat of double Ds here. David Burney and David Putty in the booth here at the 2026 Canadian National Snooker Championships. Real exciting match here with Winnipeg's own Donnie Chmiski taking on Chekyon Kwan.
This is a continuation of the round robins. So no eliminations have happened yet. Everybody that was in at the beginning is in today. So it's a couple of days long process. Probably 2 days, 3 days of the round robins, and then eliminations after today.
Yep, tomorrow will be moving day as they'll come to the climax of the round robin, and that will produce the 32-player knockout phase of this national tournament.
Shots like Donnie is playing right now are good stroke testers for the first frame. Nicely done. I haven't seen Donnie play before. This will be an interesting. He looks pretty steady, pretty calm.
Yeah, Donnie was recently out in Vancouver, participating in the BC Open.
How did he do in that?
I think he got into the knockout phase, and did he? Oh, there's been just so much snooker actually recently that I've kind of forgotten. It's kind of a rare oddity, it seems like, but this sport is definitely growing in North America, which is great to see.
I remember not so many years ago at provincial in Ontario, provincial in the Canadian Championships, where they were hard pressed to get 24 people to play. It doesn't seem like that long ago, but I guess this was a full field of 8 groups of 7 players, I think it was.
Correct. I think maybe they might have been hoping for 64.
Okay.
But maybe on the outside, we're really at the stranglehold a little bit with FIFA.
Right.
That coming into town is really hurting some people's travels plans as they've come from out of town. This is a national sport. So as we said, Donnie's from Winnipeg. We've got players from New Brunswick and Charlie Brown all the way from Whistler. So
people, good number of people coming in from Quebec as well. The French contingent is quite strong here today.
So 56 is a nice number because they can have 8 groups of 7, and then the top 4 move on, and those 8 groups produce 32. Sort of a knockout phase there. So 56 still a good number. We are definitely starting to see in these snooker tournaments waiting lists, which is a good thing. And glad that you're tuning in, Malcolm, all the way from New Zealand. Hope you're doing well, Mr. Kiwi. We got the chat. We're on the OBSA YouTube page. Balkan for Life making a little crack at some of us commentators dipping in and out. Well, it's long days. We're really appreciative that David Putty has come in. It's been Rob and I mostly doing a lot of the legwork, but David has stepped up. We did some commentary, I think it was 10 years ago. We're almost at our 10-year anniversary.
We started doing this, in Montreal. Would have been the first one.
Correct.
That was
2016 Richler Cup.
Yes, yeah. And then repeat of that tournament in Shooterville in Burlington.
Correct.
And then we've been Calgary and Red Deer, was it? Was it Red Deer? I'm trying to remember. There was some little small town. And, yeah. And and what I find having watched this now for years, we still have a ways to go in terms of getting top players over to Europe and doing all that. But the general quality of play is now much higher. So progress is being made. Now we just need to get some younger people in, and we'll be off to. I see a comment here about when there will be a Canadian in the top 126 or 128 of snooker soon. We do have one player over there now, Sahil Nayar, who is playing on the WPBSA tour, or the World Snooker Tour, I guess. And he won the Canadian Open last year before, last year.
He was last year's Canadian national champion,
Yes,
Sahil Nair.
which got him a 2-year card on the WPBSA. So it's, again, correct myself, on the National World Snooker Tour. So he is over there playing and working on his craft, I guess would be the way to say it. And he's won a couple of matches, and he seems to be doing pretty well. So we just continue to wish him well, and hopefully we have some other Canadians out there shortly to give him support as well.
Sure, I had to take a little extra long lunch today because some grade school friends actually popped into the room to say hello. Quite a reunion I had. Obviously, I live out in Vancouver now, but I was originally born and raised just down the road in Oakville. We're in Scarborough right now. So, good fun there.
That was a great shot by Chuck Yin, playing at a ball that was tight up the rail. And he, had he missed, he was leaving lots for his opponent, but he made sure of it, and now he's in.
And Joe Next 1425 tuning in from my hometown right now in Vancouver, quizzing about how Charlie Brown is doing. I think he's won 3 matches.
Charlie's just starting another match, I believe. I think I saw him walk across the open area here just a moment ago. I don't know if he was heading for a first frame or if he's involved in his match. Cloud Snooker would have that, right?
Yes, cloudsnooker.com. It's cloudsnooker.com. Check out the Canadian Open Snooker Tournament tab, as there's a few tournaments actually up there. There's some that you can even register if you fancy yourself, but we're into this tournament. The tabs are there that you can see the group standings, where your favorite player is. And as we mentioned, Charlie Brown is in action. There's 8 tables going here, and each table is equipped with tablets. And that's where the players keep their score. So all of you that can't make it down to the corner bank can keep track of your favorite player.
Yes. Yeah. So Chuck Yin is in here adding a few nice points to his totals. You're just watching from a Perth above, kind of on your camera angle, what you're seeing online here. And with a 29 break at this point. He certainly has a very methodic pace about what he does. Doesn't seem rushed. Makes his decisions.
Yeah, he's a 2015 Richler Cup finalist. So he definitely knows what it takes to go deep into tournaments. He'd love to hoist the crown Sunday afternoon. And hello to you, Vineet Desani. I think everybody in Toronto is looking forward to seeing young Rianne Desani in action in the junior tournament with the NSL coming up on Sunday, June 14th. And Balkan for Life, curious, wasn't old enough to remember Cliff Thorburn and L.A. Robidoux. How good were they? Cliff was pretty good.
They were fearsome. They were certainly Cliff would have been the top of class in his day, by far in Canada. He did very well internationally. It's and Alain was he did. I remember him doing very well in the British Open. I am old enough to remember them, and I don't think Alain is playing anymore at this point in time. I think he's put his cue down competitively at this point.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate for Alain, as mostly the claim to fame that he has is the fiasco with Ronnie O'Sullivan at the World Championships, where Ronnie was playing around and then he switched hands to play a shot left-handed, which was very foreign at the time. And Alain thought Ronnie was taking the mick out of him and was a little perturbed by it. But Cliff Thorburn, 1980 world champion, so you can't get much better than that. 3 Masters championships, and the first player ever to score a maximum break at the Crucible Theater.
Yep. And I don't think it was just one shot that he played left-handed. I think he played a whole frame left-handed, which in that day and time, that would have been quite kind of the slap in the face. It's like, I can beat you left-handed at that level. And the way that one went was that there were Ronnie was so many points ahead that typically the frame would have been conceded. And I think Alain needed 5 or 6 or 7 snookers, and he continued to play them to try and get the snookers. And in a moment of not being very happy. But you're right, it's probably something if he's listening in, we apologize, Alain.
Alain's a very skilled player. I wouldn't want to step on a table with him.
No.
I'd probably be sitting for a long time.
Picking balls out of pockets and spotting them. Chuck Yin has continued this break. He actually came out of position, of comfortable, controlled position with the cue ball, but has continued to pot balls. And now he's back in prime position. Maybe has come a little close to the bottom rail or top rail here, but he has a good angle to break into those 3 reds. It's interesting watching him as someone who works with players. I'm looking at his pre-shot routine and his standard and his consistency, and it's no wonder he's one of the stronger players in the tournament.
And at the beginning of the day, Amar Sadiq did have the high break of 66. I was just checking cloudsnooker.com. Great resource there, thinking that Chuk-Young Kwan is getting close to that 66. But however, Chris Wood has knocked in an 82 today.
Ah, okay. Chris is another player that's been around for decades and decades. If Chuck-In decides to play this pink, I think Chris's high run might be at risk right now. Because position off this pink would be quite easy. Because I think all of those 3 reds go into the opposite corner. Oh no. Commentator curse.
Welcome to the club, David. I know it's been a while, but it's still there.
Yeah.
Well, you might know Chuk-Young better than I do, David, but Renee R1T is asking if Chuk-Young is from Tibet.
Yes. Good question. I think, if memory serves me, I believe his native language is Mandarin, so which would put him as Chinese, but it could be Tibet. Something we should find out at some point.
Got a great viewing audience. They always keep us on our toes. Basically, that's course Balkan for life. Poutine is part of the Canadian cuisine. I don't want to speak for Mr. Putty, but from time to time, I enjoy that delicious snack.
I have lived my life never having poutine. I know it's very un-Canadian, but not likely to try it either.
Well, they serve it here at the Corner Bank. What do you think? A wrap-up meal? Back in the booth, trying new things.
Donnie was in there and had a good chance of catching up. He missed. He made 1 point, missed the red off the spot, and Chuck in is kind of cleaning up here, putting this one to bed.
It's very interesting as we've been monitoring this table throughout the tournament. That we see more often than not on this table, David, that a player will win the first frame, then the opponent will come back and win the second and third to claim match victory.
So at this point, Chuck in is up 43 points, I believe. 42 points. So at this point, Donnie would need. Oh, yeah. Donnie will need 2 snookers, successful snookers at this point. Making a slight sound adjustment here. So Donnie now needs two successful snookers to get back in this game. Which at this level is sometimes difficult. He may get the snookers, but they have to be successful to get the penalty points.
Yeah, and the whole open tournament, round robin, knockout phase, there is no concession rule. We did see in the senior side, all the matches before the semifinals and finals, if a player needs more than 3 snookers when they're on the colored balls, it is a concession. We've seen that a bit more, obviously, in the Canadian and American game over here. It's almost more of a bit of a teaching aid because a lot of players might not be fully aware of the etiquette and thinking, well, the game's over when the final ball goes down.
No, it's not like pool, where if you make the 8 ball or the 9 ball or the 10 ball, depending which game you're playing, that's the end of the game. In this, it's an accumulation of points. So when you have more points on the scoreboard than there are left on the table, generally the opponent will concede, or if it's only 1 snooker they need to get back in the game, they will play on. There's free ball rules, which maybe if it comes up, we'll get into more detail on for those that don't know that. In this case, with 1 red left on the table, Donnie was successful in getting the snooker. And in the attempt to hit the snooker, Chuck Ian left a free ball. Then it counts as another red on the table. As Donnie has just played one heck of a hook. The side rail is not available for Chuck In to get to for a 1 rail hit, going either way. At best, this might be a 3 rail hit. Now in this case, there'd be no putback because the deficit is larger than the number of points on the table. So they don't have to worry about respotting the balls after. But if he were, say, to come in behind the yellow and brown there and not leave access to both sides of the remaining red ball, then it would be considered a free ball. And then any ball on the table becomes a red ball, followed by a color, followed by the red, and now the deficit can be caught up pretty quickly. So he's looking at the three rails to try and get to it. This would be a heck of a hit if he were to get it. Chuckian also recognizes, will recognize, that he doesn't want to hit this very hard because if he just misses the red, there's nothing there that he can get caught up in. It's a nice try. So there's no free ball here, but he may find himself with a cue ball behind the green after this shot. See which angles he's going on. Nope. Looks like he's thinking of trying to put it behind the yellow and brown.
I prefer your shot, David, getting behind that green.
But he has been successful.
It's a nice wall with yellow and brown, but really have the angle there to get tight behind the green and really put Chuckian in a bit of bother.
He'll probably come 2 rails here. Bottom rail, side rail. Yep. This is one of the underestimated parts of the game in snooker, is this safety play, snookers, like playing for snookers, playing for safe. It's the chess versus checkers conversation. When you get into these technical positional games, it's actually quite interesting. Ooh.
Yeah, he's trying for that wall again. Given a mid-range pot here for Chekyun Kwon.
So he's tucking his shirt in to make sure that his shirt does not touch the black ball, which in this case would be a 7-point foul if it did.
He's probably one of the more skinnier players on the circuit.
Yeah, there's no belly buster fouls here on this for him. Not necessarily an unexpected miss, because he was so concerned about not fouling his bridge, his extension of the cue, all that was compromised. So. Attempt to put the cue ball behind the black ball again here. Ooh. Fortunate bump off the nub of the side pocket. We're still 38 points, so this would not be a situation of a putback. He has missed it.
And he still kept that green safe though.
Yeah.
It's near that right cushion. That's definitely a ball Don is going to need.
So 20, 24. So the challenge that Donnie has here now is to win this game. He has to play this red in and get position on the black ball, which would be difficult in this case. If he doesn't get position and make the black ball, then he needs snookers again.
Can actually afford.
Or play another hook. Not quite. He got safe.
Can't afford the pink if you wanted with that red.
Pink,
34 difference.
Pink would have
Which
given him a tie.
Yeah.
Right.
But
Check-in had a little shake of his head there because he doesn't get a shot at the red. Again, one of the best things to do if your opponent needs a hook is to hook them. Very likely to hit it, but sometimes hard to control where the balls end up.
yeah, all the players in the open side of the championship, a lot of skilled players here, so they're aware if they're in a snooker, usually they can hit their object ball. It's just where's that object ball going to be in relation to their cue ball?
This looks to me he can get past the pink, and this is likely going to be the frame. Ooh.
Pink has gone safe, but he saw the winning line and just couldn't get there.
Okay. So just keeping distance here between the balls. Although he did try that from the side, had black position. It was still just the 34 points, yes. And that's likely going to be a concession now from Donnie. But etiquette, as you were talking about earlier, David, now dictates that Donnie doesn't go pick the balls out of the pocket and put them on the table. You allow your opponent to finish, because if Chuck-in wanted to practice running the balls off the table there, he has the right to do so. So
Jae-Kyung Kwon takes that first frame, 68-33. Johnny Chemiskey, he's up against it. Will he come back and take the second frame to force a decider? We'll find out when we return with frame 2 momentarily. And we're back here at frame 2.
We are back.
Jae-Kyung Kwon breaking off.
Nice break. Cue ball almost stuck to the bottom rail. In the old days, the thought was you wanted to leave the cue ball behind, like frozen to the yellow or the brown or the green from the backside. But if you missed, then you left the balls out in the open. And the new approach became leave it frozen to the bottom rail.
Or you do what Sean Murphy and Peter Ebdon have developed. I think they go off the third red and break it up and give the opponent a chance for a long red, but they've found some mathematical equation that actually it works out that a player wouldn't be able to go on and make a large break. They might get a long red, but their position after that didn't work out.
Because typically what that does is that pushes the black ball to the rail when you come off the third. And we're watching that at the World Championships, and the black ball always floated towards the bottom rail or top rail on that process. But one of the things you want to do when you're playing this game is keep your body as still as possible when you strike the ball. Because otherwise, if your body's moving, your cue isn't touching the cue ball exactly where you want it to do so. And Donnie has a bit of a habit of rising up on his final backswing.
It's an astute observation there, David. Yeah, you notice with a lot of the strong players, they pretty much don't get up until that object ball has found the bottom of the pocket.
Yep.
It's almost how I feel when I tell people, if you're going to try a double shot, just listen for that pocket to go in. Don't whip your head around so quickly because you're going to be all jiggly jaggly. Just listen for the jingle of the pot and the mesh.
So does that mean if you miss the ball that you don't move ever?
Yep.
You just
Don't
stay
move.
on the table.
Just make sure no object balls run into you.
And just watch his head movement here. There it is. And it's not just that he does that. It's that probably 90% of the players, certainly the non-professional players, would do that on a frequent basis.
Yeah,
Some movement of some kind.
In fairness to Donnie, I don't think you're singling him out.
No,
we do
no,
see
not.
that a lot. That is probably one of the most common flaws that stop players from being a proficient player is that head movement.
And it's shoulders or hips or something, but something moves. Even Chuck Yin does it a bit, even just a tiny bit. Whereas if you watch someone like the top pros, like Sean Murphy, who has now developed this thing where he stays down for probably 2 to 3 seconds after he strikes the ball. There's no movement. His eyes don't follow the cue ball. He just stays right on line.
Yeah, another great fundamental of good shot making is having that deliberate pause in the backswing. And I haven't noticed much in the past, but definitely in this tournament, Phil Snake really has a deliberate pause
Yes.
in his backswing.
Yeah.
I know
Phil's had that for some time. It's one of the reasons he's as strong a player as he is.
Yeah, we know him as a quick featherer, that Snake Man.
But Donnie definitely has a good, solid pre-shot routine. He lines up the balls the same way every time. Ooh.
Very fortunate right there. But that was a great camera shot there to just illustrate David's point of Donnie raising his head up a little bit, just about as he's bringing that cue back.
I think he's fortunate the cue ball didn't go in. He's unfortunate that he is angle hooked on the green ball, which is sitting over the side pocket. So he finished that shot without any opportunity of making a color ball. Hence, play safe. Sometimes players will leave a shot like this intentionally. So there's the shot into the left middle pocket, which Donnie probably will pass on. There's one in the right middle pocket as well. The right middle pocket one may be, well, he might be playing in the corner, but it might be a little less dangerous if he were to miss. So what he might leave. Very nice shot.
Yeah, nicely on the black. Donnie's in first early on. The second frame, just trailing 8-2. Small margin.
We'd certainly like to get a nice number of points on the board here. If you could get a 20, 30, 40-point run here, that would put him in good stead. Okay. I think he was trying to get to the red by the pink. Surprised at this bit.
Yeah, the room is definitely buzzing now. I think the workday is over, and some people might just know this as their local hangout for a cool drink after work, not realizing they're coming to see a big national snooker tournament.
Nicely played. In control.
And the etiquette put on by Donnie. We talk about being still at the table. You also got to be still off the table when your opponent's just
Yes.
looking right at you in the chair.
Yep. Yep. And that's a standard etiquette thing that 99% of the players would follow, religiously. Because
Now, in your coaching, David,
yeah,
obviously you could go online to the WST TV webpage, find the rules of this great sport, but never really is there any written thing about etiquette.
not really. No, I don't. I wouldn't know a source for that.
So when you're coaching, do you show some fundamentals, but then take a bit of time in the lesson to say,
Yeah, here's kind of standard procedure for behavior, and you don't talk while other people while your opponent's shooting. You don't move. You don't take phone calls. You're not texting on your phone. You're certainly not making comments to your opponent, especially derogatory ones. Kind of the universal sign for appreciation of a shot that your opponent plays well is just to tap the table when you come back to the table, right? Just a sign of respect for a nice shot, or just great safety in most of the cases like that. But our shot doesn't really show Donnie sitting in the chair there, but he's sitting absolutely still, just watching
and hoping?
and hoping.
It's a good angle for Checkman off the black into the bunch. Could open things up.
It might be a little low for this to be real easy to do. He might take the free one on the left-hand side, or he may go in. Okay. Yep. Nice control. His option there would be to power the black in with enough bottom to pull them back into the mix, but then you lose control of the shot by going power. So
Yeah, those high pace shots have to be extremely accurate. A slower pace shot, the jaws can help you out a little bit to swallow up that object ball.
So it looks like he got loaned out far enough down the table to get this one on the back. Reds will be everywhere after this. Yep. Probably carried about 4 or 5 inches too far for where he would have loved it to be.
This is the first time both these players have been on the featured TV table. So speed might be a little different than the other tables in the room, but a good player will adapt quite quickly to different table conditions.
His options here are to roll the black ball into the pocket, and trust his luck to having an angle, or to go with about medium power and come 3 rails for shape. So he's gone the soft route. He's got a great stroke for that soft shot. I haven't seen him play for a number of years, and I remember him being very strong, but this is good to see. He's backing with another break of 29. Ooh. Tony's left himself a little bit challenged here with the position of the cue ball. Considering the pink, only because he has to shoot with his cue over top of the blue ball. For any of those 3 colors. This could be a major turning point in this if he makes it. Nice shot. So he's making sure that the pink and the red do not touch by replacing the pink on its proper spot. If they did, that pink would have been spotted on the blue spot, on the highest available.
And Favit 5390 is wondering where the point standings are. You can find that on cloudsnooker.com, cloudsnooker.com. That is the resource. Find out the Canadian National Snooker Tournament, the open side, as we reach the climax of the senior side on Tuesday. This is day 2, the big championship. And on that website, you'll see all the group standings, the players that are involved, the high breaks that have happened so far. We know Christopher Wood has a high break of 82 right now. That could have changed. I haven't been on Cloud Snooker in the last 10 minutes. A good friend from Winnipeg, Blake Martell, last night in a friendly at a 147.
Who's that?
Blake Martell.
Really?
He did, yeah.
Here or?
Here, but after the day was done, he was just having the friendly. It was not in a match.
Not quite hard enough for a complete snooker. There's the one here.
It's great to see a huge selection of billiard buffs in the room taking in the action. There is still seating here if you want to come down. We're at the corner bank, 925 Warden Ave in Scarborough. Admission is free. Can't beat that price. Watch some great snooker. We are as well happy for all you fine folks tuning in on the OBSA YouTube channel. Our chat is open. If you only have any comments or questions, feel free to chime in. It's David Burney along with David Putty, half of the team from the Canadian Q Sports Academy.
Yep. We've been coaching now in Canada for about 8 years. Started in 2018, and whether you're a recreational fun player or someone trying to get your game up to a high competitive level, we can help you out. You can certainly go to the website, Canadian Q Sports Academy .ca, I believe it is. Yeah, .ca, and find out what we do. It's we have fun coaching, and we try and keep it fun for the people that we're working with. So. On the previous shot, Donnie actually got pretty lucky. He was trying to play a safety on this red on the right-hand rail. Missed it completely, came off 2 rails and hit the red on the top rail, and ended up, other than the rest shot, relatively safe. So
No worries, Warren Saffel says he's a bit too far away over there in Calgary. Well, Randall Morrison is on his way. Maybe you could sneak into his duffel bag and come on down. Warren always a great help at the events when they go on in his hometown of Calgary. Maybe someday we can see the Canadian National Tournament in Cowtown. As you and I once, David, played a trip to the Royal Canadian Legion, and they had 8 beautiful tables down there.
Yeah, 8 old tables.
They might need a bit of work, but they did have food and drink there, so I know the Legions are willing to help.
Yeah. Is that the Legion number 1?
Correct.
If I remember right, yeah.
Good memory.
Ooh. So Chuck has a nice 20-point lead here. He's trying to keep things nice and tight so Donnie can't get in. I do have a feeling that if Donnie were to get in and have a bit of an opportunity here, he'd do pretty well. So Chuck in doesn't want that to happen by any means. The other interesting thing when you're working with people and getting them to play a stronger game is that if you talk to them about moving on the shot or something, like, they'll be adamant that they do not move on the shot. And then we do a lot of video work with the video and pictures. And I'll take a video that they've just played a shot, sworn that they haven't moved, and I'll show them and they go, oh. Because video does not lie. But the video work is really important. And even if you're just playing on your own and doing practicing in a club or something like that, get a tripod, put your iPhone or whatever on the tripod and video yourself. Video yourself shooting straight down the line of the cue. Like take that shot and see if you're actually getting the cue through on a straight line. Because you'll be convinced that you are, and the video will tell you accurately if you're right or not. So just as when you're going into the club to practice, make sure you're including that in your practice.
And our friend Balkan for Life chiming in, hoping to see a Canadian player in the top 16 of Snooker Sunday. I think we would all love it here in Canada if that was to happen. But I think we're on the rebound that could be a potential.
Very nice hit. Except he left it.
As David has doing some great coaching with John Wallace. So the baby steps are there. I think the foundation is there. There's a lot more tournaments coming up in Canada, so players can get tournament ready. It is definitely a different standard over in the UK. But we went to the moon once with Cliff and Kirk and Bill. We can do it again.
Jimmy White and Robidoux, and there are a number of players that were going over there. Unfortunately, there wasn't kind of the second generation, right?
That's
some people tie it back to it. Around those days, the tobacco sponsorship was huge. It was the Dunhill Championship, the Rothmans Championship, and all of those. And then when tobacco advertising got blocked for sponsoring sporting events, there just wasn't enough money for tournaments because the cigarette companies were putting in a lot of money.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of trouble, but then another vice came in, the betting sites. And there's still a few that sponsor some tournaments in the professional ranks, but they are turning away from there as Halo sponsored last year's World Championships. But you still have,
and,
I think,
Johnson Paints.
Johnson Paints
is sponsoring some
the
of the
Masters
ones. Yep.
So.
The other thing, of course, is that there have been a number of Canadians, Vito Puopolo and Levi Myler, have both been over playing in a new series called the 900 series. Vito went over and played in the International Masters, the World Masters, having won the Canadian Masters, Senior Master. So we've had a few Canadians go across. I think they found the standard was pretty high over there, and recognizing that we still have work to do, but we're getting closer.
Yeah,
and good on them for going over and doing it. I mean, Levi went over and was playing in the 900 series, won his first match in the 900 series, and then was beaten by a no-name player by the name of Joe Perry, right? Who was part of the class of '92. He came onto the scene the same time as Ronnie O'Sullivan, John Higgins, and Mark Williams, and that class of '92 has won hundreds of tournaments. And what is it now? So 37 years later, 92. So 92, actually, it's 34 years later. Many of them are still winning tournaments.
It's true.
And the young guns are still having trouble getting them out of the top 10. So it's not. Sometimes it's the eyes that go, as opposed to your ability. It's the eyes, the ability to see down a table 12 feet accurately. And then someone like Stephen Henry retired because he had the yips. He developed the yips.
Yeah, I think he also as well just the practice time, the amount of time put in there. Like he had set the standard. He won 7 world championships. It's kind of like he made his mark. What else can he do?
Yeah.
Obviously now he's maybe thinking about maybe coming out of retirement every time Ronnie gets into a world championship, because Ronnie stands with 7 world championships as well. But that was the mark for young Hendry. He knew Steve Davis, someone he looked up to, had 6 world championships. He wanted to beat that mark. He did. So what happens when you get to the top of the mountain? There's really nothing left.
That was one of my happy kind of milestones or moments in my coaching when I first went over to get my first coaching certificate. It was a 4-day course in Gloucester. And on the 4th day, Steve Davis showed up and was helping us with some of the stuff that we were learning. And I actually got about a 15-minute lesson from Steve Davis on on my stance. just strictly on my stance. He made an adjustment. I started potting more balls, and I still use that stance to this day when I'm playing. It was just a really nice, like he wasn't, he was just being a nice person helping some player. That's all it was. I could
Great.
probably still teach that stance.
Great to hear. Yes, my interaction with Steve Davis was giving him a vinyl record, a local Vancouver musician, FM Attack. Phenomenal album cover, Brave New World. Don't know if I can, people can look it up on a Google image search, but I know Steve Davis, quite a collector of vinyl, and he was very appreciative. Definitely, if you've got some new music that you're listening to and you enjoy, Steve Davis is always keen with an ear to find out new music.
Because that's actually one of his other careers now, is that he's a DJ.
That's
Right?
true.
He does major DJ events all over Great Britain.
Yeah, I can't believe he played at Glastonbury, a big music festival in Scotland. Nice to see as well the Encyclopedia of Canadian Snooker, Warren Saville chiming in. You know, we can't forget when we're talking about Canadian players, Brady Golan, Bill Ormanick. How about even Bernie Mickelson, Jim and Johnny Bear?
Yep. Yeah, the Bear Brothers from.
They did have.
There was another guy by the name of Tommy Chan. I think it was. And I remember playing with Tommy in Vancouver.
Or was it Tommy Lee?
Tommy Lee?
There was Tom Lee.
Could be Tom Lee. And I remember going into a club and I watched him practice breakouts for hours. He would kind of leave a bit of a loose pack above the pink spot and play different angles, playing the black into the pocket and playing different angles for breakups, and he would do it for hours. So when he was in the tournament, he had hit the shot 1,000 times already.
That muscle memory, it's important.
Absolutely. And it's the confidence that it comes from it. If you have that confidence that you've played the shot 1,000 times and of course you're going to make it, then you make it.
It is nice feeling to have when you're in a high pressure situation, big tournament. You come down, see a shot. Wait a minute, I know this shot. I've been playing this multiple times in practice.
Oh, there's a nice result for Donnie.
Yeah, he's using that sprite connection there. Yellow and green to get behind.
The yellow, green, and brown are in a great position. We may see a number of snookers in this frame.
The unfortunate part, as we were mentioning these great players, as even Warren is mentioning Tom Finsett, who's actually in this tournament. Very strong player, and Bob Chaperone, who was the last Canadian to win a ranking title in 1990 British Open, is the continuation hurt. I don't know if that was just the really surgence of 9-ball, but it seems like these guys were over in England. They really paved the way, opened the door for all of us Canadians. Knew we had a vantage point to get there, but something just happened that just trying to think of the word, the passing of the torch.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I can remember going into pool halls in Toronto where there were 30 or 40 snooker tables. Right? 24-hour pool hall, 30, 40 tables. And certainly around, busy times, most of those tables would have been used all the time. Even late at night, I used to go in at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning when I finished a shift in a restaurant, and 15, 20 of the tables would be being used at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. It was different days for the game.
It's tough. Real estate has become such a hot commodity, so if you're not small tables, sometimes room owners will be like, well, I can get 2 8-ball tables in here for the size of 1 snooker table.
Yep.
But this game is a challenge.
So if you're watching Chucky, what he's trying to do here is He's trying just to freeze to that red because that's the only safe spot on the table. This time he hit it, but he didn't get frozen to the backside of the, or just ticked that ball. And I think he took, I wasn't counting actually, but probably 3 attempts to get it right, if not more. Needs to be a little careful not to contact the pink here, but he's pretty confident it goes. Yep. Nicely done. So Donnie's facing a bit of a deficit here.
Or if Donnie's going to watch the playback, I think I was commentating at the BC Open on that very thing that you've noticed with Donnie with that head lift. So
Yep. And what happens if you're not aware of it is you don't know why you missed, and then you have that reaction that he just had, that throwing up with the hands kind of thing. And instead of going back to the chair with a post-shot review of why he missed it, knowing why he missed it, going, I can fix that. All I need is one more chance. Most players go back to the table, back to the chairs, frustrated, and then sometimes that carries over.
okay.
Well, I'd say
Discipline
that
shot by Chekian there.
Yeah.
Snookering Donnie, not really trying to thread the envelope a little bit. Had a red, but it's going to be more advantageous to put Donnie in this tough snooker. I do remember actually one time, David, you gave me a great piece of advice when I was missing shots. Ernie, open your eyes.
you kind of think that would be normal to know that, but some people you have to tell.
It works for Mark Williams sometimes.
Sometimes. There are certainly some highlights of Mark Williams getting out of snookers that where he closes his eyes, looks away from the shot, and strokes it.
One of our viewers is commenting on Chekian has great temperament. He does, but
Yeah.
I want to talk about temperament. Mark Williams doesn't seem like anything bothers him.
This will be 2 or 3 rails. He's trying for the one closest to the side pocket, I think. Sometimes by using multiple rails to try and get out of a shot, the snooker, increases the opportunity to hit it. Ooh. Maybe. Now the interesting part of this rule here is that Chekian has the opportunity to either play the shot where the cue ball ends up, or to put him back. And that angle had been slightly better. He might have taken it because there's a pink and a black waiting for him, but it was shooting to a blind pocket, so he's not going to take that shot.
And probably eyeing up how close Donnie was as well. If he was really close, Donnie would probably make just the minimal adjustments.
This might get a little technical, but when you are playing out of a snooker, Donnie will be watching where the balls are ending up, and what he needs to do here is go a little to the left on the first rail to get a more square bounce. So now he's come too far on that one. So he found the middle gap. But if you look, where you're aiming onto the rail to get out of the snooker and project past it a bit to something fixed beyond the table, it gives you a reference point to know where to try the next one from.
Kind of maybe, as we see there, you can see that table on the top of the screen. Maybe if he's looking at the leg of that table on the right side, shoot towards that. That misses, then he knows
to go left or right, depending on what he's done.
But
you wouldn't use like someone's leg sitting at a table.
Unless it was a prosthetic leg that's not going to move too much.
If it was attached to the table. I hadn't thought of that variation, but thank you for that.
Snooker players, if they can find something, they'll exploit it.
Now he's hit this one harder, so he's going to come off the third rail and hit the ball. So he lost 12 points there, I believe it was. So now there's 35 points in with 43 left on the table. This would be match ball in this case, if it were to go in. Ooh, all right.
You can't believe it.
First frustration I've seen on Chuck Kin's face.
And I don't know if you got the chance to meet Jesse Fox, but Jesse Fox, the winner of the Shoe Award, he is styling from the Capitol.
Got the red bow tie and everything.
He's definitely giving Charlie Brown a run for the money. Charlie always well-dressed, really stylish man from out west. Oh, Donnie can't convert. He really needed to punish Chuck Young there on that mistake. And he really sold it out badly there.
He's back at the table shaking his head by his chair. That's also something that your opponent notices. So Donnie was starting to get frustrated. Chuck in made the one red and rolled him up behind the yellow ball. And there was another 12 points off of that, which added to the frustration, which may create psychologically another opportunity to miss. Ooh. So does Donnie have a fight back in him? 36 points, 35 on the table.
Blue and black are in decent spots for snookers. Maybe even that green up there, so.
Nope. What does one of the commentators in England say? There's always a window. Yeah. That might be one that he might have just rolled in instead of trying to power in, because that would have been 37 points with 27 on the table.
Yeah, it's a big swing there.
Yeah. He's not worried about his opponent making the ball if he misses, because he has a long way to go. That could turn out nice. Oh, very nice. And if you notice the tap on the table, acknowledgement of a nice shot by his opponent.
All you youngsters, new players out there, take a page of etiquette from Chuck Young Kwan there.
Nice hit. Again, the tap on the table. These angles are difficult to try and find a way to keep distance from the balls. Now,
Lots of wheels turning there.
if Chuck In does not make this ball, there is now a nice wall of yellow, green, and brown, and pink and black to lay snookers behind. So there are two very hot spots on the table for one or two successful hooks.
I think still on that podium, that blue over there, it might be a little lonely, but still not a bad spot to get behind as that
Yep.
the opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, if you get the cue ball between the rail and the blue ball, all sorts of angles become snookers. Good effort. Not quite.
A little more cagey affair in the second frame. Seems like Chekian flowing. Probably should.
Probably match ball, unless Donnie chooses to fight back.
No, it's not the
Score.
yellow. There is always the world famous.
It's match ball. You might as well try a couple, right?
I was gonna say like
87.
It's usually the yellow ball that David Putty likes in these situations. He always says just pushing that yellow ball safe to a left cushion.
Yep.
If Donnie does get a snooker, he still needs to run out, and if you push that yellow ball safe, makes the run out that much more difficult.
One thing when you're playing safeties, of course, is that you want to make sure that your object ball plays safe. So even if you can't get a good hook, you want your object ball to stay safe. Okay.
Just looking around the room, it's interesting. Hussein Rami, seeing him in the room, but I'm not seeing him at the table. Has he been playing
That's
much?
right, yeah. I don't know. This, I think, typically was the room he played out of. See, ooh, look at this. Oh.
Yeah. Hussein, a very strong player. I'm surprised not to see his name on the players list. But being an amateur event, obviously no one's paying the bills with the winnings. It makes those bills a little easier.
Yeah.
So Hussein just might have personal commitments that stopped him from entering the tournament.
Yeah. There you go. And here comes the handshake and the concession.
So Chekian Kwan takes that frame 67-29, and the match 2 frames to 0. We'll step aside for a few short moments and come back. It looks like Jesse Fox is getting ready to warm up. So we'll be right back with another great snooker match.
All right, folks. In the meantime, until our feature table comes back to life with a new match, we have got Blake Martel and Amar Sadiq. Amar leading Blake 1-0. So early in the second frame, Amar's got the table at his mercy should he pot this red. And he will do well. Oh, what has he done there? My goodness. All right. He played as a possible plant, didn't get close to it, but that was a bit of an odd one. do have a live goal for Super Chats, Super Stickers, folks. To purchase at your leisure. All dollars do count. Thank you so much. So we're going to keep an eye on Jesse Fox, and it's going to be Jesse Fox versus Eddie Galletti. Should be another great match. Eddie didn't have his best earlier today against Hugh McEachern. So they're just setting up the tablets, folks, and we'll get that score on there for you very, very shortly. But right now, Amar looking to do a bit of work. Oh my goodness. Thought he'd be doing better than that. Unfortunately, took his eye off the pot. He's going to hand the table right back to Mr. Martel here in the second. Like nicely in the reds here. And there's Mr. Joe Pullitz from Monte Carlo. Doing battle in a good match on the table down. I've been told Jesse Fox has another stellar pair of shoes on this evening. Jesse Fox, Eddie Galletti just moments away, folks, and we'll get right back to our feature table. Okay, we're going to go there now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's Jesse Fox and Eddie Galletti. There's Just a coin toss. Jesse playing out of the Ottawa Snooker Club. And there's the shoes. Yesterday he had the purple haze going, or the purple rain. Today it's the ruby red Wizard of Oz. Click your heels, Dorothy. There's no place like home. Wow, it's always nice to have a little bit of flair. Eddie didn't have his best game earlier today against Hugh. However, Jesse's playing well, so Eddie's going to have to dig deep here for this one, folks. And just, I mentioned Joe Pulitzer. He's actually in a good match with Dan Bissonette. Two guys that play often down at the Monte Carlo here in Mississauga, folks. And they will not give an inch. Well, it's a bit of an airmail. Oh no, he must have just clipped it because no foul's been counted. So, all right, well done. Eddie playing that with a little bit too much pace. I mean, you know, he's left a pot on for Jesse, but blue not on the spot. Pink, black not available at present. So he's going to do well here. Possibly just pot this red and lay the white on the back cushion behind the blue off the yellow. He tried to play position, but, well, he can still play a telling safety here, Jesse. And we are ahead of schedule if we're looking at the player schedule, folks. So that's excellent. We may have time for some bonus matches. If there's any other matches going on, then we can bring those to you. Jesse opting to put the white back. Player satisfied with the spot of the balls. Play continues. Eddie trying to skim the reds thin. Needs to make a hit now, or else he would have been given a warning by his opponent in lieu of a ref doing that. And if he had missed it the third time, he would have forfeited the frame. Frame would have been awarded to Mr. Fox, and in 2 out of 3. You don't want to lose like that.
Yeah, interesting battle that we have here, Rob.
Absolutely.
Kinda like the old versus the young.
Yeah, well, like I said, Jesse Fox donning those ruby reds. Hello, Dorothy, click your heels. There's no place like home. It's always nice to show a little bit of flair.
I wholeheartedly agree. You know, there's obviously a dress code, but there's no restrictions on color or anything like that. So
Absolutely.
show a little pizzazz. It gives you that individuality that I think is important.
Oh, that's why when I was over here for the Pan Am a couple years ago in the Brazilian contingent, the vests they had, one was like rainbow colors in the back. It was absolutely fantastic.
Yes, our good friend Januario, a great guy. His English
Yes.
isn't that great, but my Portuguese isn't. But he's such a stand-up chap. Always smiles when he comes in the room, and glad that he's on my good side because I hear he's a criminal lawyer in Brazil.
Oh boy. Okay. So he's a guy that knows a guy.
That's everybody's mo in Brazil.
Well, he's a guy that really knows a guy who can defend that guy. But yeah, no, he's a great guy. We had a few small conversations, obviously because of the language barrier. But yeah, he's got a great sense of humor for the most part. The little bit that I understood, anyway, he could have been making fun of me, but either way, I was laughing too. So yeah, no, they're a great bunch. They like to have a lot of fun. But Eddie's match this morning with Hugh McEachern didn't go his way. He didn't play his best. Jesse's playing really well as of late, so Eddie's gonna have he's gonna have his hands full here, Dave.
Yeah, Eddie Golady, the last person in Canada in a tournament to make a 147.
Absolutely. You know, it's a good record to have, but I'm oddly surprised. I know how difficult a maximum is, of course, but I'm oddly surprised in all the years since Eddie did that at the Canadians when he won it. It hasn't been. Nobody's really been close, or nobody's really gotten that mark again.
Yeah, the room is definitely buzzing, but I think a player gets onto 8, maybe even 9 reds with blacks,
Yeah.
things are gonna quiet down ever so gently.
Yeah.
Definitely in our
Absolutely.
area. It's a very large room here at Corner Bank, so it might be tough to keep the pool players calm in the far
Yeah.
reaches of the room.
Well, I mean, that's what I appreciated about the Colorado event is it wasn't a maximum when Ahmed Ali was getting close to a century, but pretty much play came to a halt, and he cleared up for a 1-3-1, and all the players that were there and the audience, of course, applauded, and then they resumed play. So these days they're stopping play just out of respect and courtesy, and it's fantastic. So Colorado's definitely heading in the right direction. They do some of that here. Of course, I'd like to see more of it. But yeah, I think we'll get that maximum record broken one day soon. But there's one thing you can never take away from Eddie on that, and that's being the first. So right now he's the first and the last person to do it.
Yeah, and much as he's one of the older competitors in the event, around 7 years old, he's got great tenacity. He's got that will to win all the time.
Oh, he is. I mean, sure, his game is not as consistent. I don't want to say sharp, Dave, but it's simply not as consistent as it once was because, we're all getting up in the years. We're all getting there. Like you said, he's 70 years old now. Um, but he is still hanging in there with today's best. He might not beat them, but he's giving them a fight. And he does still knock in a century or two here and there. Not as often as, 40, 30 plus years ago, but it still happens from time to time. And yeah. Like they say, Dave, this is a young man's game. But that brings us full circle back to our many previous topics. we need more young people. But I think we're heading in the right direction, bringing the popularity back, and that will spark the interest, and then we'll have a growth spurt again, as it were. But Eddie's absolutely got his hands full here.
Yes, this could be a good passing of the guard here. I think win or lose, Eddie will be able to pass on some good knowledge to the youngster.
Yeah, well, Eddie's he's not gonna lay down for anybody. He's not gonna give it up. You know, he was once warned by a ref in a tournament he was playing in, Dave, that he was warned for slow play, and it wasn't that, which was kind of amazing because Eddie's, when he was younger, he might be a little slower now, but when he was younger, he was not slow at all. But so he was a bit astonished and amazed by this comment from the ref that being warned for slow play. So that frame lasted about an hour and 45 minutes because Eddie refused to pot a ball and just played safe, grinded everything. So he doesn't have to rely on potting. He's got an excellent safety game here. Jesse, however, might have a good safety game, but he's going to need to rely on his potting. Jim just walking by and got a little close to, Jesse got a little close to Jim. And, well, I'm not sure Jesse realized it was Jim, but he shook his head there, Dave. A little funny moment, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a very active room there, so sometimes some players might just think that's a confused patron walking by, not realizing it's one of our co-tournament directors that's running around the room. You talk about steps. Jim Weich is definitely getting a boatload full this weekend.
Yeah. You know, as we get later in the week, you know, the room is going to get busier and busier during the evening. But that red there from Jesse just found its way in. You know, I got to ask him where he finds these snazzy shoes, though. It's one question that's on my mind. They do match the reds on the table, though. So, kind of reminds me of another player from Ottawa that used to have a jazzy kind of vest he used to wear. He used to have them custom made with different colors in the back, and they were bright and shiny. Mr. Kirk Kluche back in the day. But Jesse Fox, you know, he's a little slow at the moment, but he's going at a steady pace. He's consistent. Right? And I have seen him play before in some NSL matches, Dave, and he's not overly slow, but he's not overly quick as well. He does like to study the table. But he's not moving fast and slow. It's an even tempo between pots. Current break of 15, however, gives him a 22-0 point lead. Now, Eddie, when he got down 20 points against you, almost shut down, really.
Oh, Jesse.
Yeah, that's I mean, that was just a moment of focus that he didn't have. All right, so we may have a slight network issue, but seems to be holding, Dave. As the club gets busier, it takes a moment or two for things to sort themselves out. Just one of the many things that we're not able to control. Just like Eddie didn't control that red going into the pocket because it's still on the table. And he might be playing this in. Well, I'd have to say he got a little fortunate there, Dave. He had a straightforward out off the left side of the grouping of reds here. Decided to take one on, and if it weren't for the block, I'm pretty sure this red would have been higher up the table and possibly on into the right middle. So I think Eddie's stepping out a little bit more than he might be comfortable with. Oh boy, it's all everything's moving. And for those of you who are interested, on our other table, Amar Sadiq and Blake Martell are now 1-1 and have just started their third frame decider.
Mr. Maximum.
Yes.
Too bad it wasn't in tournament play. $250 for the high break prize in this tournament.
I mean, $250 if he did that in the tournament, it almost sounds unfortunate to get $250 for a maximum. He'll take it, but you know what I mean? This seems like yeah. You know, a maximum is worth so much more. That's why we need sponsorships. So we can have, say, a $10,000 prize for a maximum in an event. Maybe not this event, but any event.
Yeah, at least Jimmy and John maybe could clear up Blake's tab for tonight.
Yeah.
Because that was the first maximum at the corner bank.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Oh, Eddie. What has he done? Well, he seems to be falling apart, unfortunately. We don't usually see Eddie play like this. Anybody who knows this man knows he plays much better. That was just lapse of concentration.
Yeah, but you do notice a little bit with Eddie. He's got a little shake in that backhand. This kind of comes with age, but he's still able to drive that cue straight through his cue ball. That's the important time.
Oh, he's well short of the mark here, Dave. Yeah, that's a free ball. Black sitting over right middle. That is surprising.
Yeah.
You know, he had the black sitting right over the pocket. Had a good clear shot at it. It would have gone right back on its spot. White would have traveled in amongst them, so no telling what would have happened. But great opportunity to build that 26-point lead. Very surprised. Because now he knows how Eddie was playing it, and he's banging trouble here.
Yeah, might just be youth there.
I mean, he's been around the game for a while. He knows the rules, but I do know some of the younger players, and even some of the older players that might be new to this game or these events, get, I don't want to say hypnotized, but focus on, oh, I can put the ball back, maybe I'll get another 4 points. Instead of seeing what's right in front of them. You know, just because you can doesn't mean you have to. So as soon as that white went back, Eddie was like, perfect. I know I came up short. I had the right line. I'm going to hit it right in the same spot, and I'm going to have him snookered. Did he just pot the black?
He did.
Did I miss a red? Did my camera glitch? Because I saw Eddie hit the green.
Yeah, I'm a little scratched here.
That was kind of odd, Dave. I thought Eddie, unless he called the Brown. So, all right, Dave. I am going to step aside, and we are going to welcome back Mr. David Putty.
Well, hold your horses there, Rob.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
he's not quite ready. Okay.
he's stepped away.
Oh,
He's
okay.
talking to his partner in crime, John Wallace. They've got some
Absolutely.
Canadian Q Sports Academy business to talk. But I've let Mr. David Putty know that at the conclusion of this frame, I'll step aside and you and David can have the call for the rest of this match.
Beautiful.
But yeah, I don't know. You're at master controls over there, Rob. Maybe you can scrub back a little bit in the stream and see what happens.
Yeah, it's
kind of a little distracted.
Well, I'm actually have the live feed up, so on my other screen. Yeah, so Eddie put the ball back, and this is his second or first attempt. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna just let it play through here. But it was a little odd moment there. I'm not sure exactly what happened. Okay, so I'm watching Eddie's first attempt. We know he came up short. It was a free ball. Jesse didn't take it. He's going back. Eddie respots the white. All right, Dave, bear with me while I have a quick look at this. The only thing I can think of, Dave, is that he nominated the Brown and hit the green, and then Jesse took the free ball. But I didn't see the score adjust, so we'll have to look at the score as well here in a moment.
I do think we have a comment from Chris Farrington. Is just wondering who's on that scoreboard.
Okay, so he hit the green. He did raise his hand. And he did foul, so he called the Brown. That's what happened. Okay. I needed that sorted out. But now we're back to live action. Jesse Fox leading Eddie 31-2, 29 in front in this opening frame.
Well, the late, great John Virgo. When I got to meet him over in Sheffield, I told him, John, I'd do a little bit of commentary over in North America. Is there any advice you can pass along? And he just turned and looked at me and said, concentrate. So players need to concentrate, and so do we, as we kind of gaffed a little bit on that exchange that they had. Eddie's just calling head referee Kevin Patrick over here. Going a little tit for tat here, and maybe a re-rack situation.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the re-rack. Jesse, are we fighting that hard?
Funny little first frame here. Jesse Fox, the young up-and-coming player, taking on Eddie Galati, the veteran of the game, been around many years, always a staple at these events. Yeah, it's interesting. Here's a situation. So that referee coming in. Referee saying to them, if no real progress is made in 3 shots time, he's going to call a re-rack. That's going to erase the scores. And it has echoes of that Mark Allen Wuyaza marathon frame at the World Championships. There's a lot of discussion. Obviously, Mark was ahead quite a lot. Didn't want to have the re-rack. Interesting talking to Dave Hendon in the press room when that frame was going down. And the late, great Clive Everton had an idea of when frames do get in this kind of bottleneck. No progress is going on, or it doesn't seem like frame can progress forward. There's a bit of a stalemate. He thought, okay, we'll have a re-rack, but as we have 7 balls on the table, they'll come back up and try and make as much of a triangle as possible, and all the points are carried over to the next frame, because obviously Jesse with a 29 advantage doesn't want to give up that lead. That would happen with a re-rack. This is a decent attempt. Oh, just missed. This is done well. Just retreating to the scoreboard. That's updated score. Christopher Farrington just chimed in about the scoreboard. It's the opposing player that will sit off the table and be right by that iPad to monitor the score. So it is their duty to keep updated scores. That's why you're not seeing opponents pulling color balls out of pockets, as that is proper etiquette in the snooker world. But you want a front row seat to great snooker action? We would love if you could come out and help us with scorekeeping. That's just a call out to anyone in the community. You got to pay attention. Can't get distracted, as with anything in this sport. On and off the table, a lot of important people with important jobs, and it's good to keep concentration. Jesse's got a bit good luck there. He's going to need the redwoods here. Been a lot of tackle. Telescopic extension onto his cue. He'll need to bring out the long rest. Might even need a little bit more. Question is he going to go for the pot? Or is he going to snooker Jesse, I should say, behind the brown? A different way to execute, but the same result that Eddie wanted. A tap on the table. The audience looking on. Looks like the Quebecois section over there with Andre Roy and Sylvain Nettier. Good hit for Jesse. It's on to top left, but ooh, it's close. Christopher Farrington, you are absolutely correct. He asks about the red dot. He assumes that on the scoreboard, when you see a red dot by the player, that means that player is at the table. Let's see, Jesse is back at the table, or at the scoreboard table, shall I say. He should just be punching the switch player function, so that red dot should be on Eddie Galletti. He's got that cut in, but he's left a long red. And he just slowly saunters back to his chair. He's not too happy. Well judged pace. Now he's allowed to just come off this black, stun up, and just gently hit the right side of the pink. So that will just push his cue ball into a great spot for that left red out there in the open between the black and pink spot. Well, he does have a reprieve right into the right middle. Question is he going to hit this with pace to come in and out of bulk or play for either the yellow or brown? Just ran a bit too much for him. Wanted to be a bit straighter on that pink to run through and have that open red that I mentioned a few moments ago. We wanted a bit more pace. A difficult red there. So he breaks down on a 15 break, but increasing his lead. 51-2. 49 points in it. Still 67 on the table. So Eddie's not out of this first frame just yet. It's a great long pot by Eddie, and he's in business here. He's got the angle to come off the cushion. That's okay. He's developed it nicely to be on the bottom of the two reds. And he's just got to keep his cool, and he'll be right back in this frame. Been here before. White ball might be covering the pink spot. In that case, it goes the highest point value available. And in this case, the blue. It's got the angle on this red to come back up for that pink. It's a little short of pace. It's on the wrong side of the pink. It's going to have to travel in and out of bulk. He's electing for the yellow. Oh, did he ever get a little run of the balls there? That black came out and just spoiled the party for young Jesse Fox. Jesse should be able to hit the red, but where it was sitting at the beginning, it looks like it was going to be perfectly on to the right middle. Jesse just coming to grab a coin.
Yeah, it's Jesse Fox in front by 25. One red remaining. Good hit.
And green's in a relatively safe spot there. Yellow's difficult as well, so it's not an automatic run out for Eddie. Oh, he might be in trouble here.
Yeah, you can get to the white, control it somewhat. This red should be in for Jesse. Chance now for Jesse to, well, 25 in front. If he can get on the pink, be his frame ball. Any color would be his frame ball, really. Oh, wow.
glide into this red and come off the cushion, be behind the yellow. It's not going to be tight to the yellow, but at least he could get the block for the path of the cue ball to the red.
Yeah, certainly shouldn't be potable after this. Oh, he went the opposite way, creating distance. He's got good weight, good line. Oh, I believe he's got him. Shouldn't be difficult if he can't see the edge of it. Dave, I think he quite easily come off. Just missed the brown. Should be able to come off the back cushion here. But if he hits it bang on the nose from behind, it's going to go close to the yellow pocket.
Already, he's fortunate enough that it's left Jesse.
Yeah, he's tight to the cushion, but red does go. No. Game plan, good game plan here for Jesse to try not to overpower this red. If he gets position, great. If not, he could have placed the white behind the blue or black for the snooker. Unfortunately, now he's left this red on for Mr. Galletti. Still the first frame. Eddie's had to come from behind in a few matches to win a frame.
Yeah, I think in Eddie's illustrious career, he's been in all positions on the table.
Yeah, and it really won't bother him too much as long as he can still win the frame. He's got a great safety game. So he's always in with a chance. If there's enough points on the board, or on the table rather, then, well, it's anybody's frame.
That's what you just can't discount with some of these senior players on the circuit. Their snooker play is so granite. Obviously, you get into the first get your sniff of what this game of snooker is all about. It's always fun potting balls. That sweet sound of smacking the leather on the back of the pocket with your object ball, creating a high break. But you forget there's a whole other side, the tactical side, the side that can really put your opponents into a manic brain freeze. Jesse's done well to get out of that snooker. Just 19 points, 27 on. So green relatively safe. This yellow really that important. Obviously, Eddie would love to get it just to shrink the lead. But all eyes probably are on the green. That's really the important one right now in this frame. attempt number 1 for Eddie on this yellow. Could do the 2-cushion escape. That's the idea. Your cue ball and the yellow ball, that's his object ball. Go find the middle spot in between those two, and then point your cue at that green pocket. And on that same trajectory line, bring that down to your cue ball and fire on that line. Maybe trace a left side, and you should more often than not come 2 cushions and make a successful shot like Eddie has done. And so Jesse's taking the yellow. He's put that in. 21 points to get to him. Green ball is his frame ball. I'll try for a cross double here into the left middle. David and I were talking about it in the last frame. Keeping that head still. Great example there by Jesse Fox. Well played, Eddie Galati. This is going to help Jesse. Playing the old guard here. You can learn so much from the older players. Eddie, a former Canadian national champion, so he knows what it takes to win. Still comes back year in, year out. Fortunately, I got in a little late to this tournament for the last day of the seniors. I was busy commentating on the Colorado Open. And Mr. good friend Ernie Marsh. So Jesse falters on that first attempt. That coin is there to mark the cue ball. That's really that's the important ball to get back on the correct spot. Obviously, they like to get all the balls as that blue ball traveled after Jesse hit it. He's left a free ball because Eddie is snookered here. Eddie can put him back. Eddie can get Jesse to shoot from here. Or Eddie can nominate any of the colored balls on the table as his green ball. One thing he cannot do is snooker his opponent on that nominated free ball. It's going to go back. It's going to go on that brown to come back down table for the green. Well judged on the weight of that shot. Once again, Eddie's putting the youngster in snookers, but I don't think he's got the trick this time. I think Eddie can, or Jesse, I should say, can get by. Wayne Binder chiming in about Albert Kenny. I think the one problem is Albert might not have residency here in Canada, as this is a national event and only open to Canadians or permanent residents. People have to have the proper paperwork. I don't want to get the legal details as I don't know all of it. I know talking to Albert, he desperately wants to play in the Pan Am Championships on the senior side. That's 40 plus, because the winner of that plays at the World Seniors Snooker Championship in Sheffield, England, at the Crucible Theatre after the conclusion of the World Championships. So unfortunately, that's why Albert couldn't make the trip from Alberta. Well done to get the contact on the green. Eddie making it really tough on this youngster. Great shot coming off cushion first for Jesse there. It's Eddie in the snooker. And Wayne, it's actually disappointing that you're not playing in this as well. Miss you in the room. As we say, the table's always there. Sometimes life can get in the way.
All right, sorry about that. Dave had a little visitor come into my booth for a brief moment. But they have now departed. I can now give this match the attention. So I have been carrying on and making sure our settings are also good. We had a little hiccup. Hopefully nobody noticed. Eddie has worked his way back into this frame a little bit, down by 12. Oh, great chance for Jesse there. Just didn't get the green. You can see how he hit that, Dave. He's absolutely nowhere on the brown. Great chance for Galletti, though. He needs to clear up.
Yeah, this is going to be the big shot, brown to blue.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to do well to clear up here. He had issues doing this earlier, missing some easy pots, but normally I would say this should be a walk in the park for him, but it's really not. It's all going to depend on this white. You are kidding me.
Oh, wow, I thought that was going to pull up. This is going to be devastating to the youngster from Ottawa. If Eddie could steal this frame, it is all there for him.
That was almost devastating to Eddie if it pulled up behind the block.
Oh, but he can't compute on
Wait
the
a
blue.
minute.
Or can
Wait a minute. Oh, my goodness. Well, this is the big shot now, surely. Pink to black. He's got an angle. He can get to the cue ball where he needs to.
Yeah, black.
It's gonna be it's gonna be a black ball finish either way. Oh boy. he's gotten away with it there. He hit that very poorly.
53 apiece. Pink and black, the lonely color balls on the table. Pink is rather meaningless. It's going to all come down to the black.
Yeah, Jesse just trying to figure out if he can, well, slow roll this. He'll be putting his fate into the hands of the table here, Dave. You know, he does have an option. He can play the cross bank as well, and he might actually pot the pink, but he doesn't want to hit it so poorly that the pink comes off the side cushion and knocks it into the black, because the pink will be available. Or there's a good chance of that. As I said, but there's also a possibility the pink could go into the bottom right corner. Ideally, you'd like to see him make it once, twice across to the bottom cushion. Of course, he can. I think he can get the, well, depending on the angle, he can get the pink back to the bulk area if he misses the black. Yeah, he got that super thin. This pink is on. Not perfect for Eddie, but don't be surprised if we see another safety here, of course.
Yeah, Eddie, a great tactician. Really put your opponent in headache, Bill.
Yeah, this will certainly tell us how he's feeling. Wow, he played the pot. Absolutely played the pot. Where's this white going? If it comes down, pink to left center, it'll be on the block. Not an easy block here, Dave.
No, definitely not for a right-hander. He'll need to use the rest. But the nice thing with getting that pink, obviously the safety battle could ensue on that final black if Jesse doesn't compute after this. That cue ball always could find the bottom of a pocket. If Eddie was to go in off the black, that's frame. But
yeah, last thing Jesse wants here is to be straight on the black, so he's played it a little bit slow. He could have played it off the bulk cushion and got closer to the black, but he doesn't. I don't think he would have wanted to use the rest. Actually, no, Jesse being a left-hander, the black on his side of the table.
yes, black. Oh, just rattles in the jaws.
Oh,
And
unlucky.
there's a come. It's out there. It's a sliver of hope. Eddie to steal this frame.
Oh, it will be a steal. Jesse holding on for hope for one more chance. It's going to be tough. Danny Mack, I have not seen Gary Natali around for ages. So I have no idea. Great player, nice guy from what I remember. Back in the mid to late 90s, but yeah, I unfortunately don't know.
Jesse was looking at the potty angle, gearing up. Long red for the first frame victory. Oh, and he's got it. The audience likes that. Well done. So Jesse Fox takes that first frame by a score line of 66. Not sure what they're doing at the score there. Referee Patrick jumping in, just making sure the score is correct, and that is. And I'm going to just jump out of the booth for a little bit of time. I'm going to let you, Rob, and David Putty is going to come back into the booth to provide some
David
great insight.
and David, D&D.
So I'm stepping out. Rob, you enjoy some good fun with David Putty.
Perfect. Well, here we go. Frame 2, Eddie to break. Jesse Fox winning that last frame with an incredible pot on the block. See if he can carry that momentum forward into frame 2 here. Wow, another great pot.
There's Rob.
And welcome, Mr. David Putty. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Yes, it's good. Everything's good here. We're just getting all the tech side of it here, so I can hear you properly.
Excellent.
Because we're in different locations, but so what? On screen we now have
Jesse Fox and Mr. Galati.
Okay. Yes. Sorry, I was looking in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
My life. I don't know.
Hey, sometimes that's a good idea because sometimes you don't want to see what's happening.
Exactly. So I noticed that Jesse made the nice black on the to win the first frame there.
Oh, absolutely, he did. He clicked those heels together and he willed that ball home.
That's right.
You know.
Yeah, he had the first chance at it, and then Eddie just missed it, and he took the next opportunity, which was nice.
Yeah, and as I usually say, I mean, he was thrilled to make that putt. Grateful and glad that he won that frame.
Yes.
But his confidence wasn't that high because he had chances to win that frame earlier. However, whenever you get the audience, a little bit of applause, that can make you boost your confidence even more.
And there's not quite a fluke by Eddie.
No,
fairly safe. Nice weight on the cue ball.
Yeah, he's got a good white. You know, Jesse's been playing well. Eddie hasn't been at his best.
Okay.
So Eddie had a tough time this morning in a 2-1 loss to Hugh McEachern. And
okay.
Yeah, Hugh did play really well. I'm not going to take anything away from him. Eddie didn't have his best game with him. He gave it all he had. You know Eddie, Dave. He always gives it everything.
Eddie's been a long time favorite in these games for decades.
Absolutely.
He's owned his own room at one point and managed many of them over the years and played in top competitions all the way through. It's nice to see these. I mean, I'm one of them, I guess, but it's nice to see these long-term experience players still out on the table, still enjoying the game.
Yeah,
they love the challenge.
Absolutely, he was talking to me just a week or so before the Canadians, and he's thinking this might be his last year in competition. You never know.
Yeah.
I tell him I doubt that's going to happen. I laughed at him pretty much when he said that, but I do understand. I do get it. He's getting up in years. He's 70 years old. It's not that easy anymore. These long days, 10, 12 hours a day for these players. Not that they're playing consistently for that time. It's the hanging around that hurts a little bit more.
It's the hanging around that is the worst part of it, because then you're expected to come back to the table and be fresh and ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, they do give you a few moments to hit a few balls, but if it's me and I got to wait around, I'll just like, okay, 1, 2, let's go. Let's get on with it. Nothing's going to change. I won my first match, and now I got to wait 3 hours or 4 for my next one. I'm good. 1 or 2 pots and rock them.
Yeah. Then, of course, on the other hand, it's nice to see some of the younger players like Jesse coming up.
Yes.
Being competitive, because that's what the sport needs more than anything now.
Yeah, but it also needs more people like Jesse who do great things and running snooker pretty much out in the Ottawa area. He's taking it on himself, and he does a great job with the.
I don't know if you've been to the Ottawa Snooker Club or not.
I've not actually.
I was there on a real estate conference just a couple of months ago.
Okay.
And I took an Uber from the hotel over to the room. I talked to someone who was at the room, and we were going to go, and invited me out to see it. And it was It's a nice room. 4 real nice tables. No bar, no loud music. They're there to work on their game and enjoy the sport. And it was a really nice setup. And,
Well,
yeah,
good.
just trying to respot the white ball here where it was. Because Eddie's trying to hit this one red, sort of the second last or last red here on the left side, incredibly thin so he doesn't go in off. So now, assuming Jesse puts him back, which he probably will, there's a third miss rule that comes into play here.
Absolutely.
And for those of you who may not know, the third miss rule is that because Eddie has a ball that he can hit
Full ball.
full ball on, it doesn't even have to, it's not like a free ball where you have to be able to hit either side. He can hit a ball full on. So if he were to miscue here and hit the green on the way up or something like that, it's an automatic loss of frame.
Yes, only if the referee, or in lieu of a referee, the player
Or his opponent in this case, yeah. If Jesse had
extends
warned
that
him,
warned him to it. But if he doesn't warn him, just like a referee, if the referee doesn't issue the warning,
yeah,
and the player
it's
plays
not-
and misses the third time, then he doesn't lose the frame. It's just a foul.
yes, yeah. And
So
I didn't see if they had a conversation about that, but again, I'm not sure that that I want to say most players probably know that rule,
correct.
but there would certainly be some that don't. There are a few nuanced rules in snooker that even some of the top pros don't know. One notable one was Kyron Wilson.
That's
Didn't
right.
know a rule that you can roll up on the pink when only the pink and black are left. If you have
Exactly.
a ball. And he actually lost that frame because he didn't know it. I don't know about you, Rob, but these are the kind of games I enjoy playing and watching. In that this is a safety battle, and this is the intricate part of snooker. It's always nice to see someone come on a table and run a ton, run 100 plus points. But
Absolutely.
these games are of much interest to the knowledgeable players, the guys who understand the nuances of the game, as to what it takes to actually get in and make runs, but also play safe when you need to. A little thin one on this red. Nope. Some of the players were saying here in the room today that the room was really warm.
Always said so.
And so the cue gets sticky. And I think we saw Eddie just kind of came up off that shot. Oops. Not the double kiss that he wanted.
All right, so some of the viewers right now, Dave, might be experiencing a little bit of buffering. We're having an issue with the Wi-Fi or internet connection. I am taking care of it the best I can. Hopefully it usually takes a few moments and will sort itself out. Only because when the club gets busier, the connection gets stretched. the we just have to wait. The audio sounds a little bit better, and the video feed should, ladies and gentlemen, take just a few moments, so bear with me. And then we should be good to go, I think, here.
I'm just looking at the comment from Danny Mack, where he says he can remember 60 years ago, if you walked into a snooker room, it was black. The only lights were table lights. The other thing that made it black was the cigarette smoke.
Very true.
And back in those days, I had to, if I was out playing, I had to make sure I had a change of clothes in the car or something like that, so I could get home and not smell, not have people think I was smoking.
Exactly, yeah.
But there used to be like a gray haze in a lot of rooms from the smoke.
Oh, for sure. Even at Eddie's old room, Silvertip Billiards. Fantastic place. He did a great job there. Uh, you know, they had those big, huge units in the ceiling that would suck up all the air and the smoke. And,
Yes.
But it got rid of the smoke, but never got rid of the smell.
Nope.
So, and being in a basement, you know, it
Can't
was
open windows.
quite the thing.
I've never actually had the opportunity to watch Jesse play for any extended period of time. Interesting to watch him. I, of course, tend to watch players and runouts and all of that quite technically from what I do, but he looks to be a pretty solid player.
He is. He's done well. He practices at the Ottawa Snooker Club quite a bit. You know, he's been in matches with another good player, Indy Lodi, who's come in.
Yep.
Kirk Kluche, former Canadian champion, former Ontario, champion
Yep.
all around, and he's done well for himself. Still looking for a big win, and who knows, Dave? It could be this weekend.
Today. Hey, one thing I'm not sure about, Rob, as they're playing this as Canadian Championships, and you can probably answer it for me.
Yes.
Is this one where the winner gets the 2-year card like Sahil did over a year or two ago?
No.
Okay.
Sahil got the tour card from the Cbsa Pan Am.
Right. Yes.
However, the winner here gets a chance to play in the IBSF World Amateurs.
Okay.
So through the World Amateurs, there is still it's a pathway, but it's a longer pathway.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Or I think in some situations they may have been offered a spot to go to the Pan Am, and this year I think it's back in Brazil. So
Yes, it is. Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
yeah. So, but typically they're offered the spot in it's the IBSF.
Okay.
Right? Alan Whitfield went over once or twice. I think Jason was offered the spot when he won the Canadians in Markham at Master Q,
Yeah.
but he opted to go to the Pan Am in Brazil.
Yes, because he and his partner went down and had a holiday while they were down there.
Oh, beautiful place.
Exactly.
Well, I don't know if we just saw it, Dave, but that blue.
That blue. Didn't he
boy.
play it? Didn't he play it 3 rails in the corner?
Absolutely. You know, he needed this position on the red, but my word. Oh, he's getting the run of the ball, Jesse is.
This game can go that way, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much Eddie can do.
No, this is just to roll it into the pack and hope for nothing to come of it, which he's done well. Jesse's checking to see if it was frozen. The shake of the head means it's not. If the balls were touching, again, it depends who we have listening. If the balls are touching, he's allowed to shoot directly away from the ball, and it counts as a hit. In that case, the shake of the head indicated it wasn't frozen.
That's right.
So he had to hit the other red.
Yeah, and now he might be in a predicament behind the yellow if Eddie can work that white correctly. He's had challenges.
Eddie left him the one along the rail.
He has, but well, if Jesse's to get back to bulk here, he's got to miss the brown.
Yep.
You know, he has put Eddie on the bottom cushion a couple of times. It's a question whether he can get there again. But if he can miss the brown and get back to the...
Oh
boy.
That's going to end up pretty safe, actually. Maybe not. It's
No,
got one.
yeah, I think he was looking for the deep screw, but that was more
Yeah.
center ball than draw.
Yeah.
You know, there it kind of looked like he well, definitely lifted his cue, lifted his whole body up there, which he got no draw at all.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, Eddie's having trouble today.
Yeah.
He's exhausted. He looks tired.
Just what you were saying earlier about some of the about Eddie maybe talking about this might be his last one. There's a number of players who will remain nameless, but there are a number of players talking about that. That maybe their top competitive days are done. It's not as much fun, too long a grind. That kind of chatter from some of the top players. But
Right.
there has to be a changing of the guard at some point in time. Yeah. Okay. It is now moved away. Let me
Excellent.
know if that's better.
A little bit
Okay.
closer.
A little bit closer. How about now?
Perfect.
Is that better? Okay. All right. Good to know.
All right. So Eddie, he's the thin red here. White, if he catches it right, going back up the table. More concerned about getting safe than the pot, really. Sure, he would have taken the red for the point and then tucked up behind the yellow, but well, things are going to get open here. Jesse can play this pretty much like he would the break off. Well, I would have liked to see him play it exactly like the break off. Come off, 3 cushions up, left side cushion behind the yellow. But I think Jesse doesn't want to open them too much. He's nursing that 27-point lead here. He's up a frame, so and he's got to know that Eddie's not at his best. He's missed some easy pots that I'm sure he won't forget. And I'm just going to have a look at our schedule because we know there's some group stage matches tomorrow. Not all of them, of course. Because tomorrow we'll end up playing one of the knockout rounds. Let's see if either one of them have a match tomorrow. Yes, Eddie Galletti versus Presley Backus tomorrow is scheduled for 11 a.m. I don't see a listing for Jesse tomorrow, so this could be Jesse's final match in the group rounds. But as you know, Dave, schedules do change periodically. A little difficult, a little bit of a challenge, but as long as he concentrates on the pot, should be okay for the red along the cushion below the black spot. Oh my goodness. He hit that absolutely straight. Eddie giving that red a go, doesn't get it. Right now, Jesse Fox leading Eddie Galletti 1-0. He's got a 28-0 point lead. Now he's giving a putt on for Ed into left center. Eddie's going to need a little bit of draw here. So he has definite position. Well, you know what? He's not even entertaining the idea of the red to left center. That's, wow. Players do have the better views, but absolutely thought he would have taken that one on. Because he needs that white in the bottom cushion, and he might take the red on to left or right center now. He's also got a red in top left corner. Very surprised by Mr. Galetti's play today. As is he, I'm pretty sure. Just got a slim chance here, but if he goes for it and doesn't get it, quite possibly going to let Eddie back in the frame. He could play this towards off the left cushion as a double to the right middle. Keep the white on the bottom cushion. Oh, Jesse's done well there. Looking to score heavy and possibly win the frame and the match. Sorry folks, bear with me for a moment. All right, double check our settings once again. All right, so we're getting on in the evening. We still got a bit of snooker to go, folks. Hope you're having a wonderful night. Thank you all for being here. Truly do appreciate each and every one of you. Don't forget, we have a chat goal here on the OBSA YouTube channel. Like and subscribe, where you can purchase a super chat or a super sticker. Help support the channel. Show your support and appreciation for the live stream and everything that we do. I thank you all for being here in advance. I appreciate each and every one of you for your time. And we have got a long way to go to find out on Sunday who will be the next Canadian snooker champion of 2026. As we see Eddie now in the balls, this could be, well, Eddie's got 42-7 lead, so Eddie's got to do a bit of work here. But the colors are sitting pretty. And our friend, Mr. David Putty, is having a bit of a technical issue, folks, so he is working on it diligently to get back to us. If he can get back to us. Massive damage. These snooker tables are shenders. They're called shenders. But the cloth, wow, the cloth is second to none, really. Plays very nice. Pat McCarthy has done a great job with these tables and the cloth. Wow, Eddie's not ideally on this block. He's had issues today. This might be another one. He's got to be careful. And it's there, nicely done, positionally. He's challenged a little. Does have a red on. Well, he could take the red above the pink to the yellow pocket or left middle. He's also got the red to the left of the pink that will go to left middle. A little bit more risky, that one. So this red here. Big shot. Oh, big miss. My goodness. What has he done? He didn't threaten the pocket, folks, but he certainly scared the cushion. My word. Jesse leading by 20 now, 42-22. He's a little short of pace. That very surprising miss there from Eddie Previous, but he's exhausted. I gotta tell you, these tournaments take a lot out of you. Early mornings, long days, and playing somewhere in between. Multiple matches. But don't count him out yet, folks. Jesse had a chance there. Didn't get the red, my word. This frame going back and forth. He's only up now by 25. 47-22, Eddie down, trailing. Again, second frame. Oh boy. Well, I don't know about the rest of you folks, but it's going to be tough for Mr. Galletti here. Yeah, Eddie just like us sitting in his chair while he's watching Jesse Fox. Somewhat doing like a stroll in the park, looking calm and cool on the outside, but he'll be feeling a little bit on the inside. He inches closer to the finishing line of this match, up by 33 now, in great position here. Won't have to worry about the red on the right side cushion if he gets this pink and one more red. This pink will give him a 40-point lead with 43 on. And he's there. Oh, he's overhit it, but he's okay. He's in position. He'll need the rest. One good thing here for this young man is he doesn't need to worry about position. So that is going to increase his chance of getting it correct. Well, Eddie's pretty much done here. Unfortunately, I don't see a way back the way he's playing, especially if that red goes in. But Eddie gonna come back? Yes, he will. Little wry smile as he got out of his chair. Trailing 69-22, 47 down with 35 on. This is gonna be a Herculean effort. And look at the wall of colors in the bulkhead. Jesse's got to roll this right over the hole, if not in it. Oh boy, game continues. He needs that red to slow up or hit something, but I think there's a gap just past the green. It might be enough for Mr. Fox to have a go at this red to top left corner. Be a great win for him. Wow, he had a lot. Well, Eddie's in very deep now. Not much he can do. He's trying his best, folks, but he hasn't had his best stuff here today. He will openly admit that, I'm sure. But you know, with one, as long as Eddie can keep this red on the table, he might get a foul and a free ball, and then we're talking a different frame. But 47 down. He's gonna need, well, he's gonna need 2 4-point fouls and a free ball with one of them. Now, has he hung it up? Oh, I think he has. That should be it for Mr. Galletti. Will we see a quick handshake? There it is, folks. Your winner. Well done, Mr. Jesse Fox. Congratulations, sir. Has defeated Eddie Galletti 2-0. We're going to keep this going, folks, until another match comes up on our feature table. We've now got Floyd Ziegler and Sylvain Etier. Floyd leading this match 1-0, and he's up 45-1 here. So, congratulations, Mr. Fox. You've done well, sir. Eddie, I'm sure we'll see you again. Tomorrow is another day. Oh, Floyd. Well, he's got a 45-point lead with 59 on. Savant is, well, he's in deep here. Oh, Savant, smart player, great referee. But yeah, Floyd's oh, Floyd came runner-up in the seniors division, losing out to Gerard Morrison, who's the 2026 seniors Canadian snooker champion. All right, folks, I'm going to step aside for a quick moment, and I will return ever so briefly for our next match, getting warmed up on our feature table. joining us now.
And my volume is good?
Your volume is great, Dave. We are back and live, ladies and gentlemen. David Putty has sorted out his technical glitch, which is good to hear. Dave, a match here. Demos Zachariah, great player. Andre Waugh from Quebec, Montreal, another great player. So very excited for this one.
This should be a good one. I remember playing Andre back in Montreal, and he cut me a new one. He was a very strong player and
Yes.
is as good now as he was then, or better. So this should be a barn burner of some kind. Be nice to see a run go together.
Well, Andre Waugh can certainly get it done. Demos, you know, he's improved so great. I mean, I've played him once a couple years ago in the Ontarios, and fortunately for me, I came away with the win. But he
Okay.
is so much better now, and he can be dangerous. He's gone deep in several tournaments
Yeah.
in the province, and you know, it's a matter of his confidence. If
Okay.
he has a,
Yeah.
if he believes he can do it, he will absolutely do it. But if Andre Waugh can get on top, and maybe a little bit of doubt might creep into Demos' mind, Demos might be in for a fight. Well, here we go. Demos needs a good start in this match. You know, best of three. It's a very short race. It's more of a coin toss, really.
Yeah.
So it's more advantageous for a player that they need to get off to a good start right away. There's no one frame backups, not like a best of 5 or best of 7, where, okay, you might lose the first frame, but you have time to come back. In best of 3, you lose the first frame. You know, especially in group stages, you don't want to lose a frame at all if you can help it, because that might be a deciding factor of where you finish in the group, or even if you make it out the group, Dave.
And a best of 3 almost favors the weaker player, because if the balls roll in their favor, even just for one, a couple of frames,
Yes.
it can be over. As opposed to a longer one where a fortunate run of the balls can be overcome.
That's correct.
Over best of 7 or best of 9, even a best of 5. But it's kind of like if you're playing, immediate knockout on one frame, it's a crapshoot.
Absolutely. But Demos has left Andre a first opportunity here, and he's played it nicely too.
After the break, the black ball was tied up, but the safety that he played broke the black free. So we may get to see what Andre is capable of here. We spoke too soon.
Oh boy. That's just it. I mean, it's the first frame, so you got to not only perform well, but you got to perform well quick, because nobody is going to give you anything in a best of 3. In a longer match, you might see players step out a little bit just to get their arm going. I know I sometimes in a best of 5, best of 7, you might take on that long putt that you might not normally do just to hit the ball with some pace.
Demo in this case has put himself deep in trouble.
Very much so, especially with that red in the bulkhead. It's going to...
Yeah.
Well, he's got a chance. If he can get to the brown off the left side cushion, there's a chance, as long as he doesn't hit it too full. If he hits it more to the top side of the brown, good chance the white might go safe to the top cushion. But that's putting a little bit of... You're putting your fate to
I'm
luck.
looking more at the yellow. And he's looking at the yellow ball. I'm looking more at the yellow as well. Because if he hits that, he doesn't leave anything. He leaves a shot, but... And also on this angle, he should not be able to get to the black.
No. Another thing he could do, Dave, is just left side cushion, roll into the pink.
Speaking of which, he just missed the black.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Andre's going to put him back.
But that's, I mean, Andre I believe from our view, well, from my view certainly, he had an angle or a gap between brown and black for the red to the left corner. But you know, he knows where Demos is. He knows he might be in a bit of trouble.
And that time he did hit the black. I can't see.
Nope, he's gone right past it. Well, Andre put him back the last time. This time he has a little bit less, so
Yeah.
these are going to start adding up quickly, these foul points.
There you go. No, yes. He just clipped it.
Yeah, third time's a charm, so I think Andre has to readjust the score here. There we go. Getting there. Andre Watt has used this scoring platform before. May not have used it for quite some time, so there it is. 9-1 for Andre is correct.
Okay. He got that red down in the bulk end covered. Yeah. Pretty smooth stroke there. Ooh, not a kiss he wanted. He has that red in the side, but had he got past it, he would have been an easy shot into the corner.
All right, Dave, I have to excuse myself for a brief moment, but I shall return. So,
I will be here, chatting away.
absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, do excuse me for about 60 seconds, and I'll be right back.
So the choice that Andre made there was he had the chance. He had just made a really nice red in the side, but he had the chance of controlling the table. He could have played the brown in the side, taken a chance on that, and continued the run. But the roll-up hook behind the brown, and nicely played by Demo. So no foul points on that. Just checking to see if the balls are frozen. Believes it is. And just good sportsmanship, he's giving Demo the opportunity to confirm what he sees, which is a frozen ball. And bit of indecision there, so call in Kevin Patrick, the head referee in Canada. He's the one who trains all the referees as well. And it is decided it is not a touching ball. So when Andre plays this, a red has to move without it being a push shot. So his choice is just to come off the side rail and tuck right back in again. Same process. Couple smiles all around. They'll probably, unless Andre sees it as well. He's going to call Kevin in again. And Kevin's coming back in. Certainly being played in a good spirit. This time the ball is touching, and you'll be able to see what Demo was allowed to do. Now his intent here will be to come off one or two rails and be right behind one of the colored balls. Okay, he's playing it a bit differently. Just really one or two reds to touch there, but good safety. Body language will say that he probably can get through. He's going to try. Ooh. A little bit of masse to get around the brown ball or come off the rail. Nope. So in this case, Andre would have a choice of putting him back if they could accurately replace the balls. But being as he has a decent shot on a red here, he's more likely to take control of the table that way. And that's certainly a shot that players practice a lot, that being on the high side of the blue and having to come off the bulk rail to get back in position for the next red. There's all sorts of ways of playing that shot. He's playing the green ball here as a safety. The aggressive shot would have been to play the black in the side, but why would you do that this early in a match? So it looks like he didn't quite take the left-hand side of the pack here, which left Demo this shot to get out. But a well-played safety produced a opportunity. So he didn't try for position on that shot because it was straight in. He had to use the rest, but he certainly didn't want to leave the red over that corner pocket. So you get it out of the way, and then if you like the shot, you play it. If you don't, you play safe. Obviously, in this case, control the table, play safe.
All right,
Remember,
sorry about that. I am back.
Hey,
I've
Rob.
returned. Everything good. And at least we got the stream running somewhat smoothly, Dave. Andre,
Yes.
wow, we see it jumped out 28-1 here. You know, Demos, as I was saying before, he needs something positive to happen.
Just getting. it's been what you missed. Basically, a continuation of the safety battle with a couple of opportunities that haven't resulted in
Right.
much at this point.
Yeah, Demos really needs to, like I said, he needs something positive. You know, he's fairly good with his safety here. He's got a good white, but yeah, Andre having to look, see if it's a possible plant, see if it goes, and the possibility is there. Main concern here is getting that white returned to that bulk cushion. Won't have a lot of control off the white. Well,
Actually, what you don't really have a lot of control of when you're going to a loose group of reds like that is how they'll end up. Which one's going to end
absolutely.
up over the hole or not over the hole. And as it turns out, one ended up over the hole.
Still going to require a good pot here from Demos. But it's an opportunity. Well, considering the way he hit that, could be a lot worse.
Yeah. Everything, all the easier balls are gone out of range of being able to make them. So I'm just again, everyone's just playing a little cagey in this tournament. This is the round robins, and you want to make it through to the next round, to the knockout rounds. On a regular, Thursday night in the pool hall, Andre might well have taken that shot on.
Yeah, but now it's Demos in with a chance. He's not too bad in the black. He's going away from the reds here.
So you either hit it with some power to get the cue ball back up, or accept what the table gives you and play the red on the right-hand side there after potting the black from somewhere in the D.
Yeah, I mean, the cue ball should be somewhere around the blue, just to the left, if he doesn't go up and down. But he certainly got the angle to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the long, extra long bridge there from Dean. I was quite surprised. Well,
what I see with Demo is that when he goes to hit the ball at pace, he isn't as accurate as he would like to be.
absolutely.
As with all of us, when we start hitting the ball hard, it requires a different level of technique to be able to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, if people have seen Demos play, we all know he can get the job done against anybody, really.
Yeah.
You know, he's gotten to he hasn't broken through and won tournaments yet, but he's gone semifinals, finals quite a few times. So, well, this
might end up okay.
Yeah, actually, that's not bad. So, Andre just
black might be in the way there, but maybe not.
You know, I think it's just a two cushion here, side cushion, nuts up to this red.
Safety. Yep.
And Demos just going to return the white, so Andre can just pretty much stay in the bulk end for the time being.
Yeah.
And thank you very much for your support, Andre DeRoche. Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Hope you're enjoying your day, everyone.
Just reading Randall's comment about potting two reds in a row.
Yes.
This is definitely a game of focus. If you can hold focus, your chances are going to be much better, but
Yeah, and I think that's
Lose,
something Demos needs right now.
but to lose focus and make 2 reds in a row without playing a color in between would be. It certainly doesn't happen often.
So I've just been notified, Dave, that we are Edward Ling, or Anita's waiting Edward Ling and Tom Finstad to finish. And then Anita will play Edward. I'm not sure what table that's going to be on, but we are pretty much at the end of our day.
Ah, okay.
So we've been moving quite steadily. You know, last year's format was good. Smaller groups, bigger, longer matches of 3 out of 5s. But I'm liking this format, Dave. You know,
I've
8
heard,
groups of 7
yeah,
and 2 out of 3. You know, it makes sense. You know, and 4 people get out of the group. So I would prefer, instead of only 2 getting out in groups of 5 or 6, because when I played the Canadians, there was like, I think 5 or 6 people, and only the top 2 got out, or the top 3, something like that.
yeah. I
But
think in the years I've played it, that would be accurate. Yep.
yeah, but now, you know, larger groups and best of 3, and you got a better than a 50% shot of getting out of your group.
I talked with some of the players in the room today, and some were okay with it. Some are saying it. You know, it's tougher to guarantee that you're going to get through, even if you play well, because you know, if you get to the colors and your opponent flukes a game-winning ball, then it's harder to recover in a short match. But
Yes. Yeah,
then
absolutely.
everybody's playing on the same level field, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you might be the one who flukes that ball.
Yeah. I mean, it's certainly not tradition,
Right.
but times change, and we have to change along with it, really. I mean, me, for the most part, Dave, you know me, I'm somewhat of a traditionalist. I like the longer matches. I like those frames to go a little
Yeah.
bit longer.
And Nemo's going to get away with that one. Not get away. He played it. Did not go in the pocket, which would have been really unfortunate had it done that.
Absolutely.
Andre will be trying to put him back in the same spot. Get a little thick for that, but you're likely to see a number of safeties now played with the cue ball over towards the green pocket, or the green side of the table. I'm almost looking down that line. I don't think he can get to the one between the red and the black ball. He's looking.
Yes.
But
Anyway, in regards to our programming, Dave, if this is the last match on this table, ladies and gentlemen, I do have the option to turn our camera to one table or the other, and if I can find a match that's still going on, we'll continue our broadcast.
yeah,
So, but this match still in the first frame, so we still got a while to go here.
yeah. Andre is not snookered here, but in the realm of good sportsmanship, he's going to be trying to hit this red so thin that he's taking the chance on missing it. So he's actually placed a coin underneath the rail so he knows exactly where that cue ball is.
Absolutely.
So he's in fact what has happened.
And that's his second miss, I believe.
Uh,
Second miss or first? First.
First miss.
Well, it's definitely not going back, I don't think.
Well, if Demo can see, I guess he can see where he needs to get to.
And Demos is going to
Heading
step
for
away for a moment, and
heading for a bio break.
yeah, I mean, at least he's decided he's not going to put Andre back in.
Yeah.
He will be taking this red on, and typically players, you see them take their breaks or go to the bathroom. They try and wait till the end of the frame, but sometimes it's just not possible.
You just can't wait.
No, so they just go when it's their turn to go, not in the middle of your opponent's turn.
Just kind of watching play on the tables around me here.
Now, Dave, since you're there and you have the view, table 31 by the bathroom there, is there a match there?
Yes.
Okay. Who would that be? All right. I'm not sure what's happened to Dave. Maybe he lost his microphone again, Dave? All right, so Demos has come back. Play will resume here, folks, and we are coming close to the end of our day.
And I should be back now.
There you are. Excellent. Welcome back.
Yes. Nitin is playing over on the table to the right by the washroom. Eddie Galati and Presley are playing on the table to my left. And
Perfect.
play seems to have stopped on the one kitty corner to us.
All right, so if we look at the score, Nitin Sharma leads Bernard Smith 1-0 and poised to be quick. Nitin doesn't like to waste time or wait around. He finished me off 3-0 in the Ontario's one year in about 45 minutes. And Eddie Galletti is up 1-0 over Presley, so likely those matches will finish before this one does. And as I was updated, refix my glasses here. Anita's waiting for Ed and Tom to finish, and then she plays Edward. So depending on where that match might end up on the front table to the left, table 25. If so, it'll be on camera. We can get that depending on how fast Edward and Tom go. But right now that match is sitting at 1-1. Tom leading 32-16 in the third.
And
Dave Edwards always been my dark horse pick.
Yep. One of these days he will break through.
Yeah, but I'm sure you've seen his posts on social media with century after century after century, and
yes.
I had the good fortune of playing him the first time I ever I had just come back to snooker. I had played for a year, didn't do so good, a little discouraged, but motivated to do well. Practice played, came back, played the second year, and I really wanted to get to the final 8 was my goal. And the first time I did that, I ended up playing our friend John Wallace, got by him in a tough match. I got by Edward Ling first and then John Wallace.
Okay.
To make the final 8.
Those would be 2 good wins. Yep.
But both of them are playing a million times better.
I know John has been putting in the hours. Oh, Andre is missing by very fine margins.
Yes. Only 20 points separate them here. Oh, Demos is having a look.
And the one thing you cannot do in this case is you cannot change your mind. So the order of events is if you're undecided about whether you want to put your opponent back or not, you take a look, you don't say a word, you make your decision and then you announce. Because now if
Absolutely.
he said, I'm going to take the shot, and now he goes down to play it, and he says, I don't like it,
Yeah.
then it's too late.
Yeah, so technically, in theory, Demos can get down. He can feather the white. He hasn't said a word. He can get back up and say, no, I'm put it back.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But
It's until
if
he makes
if he says, I'm going to play the shot, gets down, feathers the white, gets back up and says, no, I've changed my, no, there's no changing your mind. Once you've made that
that's right.
decision, it's been made.
Yeah.
Whichever decision, either put it back in or take the shot, or take the shot, put it back in, whichever.
That's a nice shot from
Now,
Andre.
does he have enough? He does. That's well played.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Plays this with a bit of stun or bottom, and he opens up those two reds if he needs to. He's looking.
Yeah, if he can get, if he needs to, but, I kind of like him doing it anyway. Because if he can get into the red closest to that right corner, with a little bit of drag, play off the other one,
Yeah.
get into that one, he can push it closer, and he'll be bang in position. Yeah, okay, see, I don't mind, I don't hate
Yeah.
that. But if he had a little bit more draw in it, he could have carried off one into the other and have a better angle than this. I
Yeah.
still fancy him for it, and he still should pot it because, he's just a great player.
May try and hold. Yep, he tried to hold for pink, which he's done nicely. A little further, he would have had more choice, but this one is now for the red on the left rail.
Well, unless he runs it through his side, but I don't see him doing that here.
No. To do that, to try to get to that red behind the black would have been.
I mean, if
would
it
have
was
complicated the shot.
If it was the last red on the table, possibly. But
Yeah.
even if it was the last red and he still ended up here, he could stop the white on the bottom cushion, get the snooker, and, well, he's having a good day. But as
And
it
he's
were,
just checked the score, which is
yes.
he's just checked the score, which is the perfect thing to do. So he knows exactly where he stands. If he makes this red and the black, he leaves Demo in a position where he needs to have hooks. Oh,
Yeah, expected better there. Oh, and he's left it to left center. But we got Andre is in front 50 to 19, so 31. 2 reds remaining.
31 points.
Yeah, any color will do here for Demos. And as I said, if he can get the white, like pretty much in the position that it's at now, he can get that cue ball right behind the black.
And the other option is if he doesn't get shape that he likes, it gets him to a position for that red ball.
That's right.
Then what he does is he rolls up.
Yeah, and he's got a great
Rolls
spot
up
here.
into one of the colors,
I like him
and
if
then
he
may
has
collect.
That's right.
He may collect some points based on number of fouls.
Yeah, because unlimited putbacks. I mean, he's got a chance. He can definitely roll it behind the green, but if he gets behind the yellow,
Yeah, green off the rail, cue ball behind the yellow.
yeah, I think he's going green direct, not even worried about the yellow.
What do we know? What do we know?
I mean, it's still, well, he's giving him a cushion, but off. I mean, he could have gotten to the yellow, made it a little bit more difficult.
Yep.
I mean, it may not have been assured that he got the snooker,
Exactly.
but this does ensure it, so I see why he's gone this way. I mean, players have the better view. I mean, the snooker is such an easy game when you're sitting in a chair.
I've never lost a game sitting here.
Absolutely. Doing the commentary makes me question my own game when I get to play. I'm like, I should commentate on this. What would I would pretty much talk bad about myself on film. Because I take shots and I'm like, why did I do that? I would think to myself, can I imagine that being on video and me commentating on that? My word, no. So it's actually helped me in a little way. Maybe a little bit more conscious of what I'm doing. Whether I actually do it or not, but attempting the right play at the right time. Even if it doesn't go exactly according to plan, but the effort is there. And for new players and beginners, that's half the battle, knowing what to do and when at the right time.
Yeah. The biggest,
Execution will come.
yeah, the biggest improvement in my game is the coaching that I do,
Right.
because I drill endlessly the basic technique into players, and then uh, planning the route for your shots, for your shape, all of those things. And then when I get on a table, I have the opportunity of actually putting into practice what I'm preaching. So my thinking is clearer when I go and play now.
Well, that's good, and that's what it should be, really.
Yeah, yeah, because I'm counting on my own technique that I'm trying to drill home with all the people that we work with. So shot. So we are at 30 points. So he needs to make this.
Yeah, he needs to needs to make a color, and he's got to just worry about the color he plays, not the next ball, not the next position. As long as he doesn't snooker himself, he's in the frame. He can always play safe if he needs to, Dave.
And this one isn't hard. All he needs to do is just put a bit of stun, pull the ball back just a little bit. Doesn't need, he could be 11 feet away from that yellow ball. Ooh.
Yeah, he
There's
moved
another
a
player
lot.
that moves quite a bit. And again, if you can watch it, you can look around any pool room in the country and you'll see a lot of that movement on the stroke. The interesting thing with that is that it's not that hard to solve.
No,
If people would actually just watch themselves on video to understand how much they're moving.
that's right. But this
So
is something Demos has done for, quite some time. I mean, it's a habit. Habits can be broken,
yeah.
but sometimes it's easier said than done. Oh, boy.
So Andre is, I was going to say up 31 points, but he is now up 27 points.
That's a big difference. Only one snooker now.
Yeah.
And depending on where this brown goes.
It doesn't look like a free ball.
No, not from here. Yeah, if it was, he had the blue, brown, or black he could play.
Yeah.
But so yeah, 27 the difference.
27 with 25 on the table. One snooker.
If this is that bit of positiveness that if Demos can capture this frame, nick it, put it on his scoreboard, it'll give him a little boost. And he's played that rather heavy.
But relatively safe. This won't be a shot, although this is when you do the over or in. Right? You just roll this green ball right over the hole.
Yeah, but he's got a good safety too. If he comes off the left side of the green in between the cushion, he's not, of course. Cue ball will go right back up the table, but this is one of those, like you said, inner overs, played with pace. Because he wants to not only pot the green, he wants to at least get the brown as well.
This might work behind the blue.
Needs the green to run. Well, I think he's cut off the right side of the green.
Yeah.
So Andre's got to be careful of the white with the in off here, Dave.
Yep. He's very knowledgeable and should be able to avoid, which he has done.
Held it nicely. Good control.
Ooh.
Yeah,
wants this one to bounce.
Well, this should be frame.
In this situation, it's just a straight pot. He's being careful not to touch the black ball with his hand.
Yeah, and he would absolutely, even doesn't matter the situation, being 27 up and 25 on, the player that Andre is would call himself on that 7-point foul.
Absolutely. It's the nature of the game.
You know,
The players, they have that integrity.
we've seen some players call themselves on fouls this week. With the seniors and the
Yeah.
Open. It's just, and they've laughed about it too. So all these
Yeah.
matches are highly competitive, but played in the best spirits. Because for some people that travel, this is their 1 or 2 week vacation that they take each year.
To wherever the Canadian happens to be played.
Exactly. Whether it's Montreal or Toronto or Markham or wherever.
Yeah.
Well, Andre is 30 points in front.
So it's two snookers to tie.
Yeah, but if well, that's going to cause an issue. I was just about to say, Dave.
Yeah.
If Demos had a chance to, pot the brown and get position on the blue to get possibly a snooker behind the block, he only need 2 snookers to win. But I think with this pot here,
should be the frame.
yeah, I believe
Now
so.
again, Demo is very likely to let him run out as many as he wants, even if he flukes it. No.
There we go. So congratulations, Andre Waugh is the winner of frame 1. Leads Demos same 1-0. So don't go anywhere, fans.
Right, we'll be back.
Yeah, we will be right here. Frame 2 coming up in just a few moments' time. Demo's got it all to do now.
So they're set here for frame 2. Andre to break.
Yep, here we go.
There's a new trend in snooker now, started by a couple of professionals, where instead of taking the last ball on the break there, taking the last red in the pack, some are now taking the 3rd ball. A little harder to control, and it has a different impact on the pack.
Yeah, they do open a little bit more.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good break, but you definitely need to get a good white. I mean, we've seen Mark Williams roll off several cushions to the bottom of the bunch.
Yep.
Just to avoid the typical break-off where he may leave one on. So,
Well, all the top players practice that typical leave off the break. They practice it for hours.
Absolutely.
Because at top levels, you're not likely to get in on an easy shot. You're having to get in on a much more difficult shot.
Yeah, I mean, your long ball game is what's going to help you most. Because if a player leaves you one, their safety is pretty much going to try and create as much difference between cue ball and object ball. Oh boy. Well, I got to chalk this up to exhaustion, mental and physical.
Yeah. So Edward Ling and Anita are getting ready to do battle on the table beside our TV table here. I relate this kind of early days in a snooker match as being like the pawns being moved around on the board at the beginning of a chess game.
That's right.
and then at some point something happens and
Yeah.
one of the power pieces comes out.
Well, actually, Edward Ling and Anita, who I was told by Mr. Bernie, are going to be playing tonight. I believe it's their last match, but was actually scheduled for tomorrow,
Ah, so they're getting it in early. Okay.
which is fine based on the time. We've done well. I should still be able to get that match. Depends on what happens here with this one. As long as they have score, because it's very difficult to commentate on a match without a score.
Yes.
So
Unless you're very good at concentrating and yeah.
yeah, I've done pen and paper before, and it gets a little bit too much. So if there's no score, then I'm just we won't even get to it.
We won't even try.
But if it pops up on Cloud Snooker, wow, Andre's in it. But if it pops up on Cloud Snooker, folks, absolutely going to bring you that match. Anita Chan gives her best, and she has done so well. You know, she's improved quite a bit. We had her on yesterday, Dave, and
Yeah.
she made it a game.
Andres get in with a nice chance here. If he,
Does he have enough room for this red by the block, though?
yeah, yeah. Nice little bit of soft touch here, and he'll have the black in the opposite corner.
Yeah, again, not much Demos can do. Now, depending on where the players stand in their groups come tomorrow, you might see a little bit of liberties taken in the matches. Some matches might mean absolutely nothing. Both players might be already through. It
Yeah.
might mean nothing in the fact that both players can't get out of the group no matter what they do. But they are still encouraged to finish all their matches, because even though they can't get out or they're already through, win-loss might make a difference to somebody else.
Yeah. Yeah. Frames lost and won and lost may make a difference.
Right. So the
So
only
it's
thing
the-
about one thing Bernie said was what they do is they'll have a tournament with round robin, and the entry fee will be $100, but they'll
Yep.
collect $200 from each player, and at the completion of their round robin matches, those players get their $100 back. Right.
Okay. Yeah.
So, but if you don't complete all your round robin matches, it stays in the pot.
Stays
Right.
in the pot. Okay.
Right. So, because you know, even at the Canadians, it's happened, Dave. You know, a player can't get through, but they have one match on the third day of the group stage, and win, lose, or draw, they can't get out of the group. They can't advance, so they just don't show up. But because they don't show up, now somebody else can't get through. But if they did show up and win, then that other player would get through.
Yeah.
So,
So it
yeah,
in all fairness, everybody should show up for all their matches.
absolutely. That's why I like David's idea. As it's
Yeah.
$100, but to encourage players to finish all their group stage matches, regardless of their standings, you charge $200. Then when they
Yeah.
finish, you give them the extra amount back. If they don't finish,
Yep.
it goes in the pot. So, but this frame here, Audrey's got the block. He's nudged one out. It's hard to see. I don't think he's on one here.
I don't think so. Bit of bad luck on that one. He hit it nicely,
Yeah,
but just
he's,
didn't play it.
yeah, 30 points in front, so he's just going to run to the bulk cushion, keep
Yeah.
Demos on his toes.
So one of the things I was about to mention when my batteries died on my microphone was at some point when you have 30 or 40 point lead
Right.
and you get in, let's say you don't have a great shot on a color ball.
Okay.
One of the very best things to do is to take the yellow ball or the green ball and play it as your color. So you've made a red, you don't have position. So now what you do is you take one of the bulk color balls, play it in such a way that it ends up in an unmakeable situation, an unmakeable position,
Okay.
so that if your opponent then gets on a big run, you basically have a safety ball already positioned on the table to stop the run out.
That's right.
Whereas we all practice endlessly running the colors. But
Yeah.
if the yellow ball is over on a particular rail and the green ball's on the other rail, it's really hard to run the colors. So you're more likely to get an opportunity to get back to the table if your opponent's trying to put a big run together.
Absolutely. One player that we both know who does that a lot, and he's good at it, Floyd Ziegler.
Yes.
He
Yeah.
does it, and he can punish you with it.
Yep.
We saw him in the seniors where he only had like maybe a 20, 22-point lead, and he's pushed all the balls, to the cushions.
So there's no chance of a run out. There's
There's
no
no
chance
chance of anybody making
of a
anything.
run. Yeah.
No, I mean, there's
Yeah.
no point in even putting a red. Getting a snooker was even difficult. So, um, yeah, it was.
It does take to make it tends to make for very long frames.
Oh, it was. I found it. I might be a little odd and one of the few, but I found it highly entertaining. I was wondering how long he could actually do it for. But yeah, he's very, very good at that.
So here's an interesting bit of cat and mouse. Most of the safeties here are going to have the cue ball down in the left corner, down by the where the pink ball is now, because they're going to try and force each other. Oh, there was one that went there. Okay.
Okay, and a little bit of good news. There is score for Everling and Anita Chan. So and they're just underway. Anita actually leads in the first frame 8-7. So if we got time after the conclusion of this match, we will switch our camera views over to that.
There's an excellent shot from Andre.
Very well done.
Now the shot here is probably just off the right-hand rail to touch the reds on the left-hand side here. The other option is pretty risky.
Yeah, but he's got a good line to
Yep.
get right in there where he wanted to be. But you know what? I think he's left one. Not one that Andre is going to take on. Because he'd have to play it with a bit of pace over the ball, and he'd get absolutely nothing out of it. So
You'd have to roll it in and just take the pink in the corner from distance.
yeah, exactly, from distance and close to the cushion.
Yeah.
So from here, he can cue this. Not too bothered by the red. And just like that, he's keeping the pressure on. Demos has got to play this smart. He's still in the frame. He can't worry about the score. Just got to worry about what's in front of him. He definitely has all the tools in the bag to get it done, even if he's trailing 30 points. Because he's been in this situation many times before and come out the victor. And Andre will know that.
Oh, there's respect for each other for sure.
Andre knows he's not taking anybody for granted. Doesn't matter who he plays, but mistake.
There's the error. There's a mistake. So all these safeties have led up to this.
Yeah. Oh, he's looking at the one at the top left corner, but you know what? He's got 2 reds here he can play on. Well, 3 if he wanted to, which I would probably prefer. But needs this to go, Dave.
He's got it. Don't think he got the pink, but
Nope, but
Green
he's
is
still potting.
green is likely for coming up for position on the next red.
Yeah, he's going to be definitely thinking about the pink because he wants to get something down amongst the reds. Black is out of commission for the time being.
Yeah.
Why has he done this?
No idea.
That was a little
I think
senseless.
I think he was trying to get into the 6 reds and the black ball.
Yeah, but Dave, he could have done that
Didn't have
in
to.
a couple of
Didn't
shots
have
time.
Yeah.
He had plenty of reds to get on there and reduce that deficit before taking that
Yeah.
opportunity. The pink sitting there, he had a great chance on the green to get one of the reds in the bottom corner, get the pink back on its spot, and then worry about the black. But you know, when it's tough when you're in the moment and you see it. Sometimes that little
pretty
gremlin on your shoulder takes over and says, "Play it."
That's right.
So, and I'm pretty sure if he was playing better and he would have hit that better, he would have been there. But from where he was, I don't think he quite had the right angle. Was trying to force it a little bit, but you know, you got to go with what feels good.
That's a nice one. If he doesn't go in off.
Oh,
He
he's
did.
traveling. Oh my. It's all happening. So that 4 points meant absolutely nothing. Well,
Yeah.
except he's taking a red off the table, so he's,
It hurts him actually.
yeah. That's 8 points less that he can score. It's almost like a 12-point swing. The 8 that he could have got with an extra red and the 4 that he just lost. So still back to the 30-point difference here in the second. Andre Watt leading. Oh boy.
I don't think he
No.
got him.
No, you know what? I think he might be able to see the one closest to the pocket too.
Yeah.
Again, all he has to do is concentrate on the pot. No matter what color he plays, he can work it out after. See, he's throwing up his arms, but he's on the pink.
It's not a bad result. And this is where the psychological part of the game comes in.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy for that opportunity. I've made a decent pot. I got to play on the pink. I can keep myself at the table, keep myself in the frame and match. Oh, he jumped and moved all over the place. My goodness. It's absolutely unfortunate, but it's all happening here now. You know, like I said, I keep saying it. I know I've said it before. It's physical and mental exhaustion.
Yeah. He's clarity of thought is not there for him at the moment. It can come back anytime.
Oh yeah, he just needs a few good pots, and like I said, if your arm's not going and you're not making pots, play a few good safeties, and that should build your confidence. Your potting is not there, but your confidence to make them. So when you get that good starter that you've just received because of your good safety play, you're confident enough to go.
And now it's coming down to choices. The fact that he would choose that shot struggling as he is.
Right.
Versus the easy safety that was available off the right-hand cushion with the red.
Yes.
So it's beginning. There are just some signs, psychologically, mentally. He's going to need something to break his way soon. Oh, I think he got away with that one.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I think he did. Well, I think it's just. I mean,
See here again. What choice is he going to make?
Well, I think because he's struggling, I think he feels like he has to go. I mean, it's not a bad pot to go for, but you can't just simply roll it in. You know, you can see the red on the left side cushion,
I think
but
he can. Maybe the brown's in the way. I don't know. Hard to tell from here.
yeah, he's definitely playing this one here. He's got to watch the in off. All right, not terrible. Yeah, his body language showed me that he might be feeling, I don't want to say defeated, but not there.
Yep.
You know, because he's had several chances and good opportunities, and it's not the hard ones he's missed. He's missed the easy ones.
And the shot that Andre just played would have been the shot that would have been safe
Yes,
for Demo to try for. But again,
absolutely.
let's see him make a good shot here, and it all happens for him. This might be a great shot.
He's got a good
except
line.
he come up in between. Or did he? Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
There's
but
always a window.
Yeah, there's always a window, but still, it's not bad. You know, sometimes it's hard to call sometimes, Dave, with Andre. He can play real good, and sometimes he can play so-so. Definitely the right play.
Yeah.
Where's that cue ball going? Oh, boy. Well. Now, if you were just down at the club practicing with the boys or something, you might put the white on the green spot and take this red to the bottom left corner and open the pink and black up far and wide. You know, because hey, there's nothing better than a great putt in front of the boys. But this is not the time for it. But he is taking one on.
He got good draw on that. He's two-way shot.
Yeah, but again, he wasn't getting great position. I mean, yeah, he likely would have just tucked up behind the green. But the chances that Andre was going to hit a red and get safe is pretty good.
Yep.
And again, another red wasted. I mean, if you're down points like Demo says, he's not putting well. He still went for that red. He could have played a very similar shot with the draw, but not go for the red and keep the red available. Lucky he did just that. You know, the red's still available. He missed the pot, but you know, we're just waiting for Demos to return. But
stepped away for a moment.
It happens. Long days.
Yep.
You know, the beer is flowing, the drinks are cool, and
staying hydrated even with water. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the water's going. It's warm outside, so I'm pretty sure Demos has had a beer, maybe two, but he's back. You know, if Demos can somehow win this frame, he may even take a short break outside, but not likely the way he's playing at the moment. See, because Andre with that 25-point lead doesn't mind the table being a little messy.
Oh no, it favors him dramatically.
So. Yeah, he's going for pots as shots to nothing. But if he does that, if he would have ended up here, it would have been great because he could have. If he gets one of those long pots and ends up in no position, he's got to get the blue out of there, I would think. Make it a little bit more easier to access off a red. But the pink is now somewhat available.
Got a little covered now, but.
Yeah. Well, it's going to open up in a few shots' time. I can see that happening. Demos has a good chance here to get behind the wall there of the yellow, blue, brown. Oh, he's well short. Well
Yep.
short, Dave.
He may be right over top.
Yeah, not really. Things will move here this time, that's for sure.
Okay, there's one over top of the hole. And perfectly behind the blue.
Oh boy. Little raise of the hand, not completely intended by Andre, but he'll take it.
But in a sense, it is planned, right? You've got three
That's
balls
right.
back there. And I don't know, it's not a 50-50 chance, but there's intent there.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely one of the balls are sitting there behind the, the bulk line
Oh,
in
look
that
at
row.
this.
Oh boy.
That was a hit and hope that turned out really well.
Oh yeah, look. Yeah, and this is where, they're having a bit of fun, right? Demos is probably not feeling too good about his game. He probably feels defeated, even though he's not. And that's what I was mentioning earlier, Dave. Sometimes defeat creeps in before the game's even over.
Ooh, he just hit that. And again, look at this white.
Yeah, just having a little bit of a slowdown here.
He might have the edge of the one by the black here. This hit. But very thin, a little hard for that thin a hit. The thing that Andre's doing here, and you got to respect him for it,
Yes.
he has opportunities to get in. He's weighing the pros and cons and determining that it's better if he keeps Demos locked up.
Yeah, because he knows,
right?
he knows he doesn't have to win this with big breaks. He can slowly nickel and dime his way through this frame if he has to. His safety game is putting Demos in trouble. And if it's working, don't fix what ain't broke.
Keep doing it.
I
Because
mean,
he's reading Demos's body language.
Absolutely.
And he's getting frustrated. I don't know if he can get over here for the pink ball. Yep. That's a really nice shot.
But like I said, with the groups being the size they are, 4 get out of a group of 7, so that's better than 50%. I'm not sure how Demos has done thus far in his groups, but I think he's fared pretty well.
This could be 3 or 4 pinks pretty easily here.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's underhit it.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. He can float this one in, and he'll still be on one of the 2 reds to the left corner. And, even if he doesn't get position, he's got the red closest to his bridge hand there, and, just run back into the bulkhead.
And that'll be a 39-point lead at this point, which is handy to have with 7 reds left.
So I know people in Quebec Berger, Quebec, watching this. So Andre Waugh, your friend, doing well here at the corner bank.
Nope.
Oh my.
Nice try though.
Trying the cross double to the yellow pocket, doesn't go. Strange shot,
Nope.
Dave. Thought he would have tried to play that straight in.
Yeah, you thought. You think so.
Well, I guess, when you're up points and up a frame, why not have a little bit of fun?
So
Yeah,
39 points in it. 83 points left on the table. So lots of time still.
Yeah. So Demos is just, this is where patience has got to come in, because you get a little anxious and you want to reduce that deficit. But if he can stay patient, the balls will slowly but surely develop, hopefully in his favor. You never know what can happen then. I mean, if your opponent is not putting balls and not increasing their lead, he's 39 up. You know, if he makes 2 blocks, he's right back in it. Right back in it. If he can win going into the colors, 26 points or less than 27 points, he's absolutely in it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I told
We'll see who's more patient.
I told one of my friends they had a match in a tournament once with Bob Chaperone, and they were getting a little nervous that they had to go play Bob in the event. And I told them, I'm like, it doesn't matter who you play because you can't control what they do. Just if you can run the colors, if you're 26 points or less than 27 points, you can win. Well, Dave, what happens is Bob's got 25 points going into the colors. My friend stabs in a long yellow and runs the colors and wins the frame. So, and made it a match, and he was happy about it. You know, he made it a match. Didn't win the match, but he made it a good fight. You know. And Bob turned around. It was on camera and complimented him about how well he had played. Bob always appreciates a good match. So, however, Demos, like I said, needs to be patient. Oh boy,
That's
well
that shot.
spotted.
Yeah.
He likes to be aggressive sometimes. I mean, he could have played the safety, could have just gone the nudge, but.
And he's okay.
Oh yeah, Pace kept that one in. Demos knows it.
He reacted like he had missed it.
Yep. Still got that little wry smile on his face. Knowing Demos, he's probably going to go into the black and little bunch down there, but doesn't have to, doesn't need to. He's got a red available at the bulkhead. He's got this red, pink available. You know what they say, Dave? Going into the bunch off a red position, not guaranteed. So
that's right. Yep. You do it off the colors.
I mean, sure, sometimes you do go play a breakout off a red, but there's times to do it. This is not the time.
There you go.
Yeah, and now he's kicked a red over another corner pocket.
There's another shot he might choose here. It looks like he is cross bank.
I guess he's throwing caution to the wind. It's all or nothing.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's going to be nothing.
It's nothing.
Well, it's one. Yeah,
so it's now 31 points.
Yeah.
Or has a 7 been added yet? Probably
No,
not.
I don't think so. No, it hasn't been added.
So it'll be 38 points up. And they're shaking hands.
Oh my.
Now that's unusual in this situation.
Yeah, he's just...
If in fact he's conceding right now. Because it's actually...
38 the difference.
Yeah. He's just going, this isn't going to get any better for me, I'm out.
Yeah, I mean, typically I mean, Andre will take it. He's like, okay, I've had enough. It's the end of the day. I'm done.
Yeah.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, and Dave, you see the little view on your screen?
Yes.
All right, folks. So this is bonus coverage. Edward Ling, Anita Chan. Edward Ling leads Anita 1-0. He's up 56-0 here in the second. Edward Ling is my dark horse to win this event again this year. He's been playing well. And, well, after this, folks, it will be the end of our broadcast. So, not sure if Mr. David Burney will resume with us or not, but the mic is open for him should he. Once again, congratulations to Andre Watt, defeats Demos Zachariou 2-0. And this match here was scheduled for tomorrow. Both deciding to play now as time and scheduling did allow. And that black doesn't go his way, but he's got a 59-point lead with 75 on. Anita will do her best, but it's a heck of a mountain to climb. So, two good friends having a good time here at the Corner Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host, Rob Richards, saying thank you so much for tuning in today. We are almost done, but we will be back once again tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. sharp, Eastern Standard Time, that is. Well, Anita's doing fairly well at this visit. So, we'll see what happens here. This is, ladies and gentlemen, our last match of the day. Well, Randall, have a good flight, and quite possibly we might see you on the weekend. I'm not exactly sure. I'm still working out some logistical details, of course.